Introduced. Awesome. We are sweet. All right, just a minute or so. We'll be ready. I'll keep an eye. How will I know when we're live? You'll give us the word.
Hopefully a signal.
Okay, sweet. Yeah, no, it's fun event to be at and spectate, and just to I don't know, come back. Like a lot of the storylines continue year to year,
Yeah.
you know. So yeah, you see a lot of the same players. We are live. All right. Well, folks, we are here at the Desert Solstice Track Invitational in Phoenix, Arizona. We are about 8 hours and 42 minutes into the 24-hour event. We'll give you some updates soon on the field, but first I want to introduce you to one of the athletes out here today, Lindsay Gallo from, she's from New York and currently living in North Carolina. So yeah, you want to just introduce yourself and then maybe share a bit about what brought you here today and what your maybe initial intentions were, and then we can kind of break down your day.
Yeah, sure. Well, first off, again, I really appreciate the proper pronunciation of my name. That's a difficult feat, I know. So I'm Lindsay Gabbo. I started running competitively in high school, 800 to 1500. Obviously, everyone loves the mile. It's sort of the sexy event, but I was not fast enough to be very competitive in the mile. So in college, I went to West Point and ran there and was quickly disabused of the notion that I would run the mile. I instead was kind of thrown into the 5,000. That went pretty well. My coach convinced me to try the 10,000 as a sophomore, and that went even better. So I kind of stuck to the 5K and the 10K in college. I did, I would say, fairly well, but probably didn't meet my potential. West Point's pretty rigorous. There are a lot of demands on students, we'll call cadets, and I don't think I ever quite figured that out. But fortunately, when I got out into the big Army, I generally had leaders who prioritized running, and they encouraged me to continue my own running career. So I was able to run more in the Army. I had the autonomy to do that generally. After I deployed for the first time from 2017 to 2018, I came back and decided I wanted to try the marathon, which is sort of the sexy event of distance running. So obviously I had to give it a go. So I ran my first half marathon when I got back from deployment, and then I started training up for a marathon. My first marathon was the Marine Corps Marathon in Washington, D.C. in late October 2018, and I was a little over 90 seconds away from qualifying for the Olympic trials, which was then 2:45. I know it's dropped to 2:37, but it was pretty close.
Yeah.
So kind of a heartbreaker.
Yeah.
But I continued running, though that sort of ebbed and flowed. My running, that is, depending on sort of what I was doing with the Army. It wasn't always feasible to run every day, twice a day, if there was a lot going on at work. So I kind of took a few breaks from competitive running and got back into it probably about summer of 2021. The Army has a big running event, the Army 10 miler, in Washington, D.C. every October, and I was fortunate enough to be part of the Fort Bragg 10 miler team. So I trained up for that, and I got to run the Army 10 miler, which, well, it was virtual in 2021. It was in person in 2022. So I ran around a 59. So is it okay? Yeah, is it working? Ran a 59. So I was pretty pleased. Is it working? I'm pretty pleased with that. Though at that time I was already kind of training for longer distances. I apologize for going back. Ideally, this would be linear. But, so before the Army 10 miler, I really wanted to do another marathon. So now we're looking at late 2021, early 2022. But one of the things I was really messing up in the marathon was hydration and nutrition. For those out there who have run a marathon, it's tough. If you don't have your hydration and nutrition dialed in, you are likely not going to run optimally. a while you can get away with sort of not hydrating and nourishing like during a half marathon, you really can't do it for a marathon. So
Yeah.
excuse me, I'm still a little dehydrated. So I decided that a way to force myself to hydrate and ingest calories while running would be to maybe try going at a lower intensity for longer, and that's when I decided that I would try an ultra.
Yeah. One moment, I'm just gonna.
Sorry.
Are we good? We're good. All right. We're back. Yeah. So yeah. Now moving on to the ultra.
Sure.
So where?
Yeah.
You were intrigued to try the distance.
Yes. And as you might recall, I ran the 10K in college. So obviously, I'm no stranger to running many laps on a track. I don't really find it monotonous. I actually find it sort of cathartic in a weird way. So I looked into track ultra running, which I was vaguely aware of as sort of a niche within ultra running, and I thought the benefit of a track is that you're constantly passing your crew if you're fortunate enough to have one, or your own sort of hydration and nutrition station. So then I would be able to kind of force myself to continuously hydrate, consume calories. So I found the Alexander County Ultra, or Track Ultra, it was about 3 hours west of me, but also North Carolina, and that was in April of 2022.
Was that the 6 hour event?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So that's how I qualified for Desert Solstice. I ran
and that was your first ever ultra.
Yes, the first ever run exceeding 26.2 miles. So obviously very daunting. I knew I had to take it very conservatively. Fortunately, there was an elite ultra marathoner there. His name is Jacob Moss. He's actually done the Stinger. I saw him at the Stinger later, but he's done Desert Solstice at least one other time, and he was extremely helpful. I really can't overstate how selfless and compassionate he was during that race. Like, despite the fact that he was running his own race, a 24-hour, no less, so far more arduous than mine, he was selfless enough to give me advice early on. So we stayed in touch after that 6 hour. Went pretty well for me. I ran about 47.5. And I didn't have a crew there. My boyfriend over there, Corey, he was deployed at the time, so I didn't really have anyone who was willing to kind of sit at the track for 6 hours. So had to handle that myself. Fortunately, I had Corey today, but yeah, it went pretty well. And I started doing my research into track ultras, discovered Desert Solstice, and I knew it was a long shot because I didn't even run 50 miles, and qualifying for this it's a pretty rigorous standard. But fortunately, the race director, Julie, allowed me an entry.
And what I guess were your intentions coming into today? Like what distance, what time goals did you have?
So I really wanted to get 100 miles in. Obviously, that didn't pan out for a couple of reasons, but what I wanted to do was run a respectable 100-miler, and if I still felt good, perhaps continue for 24 hours. And I think there were a couple of reasons that didn't happen. I went out pretty hot, though it didn't feel like it at the time. I think I was a little bit audacious in my pacing, and while it felt easy the first few hours, when it began to get warm, my body wasn't really responding well. I began to struggle to digest the calories I was consuming, and fluids as well. Like, I wasn't using the restroom as I should. So I think that really bit me. Also, I think my training strategy needed some work. I do want to do this again. If not Desert Solstice, then certainly another track. What's that?
Yeah, I said awesome. Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, I mean,
have you back here.
This is an amazing event. I've never done anything like this, but yeah, no, I really would love to do something like this again. I would approach my training a bit differently. I think I thrive on high mileage. I don't think my mileage was high enough. Specifically, this is something that runners like Jacob Moss do, like longer two-a-days, because it's very difficult to simulate the fatigue your body faces. Like, I don't tell you, you probably know all this, but like the fatigue your body faces, in a really long race.
Yeah.
Even 6 hours in, the closest the closest simulation of that, I think, is either a long tube a day or a double long run. So I would like to do more of those. That's what I would intend to do in the future.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. I guess, yeah, what you want to, yeah, so how did you make the decision, I guess, to stop it today? Like, where did that come in? How long were you thinking about that? Yeah, how'd you get to that?
Yeah, no, it's a question. So it started to
just
get...
to add context, you stopped at 52
yeah.
miles. Still very, very speedy. Yeah, and that's your furthest ever distance, I guess, right?
Yeah.
So congrats to that. But yeah, I guess wrap us around how we got there.
Yeah, that's a good question. So it started to feel difficult probably between hour 4 and 5, though I didn't intend to stop then. I started slowing down. And then at around hour 6, between hour 6 and 7, I was slowing down considerably to the point that my calves and Achilles began hurting. I think I've found that if I go too slow, if I run too slowly, my body doesn't react well, and I think that was starting to happen. So I think I was running slow enough to potentially induce an injury. So that was between hours 6 and 7. That was also at the point where I couldn't eat anything.
Yeah.
And I knew that really that's kind of game over for an ultra.
Start to catch up to you, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, I guess like going forward, what do you have any short-term plans these next coming months with other race goals, or yeah, I guess how do you see your start to 2023, and I guess maybe just 2023 in general panning out?
So I'll probably do some shorter stuff, some halves, maybe a full. I have the Umstead 10 miler in I think it's on April 1st, which is just an hour north of me. I was fortunate enough to get an entry, so that will, as it turns out, be my first 100 miler. So greatly looking forward to that. And then beyond that, I'm starting law school in August, and the first year is notoriously rigorous. I frankly don't know if I'll have the ability to continue ultra running then. While I hope to. It's
kind of another form of ultra training.
Precisely. So it's uncertain, but I'm really looking forward to the Umstead country.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thanks for filling us in on just your story, and we're glad to have you here, and appreciate you being on, sharing your experience for the day.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, for sure. Awesome. We're good. Yeah, you can just take that off, and we'll. Yeah, you as well. Hopefully you can rest up and enjoy the next one in Arizona. Cool, it's this live stream. Yeah, they feed you both. All right, friends. Give you a few updates now that we are approaching the 9-hour mark in the race. We will have Matt hopping back on the mic here, and then we'll be joined by some other athletes here in a bit. We have Stephanie Flippin and Patrick Reagan who are crewing, and we're hoping to get them on behind the booth soon. But yeah, it was great to hear from Lindsay and get just kind of her experience of the day. And yeah, maybe we'll kind of check back in with how the current race is unfolding. Any new news that I missed?
No, I don't have any news. I know that Pat and Stephanie were trying to wait around, but they're also like coaching and crewing athletes and things like that. So I think Pat maybe just needed to go back into coaching duties for the time being. But the good news is that they'll be around for a little bit. So hopefully we'll be able to get them back on whenever they have free. Obviously, their athletes are the most important thing, right? And so it's like come and talking to us schmucks is secondary. So But yeah, we really appreciate Lindsay's time as well, and like that's one of the really unique things about this race, and for us to be able to have the broadcast on site this year is, you know, being able to just hear the stories of these incredible athletes. Like, you have to have qualified to be here, right? So it's like every person who steps on the track here is like an incredible athlete, and sometimes it's not your day, and you don't have the day that you want, right? But to be able to hear those stories, I think, is always like super cool and super inspiring. So.
Yeah, I know. It sounds like she wants to come back in the future, and yeah, I think it's just cool to see people continue to create stories here year after year. So I guess an update on the field, maybe. I feel like I checked out a little with that. So I mean, go through, I guess, our top runners at the moment. Is Camille on the track? She sure is. She is at 69.34 miles with 8:57 elapsed on the clock, and she's been holding some steady sub 2 minute laps for the last several laps. So that's really great to see. She currently leads by 21 laps still, so followed up close, I guess not so closely, but 21 laps closely, Olivier Leblond with 64.12, so he just hit the 100K a little short while ago, and he is in with the intentions of 24 hours. 1 lap behind him, so I guess they were on the same lap a short while ago, so a little gap is happening. Is Jake Jackson with 63.87 miles clocked so far. And then 4th overall and 2nd woman, Marissa Lysak, who is in with the intention of 24 hours. She is also 63.37, followed closely by Amanda Nelson, who I think that was a switcheroo that we saw where Amanda was ahead of Marissa for pretty much all day. So yeah, I'm not necessarily sure if one of them speeding up and the other slowing down, but yeah,
and they're both right. They just passed our broadcast booth here, so they're kind of right near each other, but they may be near each other and a lap apart.
Yeah.
We'll see. Yeah, it looks like they're near each other, but a lap apart.
And yeah, just looking at their splits for each lap, neither of them have had very few down laps. So I think Marissa's just working her way up really just like 5-10 seconds every lap and starting to put some time in.
She's running really well, and to talk more about it is going to be the great Stephanie Flippin. So
wonderful, our new guest. All right, friends, we are now joined by Stephanie Flippin, who we really appreciate you being here. Stephanie's an athlete for Hoka. She was also the 2021 USATF 100-mile road champion. So yeah, really, really excited to have you back behind the booth.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, I guess maybe share what brought you here today.
Yeah, so, my coach is Pat Reagan. We have been just kind of traveling out to support the other athletes on our team. So we are mainly here to support Kaylee Dermigian. We were also supporting Jake Jackson, Whitney Reichman, I think, who has now decided to retire. And then we were also here to support Nicole Monette, who was an unfortunate drop a couple days ago due to a sciatic issue. So we're definitely missing her out here.
Yeah.
She was really ready, so bummer, but it's a sport. So.
And where are you coming from?
Yeah, I'm coming from Evergreen, Colorado. So I live just about 40 minutes west of Denver, up the hill.
Have you been to Phoenix before? Or,
yes. So we were out I was out 5 weeks ago for Javelina.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yep. I'm coming back out for like Mesa Marathon. Yeah, it's like all about Phoenix.
Yep.
Good
Good spot to be.
Yeah. Escape the snow.
Yeah. Yeah, so I guess, I mean, with your athletes currently still in the race,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you got Jake Jackson just crushing it, and
Yep.
then you said Kaylee,
Kaylee.
also she seems to be having a pretty strong day. Do you want to
Yeah.
share a little bit about Kaylee's background coming in? I know she's somewhat newer to the scene or the sport.
Yeah.
Our youngest athlete in the field.
Yeah,
Which
yeah.
is very cool, from Savannah, Georgia. So yeah, I guess
Yeah.
share us a little bit about her.
Yeah, so Kaylee, I know she grew up in Southern California. That's where she was doing the majority of her training for a long time. She recently moved down to Savannah and has been training with Pat on a regular basis. She had a standout day at Mad City.
Yes.
She took the championship there in horrific weather conditions. Like I think it was a record high that day.
Wow.
Yeah, it was like, it topped out at like 83 degrees. Like the dew point was also like 75. We had like wind gusts in the like 40 mile per hour range, and Kaylee just gutted it out there. Like very impressive.
Was that the 100K national
Yes,
champs?
yes,
And so
yes.
that qualified her
She got
for
the
the
auto,
Worlds.
yeah, for Worlds, yeah. I know Kaylee. Kaylee had a tough day at Worlds, but again, she gritted it out, finished. You know, I know that was like mentally tough on her though. So this coming back to Desert Solstice to kind of mix things up. Road 100K training is so tough. It is so tough. It feels like you're just prolonging like marathon effort. like there's no room for error like at all. So I think she was getting a little bit mentally burnt out on that, and wanted to test things out at the 24-hour distance.
Okay.
So,
Did
yeah.
she have any specific, I guess, goals coming in? Was she looking to make the 24 national team? Did she have a certain
Yeah.
distance in mind?
Yeah, I think Pat and I like chat through with her different things just about like having goals, but not like having those those external goals like
Yeah.
put so much pressure on herself. So I know, I mean, she's hoping today to get like to that 130 mark.
Yeah.
She's working through some things right now, a little bit of like sciatica and just like hamstring tightness. But mechanically, she's still moving well. She's still in this. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, I think she's in a bit of pain right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is too bad, but I mean, he's still got a lot of time out
Yeah,
there, so
I know, gosh.
time to work through.
24 hours to work through like low points.
Yeah, we're just
so.
a little bit past, I guess, a third of the way through.
Yeah,
So
I know.
can
Gosh.
work in your favor or maybe
Right,
not.
right.
But yeah, what just have you been kind of curious, like nutrition-wise, what her approach is there?
Yeah, we were keeping her on like Guroctane. That's like that's what had been sitting well with her. But we were working through some like bouts of nausea. I think when the sun was at its like most maximal exposure out here, we got an ice bandana on her. She was doing well with like Coke. She was doing well taking in gels, but you know how that goes after such a long period of time, like taking them. So we're just trying
Yeah.
to mix things up, try to get some solid foods in her. The sun's coming down now. We were able to get like, clearly we took our ice bandana off. Like, so critical for all the runners right now. If they were using topical cooling, ice bandanas, like just saturating their shirts for them to get into something dry, just because the temperatures are going to start plummeting. I think we're looking at a low tonight of like 38. So
Okay, yeah.
super important for the runners to be mindful of that right now with our last few hours of daylight, so they don't start shivering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you're just kind of like, you just have much lower stores anyways
Yeah,
when you're
exactly.
like 10
Yeah.
plus hours
Yep.
in. So I feel like, your
Yeah,
core
don't want-
body temperature
Yeah,
is just
right.
gonna plummet.
Yeah,
if
we
you
don't want anyone
stay.
shivering out there, losing
Yeah.
more calories, burning through more than they need to be. So, yeah.
Awesome.
But
Well,
yeah, we've been trying to keep her on, that 300 to 400 calorie per hour range, but it just gets so tough to do,
Yeah.
like as the race gets further and further on. Yeah.
And then Jake Jackson, I mean, this is his fourth time back here,
Yeah.
I think, at Desert Solstice, and
Mhm.
every time he's always
know.
taking it up another level.
I know.
Yeah, no, I was psyched to see his name on the entry list. I know he's like works really hard for this race.
Oh my gosh, I know. Just like having a family, like 3 kids, working full time for UPS, like it's like manual labor, like time on his feet too, and then like getting in the type of training for this, it's extremely impressive. So much respect for him, like in numerous ways.
And he's already kind of somewhat solidified his spot on the U.S. team for Worlds. I know, you're never totally safe, but he is number 2 on the list, I think, with 157 miles.
Yeah.
I heard maybe him mention or someone mention he kind of came into this race with hopes of, potentially a new PR at the 24-hour distance. What were his goals coming in, and do you know like how his day's unfolding so far, like how he's feeling out there?
Sure. I don't know, like he didn't tell me an exact like mileage goal. I think he was hoping to break into the 160s, so I'm not sure if that would be a PR for him. I know like his qualifier from last year, Desert Solstice, is 157.
I think he's running.
I think Jake was also, kind of coming into this trying to come in with a good like mental headspace, coming off just kind of a challenging year like altogether in 2022. So I know he was hoping for just kind of a strong day in general. However, that ended up looking
kind of a confidence booster for him.
I can definitely speak from experience. Like if I think back to like my strongest like road marathon, it technically now is like not my PR, but it's like my PR road marathon. It was like, God, I was suffering like hard those last like 10K. So I think for him it was like something similar. It's like I just want a strong day that's going to give me that mental confidence to go into 2023 not feeling like just dejected from like a tough race. So I think he's going, I think right now he's going through a bit of a rough patch, but I feel like how many hours we're in right now, it's super normal. I don't think anything like mechanically is off. He's not like limping. He's not shuffling. I haven't seen him like walk or anything like that. So
I mean, it seems like he's been holding pretty steady, and if we pull up his laps, I mean,
2
minutes to 2:05, like second or two off. I don't think I've seen him like falter very much. Maybe kind of getting up more near 2:20s, but still for 9 hours in, very strong.
I know.
I mean, he continues to impress me, and just a fun guy to like get behind.
Definitely.
We were wondering earlier, is the stash, is that for Desert Solstice? I feel like his
I know like he was growing it like in November. I think he just decided to keep it.
Well,
I think he's just rocking it.
I think he might win best stash out there today. And then your third athlete here, Whitney, who has a bit of a tough day out there. I guess you want to fill us in on just how her day unfolded here.
I think Whit has been going through a bit of GI issues. So she was really struggling with nausea earlier on. I know, like, we were trying to mitigate that. Tums, Zofran, all the things. And, I think she would start to feel better. She'd head back out. She'd run, 2 miles or so, 8 laps out here. And then she was just kind of in pain again, and then was slowed to a walk. And she came out here with a very specific goal of getting another mark, on the team. So if that's realistically not going to happen, or she's risking just long-term health doing that, better to kind of pull the plug here and maybe save it for one of the other qualifiers before that window closes in June. So
what other ones are there that I'm trying to think of? Because I know there was like Dawn to Dusk is a popular one.
Dawn, D3, and then I think there are other ones, but the only other like certified one that I'm aware of is 6 Days in the Dome. I don't know. There are probably smaller races that probably have gotten it certified at this point, but like it's like Stinger just went like a few weeks back. But I'm not sure. There just aren't a whole like very many of these, like
and ones that, I mean, a lot of them are maybe more open fields, like that.
Yes,
I
very
think,
true.
and which is great. Like, I think, allow more people to try it out, get into the sport. Like, it's like, I think one of the cool things with like timed events is they're fairly approachable.
Yeah.
Like, I think
Kind of
24 hours sounds very like intimidating, but like they're, everyone's a finisher. It's just like how many miles you rack up, and it's easy crew access. Easy.
The variables are like controlled.
Exactly.
Especially like here, Desert Solstice, like this time of year, it's like, I mean, when the sun was out earlier, like it was kind of beaten down on the runners, but I mean, we aren't looking at like 80, 90 degree temps. Like this is pretty ideal, and like no humidity too. I know a lot of the other qualifiers are out on the East Coast, and they're maybe not during more ideal times of year. I have not personally raced 6 days in the dome, but it's like, even though it's indoor and the conditions are controlled, I think it's like, they set it at like 54 degrees, like optimal, like humidity in there. It's still, I mean, it's a shorter track too. It's under, I don't know exactly what it is. It's
and I
like
think the field is a little bigger. Like too. I know, like I've heard Zach mention, like, he's, passing people almost like every minute, and that starts to add up.
Yeah, it really does. Yeah.
But yeah, someone mentioned in the chat, Lauren, thank you. Perpetual motion in Texas sounds like maybe another 24-hour.
Gotcha.
And yeah, thank you, Lauren.
Thank you.
So yeah, no, that's great to hear. Just the background on all of your athletes, and really cool that you're out here. Does it, I guess, inspire you or frighten you to maybe come to an event like this in the future?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons.
You've had obviously like a lot of success at 100-mile distance, and
what's interesting is that when I first started my 100-mile journey, like very amateur, I had zero idea what I was doing. But I also I jumped kind of straight into more of like the mountain stuff. So I'm used to, it's been a while, it's been years now, but I've put in like a handful of like 27, 28 hour, just so much time on feet, but it's been a bit since I've done that. I've been focusing more on like the faster, flatter 100-milers. So I actually wanted to come out here just to see Desert Solstice unfold, see what it's like in real time. Also to support like the other Hoka athletes. I really wanted to be able to see Camille go back after her 100-mile world record, and then the age group records along the way. But yeah, a big reason is I just wanted to see can I wrap my head around this. I've put in 70 miles around the track, within a 24-hour race, Corn Belt back in Iowa, years ago now. But that was just a training run. I mean, 70 miles is vastly different than going the full, 24, especially if you're looking to make those US team marks. I don't know.
It's kind of unfortunate there's no 100-mile UST.
I know, it is.
100K to 24 hours.
What about us? Yeah. But yeah, I think right now me personally, I still want to kind of develop my speed a little bit more, and then speed on trails as well. So I think I'm going to hold off on the 24-hour or anything, even inching close to that 200-mile mark. It's I think I'll wait until I'm a little bit older.
Plenty of time, as we see there's athletes here who are
crushing
50 plus and still up in the front.
Definitely.
And I think it is an equalizer, this distance, in many ways, and it certainly favors people with experience and wisdom from just kind of working their way up. But I guess I for some reason forgot when I asked if you've been to Phoenix that you'd come out here for Javelina, but you were out here in October for that. And I think were you shooting for what were your goals going into that? Was it a golden ticket race?
I was going all in,
Okay.
all in on that golden ticket. I had a really, really strong summer of training, tons of heat training. I was out on the trails every single day in Colorado. But unfortunately, I hopped into a 50K as kind of my last longer training run right before I was about to taper. I was feeling great, and I was just really sending it on the downhills. I knew I was all right, you got to back off. This is not the A goal race of the season. And I actually ended up straining my tibialis anterior in like a very strange way. Like it wasn't like the traditional like shin splint. Like it was like a very specific spot. Like, and that just took me out. Realistically, it took me out for like 2 weeks. And it was just really tough. You know, by the time I didn't have pain there anymore, it was like time to taper, you know, like fully. And so it was like I missed like those 2 weeks that really should have been like peak mileage. You know, so just lining up at Javelina, I was like, yeah, there's a possibility I'm going into this like extra rested and like that'll like, you know, my energy stores are just better. Like hormonally, I'm good, but you know, I just felt like I didn't have any power, you know, and by the time I hit like mile 40, so about to head out on that third lap, like I was just feeling a lot of compensation issues going on. I think just like trying to like make sure I wasn't re-aggravating my tibialis anterior. So I was just developing a lot of like glute issues that I just knew it's like I'm a physician by day. It's like, I know how this goes. If I continue to run on this like this, I'm going to have an additional injury, like that's going to take me out further into 2023.
Yeah.
So,
Playing it smart.
yeah, definite bummer, but yeah, it was the right decision.
Do you think you'll still maybe go for one of the other golden tickets? Or
well, interestingly enough, yes, I was. Well, yeah, there's a bit of a story there, but yes, I was fully planning on like recovering and making sure like all the glute issues and everything had resolved, and then I got like a call from Mike, our team manager, and he was like, "Hey, when you were at Javelina, you mentioned wanting to go on this epic journey in June. Like, do you still want to go on that? Because here's the bid in." So
I'm now figuring out where this is going. I saw that on the list.
Yeah.
Very exciting.
Yes.
So you got.
So I did.
A sponsor spot or
yes. So appreciative of that. I'm still ironing out though, like my build into Western. So I actually might still end up racing Black Canyon.
Okay.
I know this. I'll be the first person to say this about myself. I need more competitive trail experience. I just need that. I've been in more of like I've raced Tunnel Hill like 2020 and 2021. But it's just not the same. Like I feel like I need to put myself into that environment and just get more experience racing with those women. And in that type of environment. So
do you think you see yourself potentially racing Black Canyon and then any other races in the build up for Western, or just
I am thinking about American River, though like I don't want to stack like too many like 50 mile to 100k races, so I might have to kind of like
what month is that in? That's
April,
okay.
I think. So I'm eyeing that. I would really, since I'm based out of Colorado, it's like, you know, January through honestly early April are like very snowy months. And especially like since I live at 8,700 feet, so it's not like I live in Denver. So it's like the amount of snow that we get is just vastly different from down the hill. So I definitely plan on coming out for like Western States training camp in May. I'll probably end up coming out like an additional time too, just to get more time in on like California trails. It's just different. Like the training like in Colorado is incredible, but I feel like it would be good to get that specificity.
Will you? Yeah, do you keep most of your training outdoors through the winter, or?
I mean, I try to. It kind of depends on how icy it gets. Like in previous years, this is my 5th year living in Colorado. We've been pretty fortunate. Like we haven't seen like incredibly cold days, but for whatever reason, like mid-November up until now, we've been seeing a lot of like single-digit days. So it's like any type of precipitation we're getting, it's just straight ice. You know, and it's like I've been really like cognizant. I want this glute issue that I've been dealing with for a little bit just to, you know, 100% resolve. So I'm a little nervous to like, you know, be tiptoeing around on especially just ice, you know, like. So yes, but I do try to stay outside for most of the winter. But I do have a treadmill at home. You know, you just kind of have to.
What? I mean, you. Kind of with Hoka and then with Pat, Reagan, like, you know, you're surrounded by a lot of folks with like, you know, experience at Western States. And I guess like what do you see that maybe the biggest challenges going into Western for you, and maybe how you'll kind of approach those?
Like I said, I think getting more experience in like a highly competitive like trail environment. That is a challenge that I need to like I said address before like lining up at Western States. I'm not too concerned about like getting in like heat training or like vertical, like based on where I live. It's like I have access to a sauna. Like I followed a very like robust, like sauna training protocol going into Javelina. Did the same thing for Jackpot when it was really hot last year. I think maybe since I am like I've been running ultras for a long time, but I haven't been running at a high level for very long. Like 2021 was my first year as a pro, like with Hoka. So I'll be totally honest, I'm still working through like the mental like fitness that comes with that, and like, being okay with the fact that like, hey, like my trajectory is totally different from like my competitors, and just maintaining focus on like my unique journey. I think that's been a struggle for me, but definitely more so than like the training, like the physical stuff. Like I can grind it out, like I'll put in the miles and the vertical, but just making sure I'm like keeping a close eye like on my mental fitness, like I said, and just reminding myself that there's so many different paths like to get to different places, and it doesn't have to look running in high school, like it doesn't have to be like all American like in college. Like I started running as an adult, like as a stress outlet, like when I was in medical school. Like it's not your typical path, and a lot of times I'm like, gosh, I really wish I had like just a few more years like of speed under me, and just like that experience. But it could easily go the other way too, where it's like you look back at the archives of like some of like the country's top like cross country runners, and it's like, dang, that sucks that they're not running anymore. So it's like it can so easily go. So
and just to like you said, I mean, you found it like just as an outlet, and just to like, I mean, it's awesome like that you have found a lot of success like through competition, but also like I'm sure you want to just be a runner no matter what, and have it be like this thing in your life that sticks around.
For sure, long term.
No, that's great. Awesome. Well, it's been great having you
Thanks, Patrick.
on our live stream. I'm sure our audience appreciated it. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Good luck with the your athletes who are still out there.
Thanks. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, for sure.
Awesome.
Thank you. All right, guys, we'll be right back with an update on the field very shortly.
That's fun.
Thank you.
I can ramble forever about anything.
Thank you.
And I think Nick will be hopping in to give you a break in a little bit.
Oh, Nick, great. Yeah.
What is up, everyone? I'm back.
Matt is back.
How's Stephanie Flippin, incredible person.
Yes.
I'm just gonna say that. Really awesome for Stephanie to join us here.
Yeah, just to come out here and support her athletes and
Hoka teammates.
And Hoka, exactly.
I mean, awesome for her to be.
I think we see a lot of folks at this event. I mean, Patrick Reagan, another one of them, Pam Smith out here, like just a lot of just really accomplished folks in the community, and who just really do a lot to give back and support other runners. So that's pretty great to see.
So I think Nick is going to
we've got Nick Curry joining here, so I'm gonna hand over my headset to him, but here we are.
I believe it's mandatory that we refer to him as American record holder Nick Curry, at the bare minimum when we're at the track here at Desert Solstice. So Nick, how are you doing, my friend?
Hello.
Nick, I can confirm Nick did race the Tucson Marathon this morning, so thanks for coming all the way up here to join us afterwards. You just couldn't stay away, could you?
No, marathon's great. I'm done in under 3 hours.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, do you miss being out here running on the track? I'm like, no. It's a brutal event.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true, right? Is like, oh, you would have just been getting warmed up here at Desert Solstice, and you were done enjoying a banana probably or something of the sorts when you got to the finish line there. So I'm just pulling up the live chat here, make sure we're staying in tune. And so, yeah, Nick is here to join us. Talk about what's all going on. You did tell me before you hopped on you've been following along a little bit after you finished Tucson, and so are there any any big surprises or anything that stands out to you at this point in the race?
I admittedly have not followed close enough. I know I kind of saw Camille. The long breaks are interesting. I have a general rule, which is if someone's better than me, I don't opine on their race strategy.
Yep.
Because normally that would be a very bad sign if you're taking long breaks like that. It probably isn't the best sign, but as we've seen, she got back out there and running again.
Yeah, I mean, after she got the 50-mile track American record, she took like a 10-minute break, and then even at the end of that push, she wasn't looking bad, but she wasn't looking great either. She took a 10-minute break, got back out there, and then all of a sudden, a few laps in, she's cranking out 146s again, and then she throws down some 142 laps, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, she's going to break the 100K track American record for women as well. And obviously, I think her laps have slowed a bit now. She's running closer to 2 minutes per lap, but based on where she was at, I don't know the math, and I know that you'll be able to shed some insights on that, but like that might be good enough, based on when you run a 5:57 first 50 miles and you only have to run an 12:41 for 100 miles, you got a lot of wiggle room, and so those 2-minute laps might be enough. So
yeah.
But yeah, I think in general, she's had these stretches where she doesn't look good, she takes a long break, and she's just out there like, still gutting it out, right? And like still running well, obviously. Like running 2-minute laps is still, at this point, is still really strong. But yeah, she's just out there like grinding, and she doesn't want to give up on this goal, after all of the controversy, I guess, that has loomed over her attempt at jackpot. She wants to cement this, and so it's really cool to see her out there working through those problems, which is important in an ultra.
Yeah, and it's kind of incredible. Like, obviously I'm like, me and Bob Hearn are the methodical, like consistent run, don't slow down from start to finish kind of approach, but most of the good 24-hour runners are more the Camille style, and it's very impressive to me. I came to the conclusion that I have to be the even-keeled because I tried to get better at suffering, and I am just awful at suffering. Like, my best races are the ones where I feel the best, but like, especially like world championships I've been to a couple times, and it's unbelievable where like the U.S. team look like half the team members are just like, they are dead, they're out for the count, and then suddenly the team needs them, and like I have no clue how they dig to like places I don't want to know about, and they like the last 6 hours they just blitz and hammer, and they look so like awful and in so much pain, but they hold on and they push out so many miles. And I know Camille, like on top of her speed, can also suffer like that, and it's one of those things where I mostly know when a runner is declining and they're going to be done, but there's some runners like her that I just don't know what they're still capable of at any point in time.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is really, in my mind, is like the telling point between the great days that Camille has and the good days, right? Is like when she's always very athletically gifted. Like she's always going to be genetically great and a very talented runner, right? But it's like, okay, the days when she can flip that switch to overcome obstacle A, to overcome obstacle B, to solve this stomach problem or whatever the case may be, those are the days when she's like mentally accepting to that. Those are the days where she's like great, beyond great, like one of the best to ever do it, great, and like one of the most exciting things to watch in the sport, great, right? It's like, oh, when she's just willing to like hurt and willing to like go to those like really disturbing places that you have to go to, like that's when it's like must-watch TV is watching Camille Herron run. And so it's awesome to see, like, up to this point, she's still got a smile on her face. She's still clicking off consistent laps, consistent in terms of her split. And, you know, she doesn't look like she did when she was running 142 laps, but you don't have to, right? Like, you just have to keep moving forward and just accepting, you know, the moment that you're in. And so, yeah, I mean, it's really awesome to just be watching her out here, like, at this point in her career, being willing to just be like, this hurts, my stomach is upset, but we're going to keep going. We're going to try to solve the problem and just keep going. Like, that's awesome.
Yeah.
And then it looks like we already have some questions in the chat for you, Nick.
All right.
What is harder, Hard Rock, Desert Solstice, finding Jamil a Christmas present that isn't running related?
Oh, definitely the third.
I love that. Oh man, I can imagine. You know, that was actually a great question. I didn't read it all the way before I started reading it out loud, and that last bit really got me.
It's actually, I will say it's gotten easier because I can get something he can do with his son, and that's like a nice, easy, wholesome, like, they don't just do running, but when it was just him, yeah, impossible.
Yeah, now you're basically like, here's a gift that you can use for your son.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, that's the...
Yeah, like last year we
out.
got him tickets to the Science Center, stuff like that.
Oh, that's awesome. And then it was
yeah, but I guess like Hard Rock versus Desert Solstice is an interesting one because they're the opposite ends of the spectrum. Like, I would say Desert Solstice is harder.
Well, and they're probably like just different types. They're both hard, obviously.
It's
but
definitely
like different types of hard, right? Like one thing I've said, like I used to complain running a 10K on the track, right? And so it's like to mentally wrap my head around like Camille Herron has run probably close to 295 laps around this track. Like that is a different kind of like really, really hard.
Yeah.
You
like
know?
Hard Rock has like a 70% finish rate, and like you have to worry about like dying out there essentially. Like you're in the rugged remote mountains, there's lightning storms and hail and all kinds of crazy stuff, and you clearly don't deal with that here on a track. But on the flip side, like it is so hard to continue on the track because once something hurts, it's only going to hurt more. Like you can't get relief from that. You don't get to change the muscles you're using because it's so relentless. And it's why, like, go watch the end of any of the old live streams, the last, like, hour. And there are some people that kind of come back to life, but still, you're like, weren't there 30 people at the start of this? There's 5 people left, and 4 of them are barely moving.
Yeah, and... yeah, I mean, like you said, it's just, there's no escape, right? It's like, oh, I get to see my crew every 400 meters. Like, oh, I can stop at my tent, I can put my jacket on, I can grab my car keys, like... It's also just easier to give up, which I think presents its own unique challenges, right? Like, Hard Rock, you might be, 5 or 10 miles from the next aid station or the next, like, aid station that you can actually get help out of. It's like, maybe that makes you less likely to, like, drop at that aid station. Like, oh, I felt terrible. I had to endure for 2 or 3 hours just to get to this point. Why would I drop now?
Well,
right? Where it's like, here, it's like, oh, I'm 100 meters from my crew. I'm like, I can stop. Like, no one's making me do this, right? Like, I'm choosing to be here, and it's just an easier route.
Yeah, and a lot of people know that do hundreds. Like, most tough things will pass if you just keep moving. And at Hard Rock, you probably have no choice but to keep going. And so it might get better by the time you get to the next one. Even Javelina, like, it blew my mind the first time I realized the finish rate at Javelina is way lower than Hard Rock.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's just more opportunities to, like, bail, I guess. But in turn, it's also, do you think that because it's an easier race to get into compared to Hard Rock, doesn't make Javelina easy by any means, but do you think because it's an easier race to get into that, like, people are maybe more willing to, like, oh, I'll pull the plug and I can come back next year, whereas at Hard Rock, like, you might never get back in? You know?
It certainly, I think, plays a role. Also, Hard Rock is like a postgraduate run where you have to have completed another tough 100, and Javelina has essentially no entry requirements. But on the flip side, like this race is harder to get into than Hard Rock.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, like, it's incredible. I think that we take it for granted sitting here. Like, we're watching some of the best fixed time athletes in the world race here. And it's like, and some of them are stopping early and are having to pull out, but they were qualified to be here. Like, they were really, really great, and that just shows you, like, maybe how unique the challenges are on the track, right? Like, there's no reprieve. It's the same monotonous stride, it's the same cadence, it's the same everything for 24 hours. And then I think just of note, another, really interesting person to keep our eye on here is Marissa Lizak, who's been running, a really good race. She started out at her own pace. She was in 10th or 11th at one point, has moved up into 3rd overall. Amanda Nelson's in 4th overall, right behind her, or, about a lap behind her. So really awesome to see, 3 of the top 4 runners in the overall race are women up to this point.
Yeah, should we pull up some charts?
Yep, and so we will send it over to Nick's share screen here in just a second so that Nick can bless us with some chart magic. So I'll let you guide us through what we're looking at here.
All right, cool. We're on. Yeah, so let's just start digging around. So I guess first we can kind of look at, we were doing a lot of this chart last year. So this is like the progress in the race relative to a baseline. So, if we're looking at, if we start with 130, I think 130 is the women's standard. Our top 3 women are obviously way ahead of that right now. So if you start looking closer to something like 150, or even right now they're 160, Camille is still way ahead of that. And besides her, extended breaks, every time she gets going, she's losing a little bit of speed, but she's still trucking at it. So it just depends how much she wants to dig in for, over 14 hours still.
Yeah.
But she could run a very big number still. Next, we've got Amanda Nelson, who was really tapering off, but seems to have kind of stabilized. And then, you can see Marissa has been fairly steady, although you can see also starting to dip, had a break. This new trajectory is definitely lower. So we can already see that like attrition starting, the slowdown starting, which is pretty typical. But you don't know what's going to happen later on these lines. I've looked at so many of these lines, and what we see now, like, could go any direction, which is always the interesting thing. Like, can we guess? Can we look here at the track at what they look like? It's not as predictive as you'd think. Like, even having seen this over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, there's just still so much time for the wheels to really come off, right? And
yeah.
I was talking to Pat Reagan off camera a little bit ago, and hopefully we'll be able to get him on a little bit later. And he was like, the year he ran Desert Solstice, he was, feeling good through 14 hours, 16 hours, and then all of a sudden, when the wheels fell off, it was this abrupt, like, oh, this is it. This is done.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, this really hurts. I'd have to do this for 8 more hours. Like, it's when it does start to really hurt, it's really easy for kind of the brakes to wholly come off. And it's impressive in turn to see, people who are able to like catch back on and stabilize a little bit instead of like falling kind of completely off the cliff.
Yeah. So this is a different view, and this says at a given point in the race what their like average pace is. So we were talking earlier, like Camille at one point was projected over 200 miles, and you can see those breaks really drop her down, and even now she's trending down from where she was. She's not even actually stabilizing, she's still kind of slowing down. And so this is typically what you will see, but that tends to suggest they're not going to, like, you don't really come back once you start dropping pace. And usually if someone tries to pull it back higher again, it just digs a deeper hole that then hits them even harder sometime a couple hours in the future.
Yep.
And so once you start seeing this decline, it's rare that they'll do anything better than stabilize for a while. And even then, like they're behind because they were slowing down. And so they're only going to slow down more. It's just a matter of how much and when. Versus, Marissa, as we saw, she's starting to slow down a little, but she's been a whole lot more stable. And then Amanda on this much more reliable downtrend, like certainly went out too fast relative to a sustainable pace.
Yep.
Versus we can I'll pull in actually Olivier and my times. So you can see this is about as even as you tend to get, where it is possible to stay pretty even. Just not very common. What's more common, I'll pull in maybe Mike Morton as well. You can see pretty steady decline, and this is often what you'll see for runners. I'm trying to think if there's others. Let's see, Jake Jackson. You know, like this tends to be more of a typical race where they're declining, it's a slow decline. So when you see these steeper declines, that's usually a sign someone's on their way to a drop at some point whenever they're like ready to stop suffering.
Yeah.
Although, as we talked about, it's possible some people just will stay out there as long. I think it's very impressive when someone doesn't just drop. It is so easy, as we said.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see. But like generally speaking, in reality, given how few people make it strong to the end, it's not a good sign when you see these kind of deep slopes already. So we can flip it around on the other side and go to the men.
And there is just a quick question in the chat. Scott, did Camille get the 100K record? She did get the 100K track American record for women. She got that, which she already had. She got that by about a minute. So yeah, it was 7 hours, 35 minutes, and some change. So yeah, she did manage to capture that as well.
Awesome. So I pulled up the top couple guys, and Olivier, who's currently in the lead, you can see he started probably a little too fast, and I think recognized it because he's really stabilized. Yeah, tough to tell if these little hiccups, like, you know, it's a slight downtrend that you can overinterpret it, but it also might not be a good sign, given he's trying to be stable. So we'll have to keep an eye on that, but he's been really stable the last several hours, more stable than the rest of the field. So, like, if my money was on someone, like, not only is he in the lead right now, but he's also looking the most steady out there. We can see Jake Jackson. He's been having some slowdowns. That's not looking great lately, actually. So he's been slowing down quite a bit. So, like, if that's something temporary, like the stomach went bad or you got overheated, it could be something recoverable. If it's more based on, like, the pounding or the stride or some niggle or compensation thing, those are the things that are very, very difficult to recover from, especially when we're this far from the end. And then Pat Hazler actually looking fairly solid there right now. Like a little decline, but not too bad, so hopefully you can hold on. And then, yeah, Jeff has been an interesting one. Obviously, like, him and Andrew Skirka are kind of the wild card, so to speak. Like, every year we have very qualified athletes who have no track experience and mostly trail experience. Andrew was interesting because he has, like, road marathon experience and then the really long trail stuff, which is you never know if that's going to add up to everything you need or nothing you need.
Yep.
And we know how that one went today. But Jeff is one who's done really well, being, you know, very stable. We were talking on the side earlier, like the older age-wise you get, the more you seem to do well at 24 hours. I think some of it's experience. I think some of it's patience. I think there's a variety of other factors. But he's one that I think could do well here, but also will struggle more than almost anyone with being unfamiliar with this format, with the track, with the relentless surface. There's just so many things that happen. Like, we're only 10 hours, not even 10 hours in, and things that start popping up at like 14, 16, 18 hours. I'd say like 14 to 22 is this really weird zone that until you've done it, you don't even understand how bad it can be.
Yeah, and it looks like maybe he tried to kind of recover a little bit there, Jeff, after being on almost like a death spiral down. And so it'll be interesting to see if that turns into, again, a further death spiral, or if he's able to maybe not necessarily level it off, but kind of slow the downtrend from there. Yeah, he did comment early on that this is too flat. That was a big thing for him, and that would have been one of the big challenges for Jeff coming in, right? Is he's a really, really strong downhill runner. He's done well at like big mountain races. He's obviously done well at Western. But to have something where it's like you're in that same rhythm non-stop, it's a whole different thing. And he's about to pass our broadcast booth here. He still looks okay. He's still moving forward, which is at this point the most important thing. But
I feel like I can see some weird stiffness that like I know what it feels like, and you wouldn't be able to tell. Like he looks almost smooth, but there's just some little lack of movements
look very tight.
Yes, like there's some mobility restriction that is not going to get better. It's going to get worse.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's interesting because if we look at the instantaneous pace, so this doesn't take into account like the average pace at all. This is just the lap pace. You can see his running pace has actually mostly been the same. It's just he's taken more and more breaks along the way, and that tends to be that you're trying to fix something. And it also tends to be a sign that like things are going wrong in a way that you want to stop and massage it out and try to fix it, which means there's only going to get worse. So it's definitely a sign of that more than something else. Like if it's a stomach thing, you probably slow down a little bit, versus if you're stopping at your cruise station, it's because you're trying to work on something, and this is a long ways out from the finish again.
Yeah, I mean, this is like you said, we're almost at 10 hours. That's a long way to need to be really stopping to fix like issues, right?
Yeah.
It's like, okay, it's one thing if you're working through a stomach issue. That's something that you can troubleshoot, you can take care of, you can keep moving forward, and once you start feeling better, you can run really well again in theory. But when you're taking frequent breaks that are maybe even more extended to fix any sort of issues, that's like not a good sign, especially 10 hours in, right? If this were 22 hours in, then okay, like sure,
yeah,
right? Like everyone probably who's still out there moving feels pretty terrible.
Yeah, and even last year, like I remember when Arlen started taking breaks, I knew it was over for him, which was unfortunate. It's sad every time I see someone taking a break because I know what it means, but usually that's the beginning of the end. So let's see. Oh, Jeff Adams. All
yeah,
right.
Someone in the chat. Sorry, we're also working on getting our light set up here, and we realized that it's not currently plugged in. So.
Yeah, so the next thing I wanted to do, I want to go down kind of the next sets of people, because as much as the top people are the easy ones to look at, a lot of times... a lot of times, even though the top ones are easy to focus on, you miss out that the people at the podium at the end are way down the list right now. And so it's interesting to look at, both because of the standings in the race, but also like most people here are trying to qualify for the national teams. And, like with those top ones we're looking at, they're so far over it that like there's so many more people that are on that track too.
Yeah, and some of the people that we're looking at are probably not going to go the full 24 hours, right? Some might be just intentionally looking for fast hundreds, or are unintentionally going to end up at that point. So
a lot take the consolation of the 100 when their 24 isn't going so well.
Yep.
Most tend to intend to go for 24 hours, but make a decision otherwise somewhere in there when stopping sounds really nice. Yeah, so actually, these next three kind of look like they're on similar trajectories. Chad, Matt, and Jeffrey. Pete was an interesting one I was looking at earlier. He was doing pretty stable, but it looks like he's kind of had some bumps down. If we keep going down the line. So Peter is Strickland is fallen down a little more. He was actually kind of on a similar path as the others earlier. So we keep heading down. Actually, let's look at the Urbanski brothers as a whole, because that's always... Oh, we got some light. Yeah, so it looks like Matt's holding on a little better than Jeff right now.
But Jeff gets bonus points for having the sweet cat eating a pizza singlet on.
That is true. Yeah, so continuing down, yeah, we're already seeing quite a bit of fading between like 4 and 10 hours for most of the field, except, of course, Bob Hearn, who's about as rock solid as you get.
Yeah.
So he's the interesting one because, you know, as much as he looks super far down compared to the rest, he's still on like 150-mile pace.
Yeah, and was he aiming for an age group record?
I believe so.
Oh, that's right. That's the one that we had written down and we lost the note.
And I would imagine he'll put in a team qualifier. I don't think he is probably trying to set a big one because he's had so much disappointment year after year getting bumped right at the last minute. But you never know. Like the team qualifiers right now are not especially high. If he puts up something around 150, like that's in the team right now. And then it's just roll the dice on who else puts up a big time by, I believe it's July. So let's loop back around to the women. So where were we? So our next group of women, Allison and Gian, starting to fade a bit, but still a lot of room in between. Like 160-mile pace is still like, other than Camille, that's like second American ever. I mean, obviously they're not going to stay on that pace, but that's still a lot of room to fade some and hold on for a really good time. Mandy was looking good, but then it looks like had some issues lately. Kaylee's fallen off. Yeah, so I think mostly this looks as you'd expect for a 24-hour, which is the carnage starts early and it'll only get worse. I hate to say it, but I've been at too many of these. I've been a part of the carnage too often. I've had a few non-carnage races to know, yeah, like most people are going to struggle more and more from here to the end, and a few will hang on.
Well, and it's such an interesting race, right? Because, you know, similar to the Javelina experience, right, is, you know, there were runners, you know, stuffing ice everywhere earlier today and ice bandanas, and soon they're going to be breaking out puffy jackets because it's going to get pretty dang cold overnight. And so it's just, yeah, it's a unique challenge in so many different ways. And I think that, you know, there wasn't any overcast or anything like that this year. It was, you know, full sun as you would expect in Phoenix. But I think that that's, you know, gonna play a role in the carnage. And specifically on the women's side, there were a lot of ladies who came in with, you know, wanting to put up marks, you know, that were gonna get them on the team, you know, thinking it was gonna take 140, 145 plus. And if you go out at that and maybe your fitness doesn't match that on this day, it's real easy to, you know, see what we just saw there. And you're seeing it, I don't want to just single out the ladies, you're seeing it a lot on the men's side as well. I think the men just maybe weren't all as open as like, oh, I'm going to go for a 24-hour team qualifier. Like someone were like, oh, I want a fast 100. Well, either way, when you go out and you kind of shoot your shot, if your fitness isn't there on the day, you pay like a pretty steep price where, you know, we're in a place where we could see some real carnage with, you know, people starting to slow or starting to show the pain and the fatigue, you know, 10 hours in. 14 hours is a long time, right?
Yeah. One of the things that I do to break up the race in my head is I connect it to like tractable to a certain extent, like distances I know and understand. So like right about now, last year I was thinking, well, this is one Javelina 100 left.
I love that your distances are, oh, this is one Javelina 100 left.
It's like, well, it's like I already did that. I know I can do that, so I've just got to run for that long again.
And it's, again, we do see like the carnage, and then we see Bob Hearn come by our broadcast booth, and just he looks almost the exact same as he looked on the first few laps when he was, doing a walk jog from the beginning, right? And like he has his strategy, he has his splits that he believes will get him to a certain point, and he's looking as good as anyone, if not better, right now. Obviously, that doesn't mean he'll pass everyone because he is, further back, but he's probably going to pass a lot of people in this race when, it hits, 14 hours, 16 hours, it's midnight, it's 2 a.m., like, you just want to sleep, it's cold. It's easy to just say, okay, this is my mark and I'm done, right? And just seeing Bob, run by there, he was looking pretty good still.
Yep. Do we have some more questions in the chat?
Run steep, get high in the chat. Don't know who that person is. Nick, should Aravaipa move Desert Solstice 2023 out of December due to the Worlds being early that month?
I don't think there's a reason to. And the reason I say that, well, first of all, then it's not on the solstice or near it. But the bigger thing is that happens a number of years, and someone who's going to Worlds is not going to also try to run Desert Solstice because it's a month before or after. Instead, what often happens in the years that overlap with a World Championship is you don't get the World team at Desert Solstice, but it almost opens up a new area for other applicants. A lot of times, dedicated 100-milers, we tend to have better 100-mile performances when less of the spots are taken up by 24-hour specialists. And a lot of times we deliberately recruit people that would be interested in doing 100 on a track but not a 24 in those years. So someone either who has shown like 50-mile speed, who I just reach out because I'm like, hey, do you want to try this? And sometimes they're like, sure, I guess I'll give it a go. And you get like David Laney would be one from last year that would fit in that bucket. And you get some trail runners who have maybe run some fast trails or even like road marathon experience. And a lot of people are interested in seeing how fast they can run 100 miles. And there are a few places better than this race to do that. So you get someone to come out and smash like a 12-something or 13-something.
I love it. I think that makes a lot of sense. And hopefully whoever is behind that account was still listening for your answer there. And then we've got, this is an interesting question. Thoughts on Sorokin's 24-hour record, and do you think he will ever come to Desert Solstice?
I don't think he'd come here. I don't think he'd be opposed to it, but I think there are a lot better races. Like, the travel is a big chunk. Like, we don't get too many internationals. We get a few. But, like, usually someone, like, that's competitive in a situation like that, you're going to have the European 24-hour championships. You have a lot of specialized races. Not exactly like this in terms of the competitiveness, but some of those do exist. There's, like, the Centurion 100. There's a handful of other races. And, like, there's nothing worse than flying halfway around the world to try to run a 24-hour. I know because I've done it for the World Championships before, and like the further it is, the more you feel like you're at a disadvantage. You're getting jet lagged. It's like a lot of logistics. Like the logistics, I think, are underrated until you've done it and you realize, like, I have to go somewhere with a different language, and I have to worry about like renting a car or finding public transport or something. It complicates so many things that you want to worry about the race, not about the travel.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. Obviously, we'd love to have him.
Oh, absolutely.
Here at Solstice, but I don't know why. I mean, Phoenix is a great place this time of year. You know? Maybe that's the reason.
There's a number of international runners that come to across the years over and over again. Martina Hausmann is perhaps my favorite, and she loves coming from Germany, and she stays for like weeks around the race because she loves like the saguaro cactus forests and just getting out and hiking, and so that does have an appeal.
Yeah, most definitely. And like you said, we do have a few international athletes here on the women's side. We've got Amanda Nelson and Victoria Brown from Canada, and then Allison Allen is from Barbados. So few international ladies. I'm not sure on the men's side if there are any international runners. I think that is it in the entire field. So, you know, you're right. I mean, that's basically, Canada's. You're still in North America, right? And then Barbados, so you're not getting a ton of like real international runners. I think that, like you said, there are some real logistical issues, but hey, if Sorokin ever wants to come, we'd be happy to have him here. We would talk about him on this live stream, and he'd probably run something stupid fast because that's what you do here at Desert Solstice, and that's what he does all the time. Oh, this is a good question. Any thoughts about having a Desert Solstice style race for the average ultra runners? So like a non-invite track fixed time event, I guess, because we already kind of have that with our Nardini series and ATY in terms of like a fixed time offering, but nothing on the track.
So we have talked about that almost every year since the start of this race. This Desert Solstice actually started as that. I don't know how familiar the story of the creation of Desert Solstice is, so I'll tell it, which is in 2010, I ran the North Coast 24-hour national championships, and through a quirk of the old rules, made it onto the national team. Meaning, like, they used to give automatic spots to the top 3 at the national championships, and I just barely got third and barely squeaked past the standard by like a mile. And so I got a spot on the team that was guaranteed, and I couldn't get bumped because it was below the rest of the slots on the team. And I think there were at least 6 people that had more than that, but I had they used to give it to the 3, so I had that spot. No one could take it away. And so Jamil was like, well, I want to go to, wherever it was that year. And there weren't any good qualifiers before the end. So we invented this race called Desert Solstice and held it at Nardini Manor so that Jamil could try to run a qualifying 24-hour distance. And then he got injured or didn't train and didn't even run it. But at the race, we had Tatsunori Suzuki from Japan and Joe Grant of not track runner but hard rock mountain runner. Joe Grant decided to run this thing, and Joe had this huge lead, and then suddenly we realized through the night this Japanese runner was making time on him, and he was closing the gap, and then Joe realized it and he started pushing, and they started racing through the night. And for a 24-hour, which you don't normally, especially 10 years ago, think of as being an exciting thing, it was a nail biter, and it came down to the last couple miles at the end. And we're this is incredible. We want to encourage this kind of competitive 24-hour in a spectator-friendly way where you can just watch the whole thing unfold. And so the next year, we moved it to the track. We made it invite only. We wanted to make it an event that attracted the best in the world, encouraged, our national team, but anyone that wanted to go after national teams, go after records. There were a few races we had read about from the 1970s that were these invite only. There was one called the Tipton 100 in England that was a 100-mile with a 16-hour cutoff. And there were 6 runners that went under 13 hours. And we're that's what we want this event to become. And so, yeah, that was the start. It wasn't ever, it was just an open, if you go look at the first year results, it's a bunch of locals that ran it. But then it became and evolved into this. But we've always wanted to bring an every man, every person, every woman track style event. And just logistically, we haven't gotten around to it, I guess. We looked at, could we do it with Desert Solstice? You do it the day before or after. But a high school has classes, has soccer games on Friday night. And so it having 2 of them just gets a little tough. And then doing it another time of year, you get into the heat. Actually, there was supposed to be, I saw there was some guy that was trying to build an indoor track in Scottsdale. And immediately I contacted him, it hasn't happened. It didn't get built. But I'm that's where we're going to do the every person track meet, because it would be 6 days in the dome. and you could do it any time of the year. Especially like the summer would be great here if you had something indoor cooled when there's not a lot of other long events. Like you talked, I think, earlier about Huff a Hamster, which is just miserable. So one day we'd like to do it, but I think we're already doing other events like across the years now, like Jackpot, the Nardini series. So that's kind of filled it, but it's not the same as a track. So one day I think we'd like to. I have heard of other track events that end up like, because I also think it would become popular and you'd have 150 people on the track. And I've heard of races that had that, and somehow people still run really far distances. John Giesler told me he ran 157 miles. It was his PR, and he thinks he ran so much more than that because he was weaving the whole time in like lane 3.
Yeah, I mean, I can only imagine like how much added distance you are. Similar to 6 Days in the Dome in a lot of ways, right? Like they have a lot of runners on a small track, so you do end up probably running, quite a bit extra. But yeah, I mean, I think that would be a cool addition to our suite of events, right? We'll have to see if we can, add it into, the plan in the future, Chris Warden in the chat bringing up, you're, as we speak of, racing in 24-hour events, you had a nail biter in 2018.
Oh yeah, that was an
Greg?
intense race. We were going for the next spot on the national team, which turned out to be the critical one. He got the last spot, and I got bumped. But I started chasing him from like 2 hours out, and I think it was like 3 miles behind him. And when I got within, I think, a mile or so of him, he just started matching every move. Every time I put a surge in, he would put in the same surge, and we ended up 800 meters apart. And he would look across the track and see me catching him and try to push further, and I still ended up roping him in, but I ended about 100, I think it was like 120 meters short of where he was by the end, and it was brutal for both of us. Like to have to sprint, I guess I know from multiple races here, to have to sprint at the end of a 24-hour is absolutely brutal. That one turned out not in my favor, chasing, but then I got to reverse that with Ryan Montgomery 2 years ago, and I had the advantage, and he was trying to catch me, and I held him off.
It's incredible, especially on like a short course, like a track, right, where you can look and find them wherever they are. It makes it so much or so interesting. Shout out to Shelby Farrell in the chat for I know Sharon right before that let us know as well, but Shelby was the first one that I noticed for letting us know someone was in front of our camera. Appreciate you all. The Stinger in Georgia is awesome. That is actually a really good race. I didn't know as much about it when I lived in Atlanta, and I wish I had, because it seems like a cool event. Jacob Moss ran 159 miles there this year. It's pretty impressive because I think it's a pretty big participated race.
Yeah,
well.
I was thinking because the cutoff for the national team is July next year, 2023. And so, like, every runner that's either on the team and worried about getting bumped or trying to make it on the team is looking and saying, what's the single best race, because you only got so many attempts at 24 hours, to try to get on the team, and especially, like, what are the last-minute races so that you can bump someone and then not get bumped yourself.
Yep.
And 6 Days in the Dome, I believe it's being held again. I know for a while it was uncertain if it'd continue, but assuming that's still being held next year, that'll be prime time for making the team. There's D3 that Bill over in our timing tent puts on. That's another race that's had a number of qualifiers. There's a handful leading up to that too. So it'll be interesting to follow especially those two races and see what kind of performances end up coming out. Probably a lot from here that don't get what they were wanting will go to one of those two races.
And we're getting some ideas on how to make Desert Solstice even better, Nick.
Okay.
Age group, master's age qualifying standards.
So
like to encourage more high-level masters athletes who maybe couldn't hit, I guess, the A or B standard? That is from, let me see, Rob in the chat. Master's Age qualifying marks.
Yeah, the qualifying philosophy of this race is interesting, especially because I've been probably the main person to develop it over the years, and it's definitely one that not everyone will agree with. And part of that is like not every race can be everything to everyone, and so like Desert Solstice, I wanted to make opinionated about what it exists to do, and ultimately this one is about breaking records, especially overall records, and qualifying for the national team, which doesn't have any age groups. And so it's not to say that age group isn't welcome, but part of it is, even as we've talked about, like you stay competitive at the 24-hour distance for a lot longer than you do at other ages. And so one of the discussion points is, are all like age group records equal here? And one of the challenges is at some point you start slowing down the track. And that was one of the other big things here. Like we could add more athletes, but the goal isn't to add as many athletes as possible or even to provide every single athlete with an opportunity here. The primary focus is we want the best performances. And at some point you start overcrowding the track, people start getting in the way, colliding, all of that. We stop being able to provide as tailored of services in the crew area, in the aid station, everywhere else. And so there's some semi-arbitrary line that we try to balance to make sure that the primary goals are the primary goals. And so like that does mean not everyone gets to run here, but the other thing we've seen is a lot of times athletes are right around that border and they maybe don't quite make it, or they make it in at the last minute because of a drop, but then they come back even better the next time. And so it also does encourage, we think, people to reach higher and higher, and like not just to settle for some level, but see just how far they can push.
And a comment I missed in the chat from Arlen Glick, the legend himself. He said, Nick, your statement about taking breaks is the beginning of the end was spot on. Love it. So huge shout out to Arlen for tuning in. And there was another suggestion here about Desert Solstice. I can't find the specific comment, so I don't know who it was from, but golden ticket qualifying races for Desert Solstice. That's actually kind of interesting. It would encourage cross collaboration amongst event organizers, right? Which is, in my opinion, super healthy for the sport, right? Especially in the fixed time space. I think that in order for the fixed time space to grow within the sport, it needs that in a lot of ways. So that's it. Obviously, it has its logistical hurdles, probably. But like that is something that is kind of interesting as well.
Well, and because one of the interesting aspects of a golden ticket or similar is it aggregates competition, which is one thing that is difficult in a lot of ultra races. Like 24 hours, take out Desert Solstice and make one or two other races, and everyone's doing a solo event that's trying to qualify for a national team. You know, it's Harvey Lewis at some random event getting a qualifier, or it's Olivier at some other event trying to get one, or it's Marissa, running by herself basically. And you would be encouraging people to go there. It's national championship would be the other one that attracts quite a bit of competition. But you get those together and it helps you push further.
Yeah, I mean the concept is super interesting, right? The tough thing would be is like how many 24 hours can you run in a year, right? Like a couple probably.
Yeah, like competitively for most people it's at most two.
Yeah, and so it's like you're looking at running a qualifier, like a golden ticket race. We would obviously call it something different to avoid any sort of lawsuits, but you would have that premier qualifying race that then gets you into another 24-hour race. It seems like it'd be tough, right?
Yeah.
Because that's interesting.
Yeah, and you could think, like, would you do a shorter distance to qualify?
What about like a 12-hour?
But the interesting thing also about qualifying and like a lot of the applications and trying to connect who's actually successful in the race and actually succeeds at 24 hours, the best predictor of a good 24-hour is a good 24-hour.
Yep.
And on a track especially. Like people who have trail experience, it doesn't translate. People who are even good at 100 miles does not translate to 24 hours. You look at Zach Bitter, and he's tried 24 hours continuously. And, him and I have talked to no end about it, and he still hasn't nailed one.
Shelby Farrell in the chat is wanting to run Desert Solstice one day. Said she's thinking possibly Hennepin next year as her opportunity. Good course, good flat course, good Midwestern people who put the race on. So that's an Henri Mule event. So shout out to them, based out of Crystal Lake, Illinois. I do believe the race is in Wisconsin. The race is maybe in Illinois as well, but I know that the Henri Mule folks are based out of Illinois, but they host a lot of races in kind of that Great Lakes area: Illinois, Michigan, Wisconsin, I believe. That'd be a good one, Shelby.
Yeah, and we do accept a lot of runners with 100 miles as their qualifier, but as we've talked about, and especially looking at these charts, like, it's easy to come in with a solid 100 time and fade by the time you hit the 24-hour. So if you're not only trying to qualify, but when you come here, like, obviously we want everyone to succeed, and it's very difficult. The best thing you can do, both to have a higher chance of being accepted, but also, more importantly, when you're here, succeed, is go run some 24 hours.
What about an ATY? Could you get a qualifier at across the years?
You can, and we have had people. ATY especially...
Probably not, maybe not super conducive?
Well, here's what I'll say about it, because I've had a lot of people ask about that, and there have been decent numbers put up there. I think there's a couple... Was it Jenny Hoffman, I think, put up a pretty solid number a couple years ago. It gets really cold there. Like, the temperature swing here is nothing compared to ATY.
Yep.
And so when you slow down, it's twice as bad there, because it's just so frigid, and it's like it's totally exposed, and it's a little bit out of town. And so, like, if you were trying to qualify there, you'd want to really, really focus on running whatever it takes early on, meaning slow enough and conservative enough and taking care of yourself enough that you can run really well through the night to stay warm, because there you will have to run faster than you normally would in order to regulate body heat, and you're going to have to be more careful with clothing. So, like, that will take you out with a higher % chance if you're really trying to go for a big number.
Yeah, that is a good point. It does get really cold there.
Yeah.
You could come do the last person standing event at across the years, though. That's always fun. It won't get you into this race, unfortunately, but... And there we see Amanda Nelson, who we're just seeing on the screen there. She's still looking pretty strong as well. It looks like this shot is down the backstretch, so we'll see her over near our broadcast booth momentarily. Right now, at this point, you're seeing a number of runners starting to take in some hot foods, maybe taking a walk break for a little bit to consume those hot foods. But you are still seeing a good number of runners still running fairly decently. Again, we are seeing some degradation, but it'll be interesting to see what this all looks like in 5, 6, 7, 8 hours from now.
So I'm reminded of something watching Camille run, because everyone knows her distinct stride, and especially, like, right now they're not as high, but sometimes her arms are exceptionally high up. And I've had so many people make comments like why would she do that, and like that can't possibly be good. But I will say, at the 2018 Desert Solstice, like, every time she passed me and I would be behind her for just a bit, and I watched and got to study her form, I have a theory on that actually being one of the most critical keys to her success, which is, if you watch her hips at a race like this, she has by far the lowest vertical oscillation I have ever seen in a runner, which, when you're talking about the pounding and consistency, is critical here. Like, saving energy, less like chance for things to get messed up because you're hitting them in weird ways. And so I think the arms are almost like if you're holding a balance beam, that it's like counter, like, offsetting.
Yep.
And so, like, I can't imagine what it would take to get used to that form, but clearly, because she has already, I think that might be functional in that way.
Well, yeah, and she's just done it for so long, right?
Yeah.
That is what she, like, neuromuscularly knows how to do.
Yeah.
Right? And so, like, changing it would make no sense,
Yeah.
and would be very detrimental. And I think that is one good thing to point out. While her arms might be in a moving in a unique way, the fact that she doesn't have a lot of vertical oscillation saves her a lot of energy expenditure. She's not wasting a lot of time going up and down. She's moving forward, which is really important. And even, just as we got to see her come by our broadcast booth here, she's still running 2 minutes 2:02 laps. Like, yes, she doesn't look like she's moving as fast because she was running 142s, 144s earlier today, but like, she's still moving, basically as good or better than anyone else on the track right now. And she's still smiling, which is important. She's still out there having a good time. And, I guess I shouldn't say she's having a good time, but she's still at least, enjoying the moment that she's in as best she can. And, she's still aiming for, she's still aiming for big goals in the next 90 minutes and 2 hours, So, again, it's awesome to just see her out there, like, continuing to forge forward, and, again, I don't know if 2 minute to 2:02 laps are going to be enough to get her the result that she wants, but, it's pretty impressive that, those 2 minute laps haven't gone to 2:05s and haven't gone to 2:10s, right? It's, she's kind of re-locked in at that 2 to 2:02 mark, since lap 263 basically. Yeah, since lap 263, she hasn't had a lap over 2:04. She's been between like 159 and 2:04. So that was, 60 laps ago? That's pretty remarkable. She took that break at lap 262, where she had an 8-minute lap. And then all of a sudden it's been from 2:04 to 159. It's a pretty good, healthy range with, no signs of letting up. Her last lap was 159.
Yeah, and just to put that in context, 2 minute laps is 180 miles. So she's still running.
When she's running, she's still moving very quickly.
Yeah, 170s pace on top of quite a big lead on top of that. So, she's still, like, again, she's a long ways away from tomorrow morning. But
it might be enough to get her to the 100-mile record.
Yeah, and then, knowing her, like, she may stop there. She easily could stop there. If she decides to go on, it just depends if she can gut out 12 hours, which she's probably one of the most capable. But probably not, but we'll see. I always like to root for people, even though I know most of them won't pan out.
Yeah, it's awesome to see her just kind of re-locked in there.
Yeah.
And, just doing an excellent job. I think that one thing that I did want to note is, like, if she can limit the number of times she needs to stop, I think that will ultimately be key, right? Like you said, it's those breaks that end up signaling the beginning of the end, and maybe her breaks were more planned or needed because she went out so hard, right? Like, she wanted to get the 50-mile American track record, knowing that it was going to be hard to do that and get, like, ladder all these up. And so maybe those shorter record efforts, forced her into breaks. But the fact that she's been able to rebound, I think, has been remarkable. And if she's able to, again, if she can just limit those 8-minute, 10-minute, 12-minute laps or longer, she's out there running consistently really strong laps. That's all she really needs.
So there's a question, have I ever developed a lean? I have not, and I've heard a few mild explanations about it, but from my personal observations, it seems to correlate with age. Like, I have never seen a 20-year-old get a lean, and I've seen a lot of 70-year-olds get a lean, like almost every multi-day race, and then I think it kind of spectrums in the middle there. So I don't know how the age plays in, but yeah, like, muscles give up on one side and then you just can't pull yourself up.
Yeah, it's like an interesting phenomenon, right?
Yeah, it's like, it looks very awkward and painful, and from what I've heard, I don't think it's as painful as it looks, which is probably why so many people continue to go on when they get into that state, is they're like, I feel fine otherwise, I just can't hold myself upright. Although I can't imagine it doesn't cause some other compensations.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely looks like it hurts.
Yeah.
But thankfully it apparently doesn't, which is nice. Seatown fan in the chat. Nick, how do you mentally zone in with a track race like this?
Yeah, that has evolved for me a lot over the years. Like, earlier in my career, when I was like a young whippersnapper, doing these, like, my first 24-hour was at 17 or 18. Part of it was, actually, at that point, it was like me and Jamil and our younger brother Nathan doing them together. And it was like across the years when it was at Nardini. And so it's like one of the nice things is it's very social, and you get to meet a lot of really cool people, and you get to run with a lot of people that you normally would never get to, both faster and slower than you. And you get to chit chat and make friends with everyone. So like the opposite of a mountain race where the scenery keeps you entertained, but you're like by yourself or with the two people going your pace. These races are the opposite, where they're social because of the people, which is half the reason we all love ultras anyways. And so some of it's embracing that. The more I've gotten like competitive and dialed in, I went through a number of phases. For a while, I was figuring out more and more ways to break up the race. So 2018, when I nailed Desert Solstice, I was breaking things down to like as small as like 5-minute chunks. But like I would stack laps up to get to 15-minute chunks. And then each of those 15 minutes, it took 4 of those to get to an hour. And then 4 hours gets to a turnaround. And so all I really ever had to reason about if I wasn't, like, if I was struggling to keep focus, is I only had to worry about that next 15 minutes. And don't think about anything else. And don't think about how far you have to go. And so I could play little games like that. And a lot of times I would have like something like food or drink or like something else that I would get every so often. And so I also could kind of break it up with those. And so those were some of the mental games I've played before. But more recently, I've actually just started to find ways to enjoy the running itself enough that I don't do that anymore. Where like a lot of what I do, like I've heard other runners talk about gratitude before, and I think I resonate with that more and more, where if I find myself struggling to focus, I kind of just like take a deep breath, almost go to some version of a Zen place and like look around, see like the other people, like remember I love all these people and I love these events and I love the ultra running community. Like I'm here, have the ability to go run and experience this and like push myself even though it sucks sometimes, and sometimes you're on top of the world with it. And then just like be grateful for the whole experience. And remember, like, it is fun to run. It's fun to like ambulate. Like you kind of get that runner's high where it's a cool thing to be able to cover so much distance on foot. And so all that together, I just stop worrying about playing the mental games and just try to enjoy it and like live in the moment, I guess you could say.
And shout out to Patrick in the chat. He's running his first marathon tomorrow. So, good luck. Enjoy the act of running during your marathon, right? Sounds like it's in North Florida, so shout out to Patrick there. Strive to do better. What lap is the leader on right now? And it looks like Camille has just ticked over lap 325, so she is on her 326th lap, which puts her less than 20 miles away from the 100-mile mark.
So looking back, Shelby also asked what I think the best 100-mile races for Desert Solstice qualifying are. It's hard to argue with doing 100 miles on a track if that sounds interesting or exciting, or you just want to maximize chances, because it shows that you know how to run a long distance on a track. Also, you're more likely to run a faster time. And while like when looking at the list of people, we do try to holistically look at the entire resume of the runner. a faster time does tend to look better. So if you've got a Rocky Raccoon, but then someone else has a 100-mile track race that's 30 minutes faster, and the 30 minutes is easily explainable by a trail being slower, I'm still thinking, like, this person has more experience of the relentlessness of this track, and also they did run actually faster. And so, like, I would lean on the side of a track race or, like, a looped road race more than a trail, and you're more likely to also run a faster qualifier in the process. Yeah, when are the lightsabers coming out?
Yeah, I mean that's a good question. Maybe we'll see if we can get an answer from Connor Holt as to whether he brought the lightsabers with him for Camille to celebrate. You know, if she gets, say she runs something like a 12:38 or something like that, I want to see the lightsaber on the final lap. Or maybe a victory lap with the lightsaber, right? Like everyone's over there making sure the stopwatches are all right. They've got everything dialed. I just want a victory lap with the lightsaber. One of the more iconic moments in Javelina 100 history at this point is Camille running. Where did she even get the lightsaber? Like, did she get it when she came into Javelina headquarters? That's a pretty long stretch. She ran with it, like, at least from out by the Big Ten, which is probably, what, like 400, 600 meters, wielding a lightsaber as she is just absolutely crushing. Like, how cool is that?
Yeah. I do have to mention my most iconic. It was before Aravaipa put on Javelina 100, but there is an ultra runner, Paul Grimm, and he dressed up as the Grim Reaper. And there are a number of photographs of, like, one in particular of, like, a female runner looking back with this terrified look on her face as the Grim Reaper comes up with giant scythe behind her.
That's amazing.
There's another question for me about why I ran the marathon instead of the 50K. I was not chasing PRs. I definitely was not marathon. I guess I was 6 minutes off my marathon PR. It's been a while since I've run a road marathon. It sounded nicer than the 50K because it was done sooner. Also, I ran a 50K last weekend, and I'm probably running another one next weekend, so I figured break it up.
I ran a 50K last weekend, and I'm going to run one again this next weekend.
I do enjoy running, like, shorter road races. I did my first 5K in a while. It was the first cross-country race that I've ever run, meaning, like, I ran cross-country in high school, but it's, like, Arizona cross-country where you're still running a bunch of, like, sidewalks and canals. I ran it was the NXR, like, the regional Nike cross-country meet, and the community race. There were a bunch of ultra runners there because a bunch of ultra runners have kids, and so, of course, they're going to jump in the community race in the morning.
They're not missing the opportunity to throw down.
But it's the first time I've gotten to wear spikes during a 5K and, like, run across grassy. It was on a golf course. It was fun. It was different. Yes, I should be taking a nap, but I couldn't resist coming out and chatting with you all and seeing so many friends out here. I'll probably drop the mic soon and go peruse among the crews.
Yeah, anytime you want, Nick. We are obviously grateful to be in the presence of American record holder at 24 hours, Nick Curry. But anytime you want to go and shake hands and kiss babies, just tag Patrick back in. His union break is over whenever you say it's over. And it looks like Chris Warden might be joining in a little bit as well. So
excellent.
It'll be great. There was one question. I don't know how familiar with Camille's run at Spartathlon you are, but they just wanted maybe your opinion. Anyone know why she dropped at Spartathlon this year? I don't know if you have any
I don't know
news.
offhand.
People in the comments maybe got hit by a car. Wow. That seems pretty crazy. Yeah, believe she was almost hit by a car and it spooked her. Yeah, that'd probably spook me too if I was in foreign country, likely didn't speak the language, couldn't read, what it says, and was nearly hit by a car. I would probably be a little bit scared as well.
Scott Traer, was he injured or was he just not quite trained enough? I chatted with him last weekend, so I should know this. Because he had intended to run.
I had heard that it might have been the fact that he RD'd last weekend and RDs again, race directs again next weekend, but then Jamil sent me a text that said Scott might have a little injury that he's dealing with.
It was something that he knew 24 hours was a bad idea.
Yeah. Which would be all of those things.
Yeah.
But it sounds like maybe it was more of a minor injury that running 24 hours on a track is definitely going to make worse.
Yes.
Sounded like it was maybe that as opposed to anything else.
He's not, as far as I know, he's not sidelined. Like, he's still able to train,
Yep.
but now he's going to look towards, Western or whatever. I think he mentioned maybe jackpot if he feels good. Never know. He's probably one to jump in.
Hey, I mean, beautiful Henderson, Nevada. Great weather. Great venue. An absolutely incredible venue there at Cornerstone Park, Henderson, Nevada, just outside of Las Vegas.
Someone asked what happened to the Jester. I would assume that's referring to Ed Eddinghausen, the Jester, who anyone who's done any number of hundreds has seen him out there. I have an interesting story about him in this race. So Ed, phenomenal guy, has been around the sport for a long time now, and is one of the prolific 100-mile runners who will sometimes do 400s in a month or something. And he's not fast, at least that's what you would assume, because his times are not fast out there, and he's not podiuming or anything like that unless it's a very small field. But I think it was 2013, he got injured, and he had to stop running for he had to stop running 100-mile races for like a couple months or something, like longer than he had ever not run 100-mile races constantly multiple times a month. And the first one he came back, he ran like a shockingly fast time. It was like multiple hour PR for himself, and it was just under the Desert Solstice qualifier. And he's like, "Can I run the race, Nick?" I'm like, "Well, you qualified, we have room." And so we let him in, and then he came here and ran like 14 something, and we had no clue. And it turns out like he actually has the potential to be a pretty fast runner. He just never lets himself.
He just raced all the time on like dead legs. Oh man, that is hilarious.
Well, I do a 48-hour, maybe. If I never did one, I don't think I would miss it. They seem brutal. I am slightly curious what I could do, but I don't know if I will set aside time to do it because I worry how bad it will be. The way I would want to approach
venue.
it.
Be pretty nice.
That's true.
Maybe we add a 48-hour race to Desert Solstice. Could you imagine running laps for 48 hours on this track?
I do not want to run a 48-hour, even if I could do well at one. I also worry, like, the 24-hour took me so many attempts to figure out that I would need to do multiple 48s to actually nail one, and then that's a non-starter.
That sounds awful. And Camille just ran by our booth here. She was looking, she's still looking pretty strong, running 201s.
The temperature now is getting cold. I'm in a light jacket, and I'm getting close to putting on a second. I think that's the temperature.
Yeah. The number of layers you have on is the temperature. But then you've got runners out here in tank tops still.
It would be wonderful running right now.
Yeah. Yeah, because, I mean, especially after you've come, you've been running almost 11 hours at this point. You're probably just, feeling good that you're out of the heat. It's not terribly cold yet. But
No, like as long as you've either dried out or put on dry clothes, it would be. This is a really nice running temperature. Like not too cold, not too hot. It's like perfect. So I would guess what 60s maybe. I could just look it up, I suppose.
yeah.
58.
And there was a question in the chat from Shelby about Victoria Brown going for any Canadian records. So both Victoria Brown and Amanda Nelson are chasing the Canadian 24-hour record.
Yeah,
The same race here. It's 148 and change. Amanda went out really aggressively. She's still moving, like not anywhere near pace, but she's about to come past our broadcast booth right now. She still looks like she's moving okay. Not looking terrible by any means, so it'll be interesting to see. She's got a 141 and change PR, so it'll be interesting to see if she's able to continue moving forward or if she has to like take big breaks or stop. I think that opens the door for Victoria to catch her, but I don't know if either of them. I don't know if they're going to have a 149, 150 in their belt today.
yeah, that would be my suspicion.
Yeah.
Although, to the original question, my first thought is, when is Victoria not going after a record? I think every time I've been in a race with her, she's told me about the numerous records she's going after. So I would certainly assume she's going after a number.
Yep. Yeah, well, and that's the other thing is we don't know we don't know the Canadian age group records out there and things like that they might be chasing. So
Yeah. Do I have interest in East Coast 100-milers? I would say yes, but there's so many hundreds on the West Coast that are awesome that I also haven't done yet, and I seem to still do many of the same ones that I don't know if I would make it out for one or not.
yeah, I mean there are a number of really good East Coast races. As someone who lived, not in the Northeast like New Hampshire, I lived in Atlanta, Georgia. There's just a lot of really good trail running out on the East Coast, all up and down the coast. So
Yeah, I did Grindstone back in 2012.
yep.
And that's the one major 100 I'd done out there. And that was a cool race. It was a night start, which is interesting.
The trails out there are just different, right? And so it gives you just like a whole different experience.
I will say, I do not like East Coast trails because I'm not good at them. Because, like, leaves exist.
Yep.
And then you can't see what you're stepping on, and I don't know how to do. I just
Ankles
don't know how to.
basically don't exist anymore either.
Yeah, I like Phoenix trails because they're hard for everyone else, and I know exactly how to run them. So, let's see, some more questions. Spartathlon, yes, I'm interested. I think I could do quite well at that race. I don't know if I will end up doing it, because, again, there's lots of races I would love to do, and only so many I can do. And I also seem to repeat some races, because I like to do races a couple times so I can figure them out and then go improve on them, which is always a tough balance with doing new things.
And then Feed the Cat. This is a big one, so I'll pitch this to you, Nick. USATF seems to have given up on hosting the 100-mile trail champs at Brazos Bend. I don't know if that is true at all, so I want to preference that. They're suggesting, could Aravaipa take trail champs at across the years? My question to you would be, if Aravaipa were to host the Trail 100-mile championships, which race would you want to see it at?
So, yeah, I'm curious with I don't know the requirements for the trail championships, if it's just as long as it's on dirt.
Yeah.
I mean, Javelina is clearly our premier race, although the tough thing is it already is like overpacked with an enormous wait list, and it's already a golden ticket race and all that, so I don't know that you'd pick it only because of that. USATF style races tend to be on faster courses unless they're mountain races. So, yeah, I don't know what race. Like Coldwater would potentially be an option because it's
That's the one that I would say.
Yeah, like it could be spectated. 20-mile loops is conducive for.
Well, it's like Javelina, but it's way different.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That would be
it possibly.
That would be if I'm thinking about, like our suite of races, Coldwater would be the one that would stick out to me for that. It's not necessarily a super, super flat, fast race, but it is the trail champs, right? Like, so it's a little bit different, but it's also not like a super mountain type race either.
Yeah. So I will make a general higher level comment, not about USATF specifically, but generally about these types of like national world championships. And we have looked into them a number of times, and I'll share some insider like things that make us not shy away from
This
it.
is
But
like inside baseball right here.
Yeah. This is like what Jamil and I talk about when we consider should we apply for any number of championships. Like we've considered applying for the World 24-hour before until we looked at what it involves. And the challenge is most of these races and organizations and labels require the race to do everything. And so you basically are almost guaranteed to lose a lot of money, and you're doing it for the good of the sport because you care. Because you've got to put up like prize money, or you have to provide like housing and lodging and like extra stipulations all over the place that makes it like a big headache for organizers. And no one knows about that except the organizers and then like the organizing group that's putting all these requirements, because they want it to be a good event and have standards, but they don't really have much to provide, and there's not that much money. It's growing in the ultra running sport, but it's still not there, especially these style races. So like here, like we actually do the same thing. Like all the prize money is like out of our pockets. Like even if we paid zero prize money, this event costs us money. Like we charge an entry fee, and that definitely doesn't cover what it takes to put this on. And so this is one of the ways we give back to the sport in the competitive aspect, and it gives us more control so that we don't have to worry about someone else changing their mind. We can shape it the way we want. And so that's why we've done this instead of others. I think we will continue to consider USATF and other championships in the future. But like Worlds, I think is even at a different level. Like you basically get the name the World 24-Hour Championship, which means nothing to anyone else. No one's coming, like besides some crews. And like that's one of the reasons why the 24-hour Worlds went from every year to every other year, and even then it seems about half the time it gets canceled is because the country that was trying to organize it just can't make the numbers work by the end, and they can't put it on.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we're always open to the conversations, but I think that national championships need to continue to evolve in all aspects, right? And so especially as the sport grows in trail and ultra running, I think that in trail and ultra running, national championships should be more important. And I think that, between race organizers and USATF, they got to find a way to make it more suitable for it to be that, right? Because there are a lot of challenges, like you said. And so, but yeah, I mean, I think that we'd be open to entertaining any ideas that have the right balance of making sense for everyone, right? USATF, Aravaipa, and the sport of trail and ultra running. But what do I know? I'm just a guy, Nick. I'm just a guy who talks into a microphone here.
Should I grab Chris?
Yeah, and so I think we're going to swap out commentators. The legend himself, Chris Warden, not Andy Jones-Wilkins, is going to hop on. We're going to say goodbye to American record holder at 24 hours 1 year ago, Mr. Nick Curry.
Yeah, it's
thank
a nice
you.
reunion. Good to be back here.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Not out there.
Probably having a much better time, feeling quite a bit better this year than you were maybe at this time last year. Although
I felt pretty good last year.
Only 11 hours in, you can't feel too bad.
No, it was great then.
Thank you so much, Nick.
Yeah, thanks, Matt.
for anyone tuning in here, we are at Central High School here in downtown Phoenix. It's starting to get a bit cold outside. The stadium lights are on, but the beautiful light of the sun is gone. We're graced with the presence of these stadium lights to let us see these runners. But yeah, huge shout out for Nick for joining us. It was great having him on, and we're just taking a quick peek at our leaderboards here. Pacer Travel. Do you know how many runners Black Canyon is letting in this year? I'm not sure on the distance breakdown exactly, but I do know that we have slots still available with the 100K and 60K being on separate days this year. It does allow us a little bit more room to let runners in. So. Circling back, it looks like at 10 hours and 52 minutes, Camille is at 83 miles, 0.51, 83 and a half miles here. So again, she is running, her last few laps have been 1:59 to 2 minutes, so she's starting to ratchet it down slightly. She is going to need 16 and a half miles in just under 2 hours, it looks like. So she is going to need to pick it up a little bit here. But she has been moving pretty strongly over these last few laps, and the last few hours even. There you see Victoria Brown coming through there. She is starting to move her way up the field. Victoria's been cranking out about 230 to 235 laps as of late. There you see Bob Hearn, nice and steady. have Olivier LeBlanc and Camille Heron coming through. That is, Camille is your overall leader. Olivier is 23 laps back. He is running smooth. He's cranking out 204s to 206 laps right now. And Camille has dropped it down to about 159s for her last few laps. So she's still trying to make a pretty strong push for that that 100-mile world record. We will see if that is still in play. It's looking like she's going to need a pretty stellar effort these last couple of hours in order to get that 100-mile world record. Here we have Jordan Camastro, the Tucson native. He's having a pretty strong race up to this point. He is closing in on 68 miles. 272 laps. There you see Jan Springer, Micah Morgan coming through there. Looks like Jacob Jackson just came through there as well. He is starting to slow a little bit here, running in the 220-ish range currently. Early in the day, he was running between 2 minutes and 2:05, but he has been pretty consistent as of late in that 220-ish range. So maybe he's able to kind of stabilize there a little bit. And Brendan O'Hara asked, does everyone typically run on the inside of the track? And there are actually kind of guidelines for lane usage here at Desert Solstice. And so You are instructed, if you're running, to run on the inside of lane 1. If you're passing, pass on the outside of lane 1, or if you are double passing, you pass on the inside of lane 2, and then the outside of lane 2 is designated as kind of the slow or walking lane. So, you know, as long as you're running, stay to the inside of lane 1 and allow runners who are passing to go around you. That way there's no confusion. If you're walking, try to get to the outside of lane 2. It's kind of the general guidance here at Desert Solstice. You see Mandy Holmes coming through. There's Camille Herron once again. Again, she's not giving up on this this 100-mile record and this 12-hour endeavor by any means. She's trying to ratchet things down once again, get herself back within striking distance here, as she is closing in on 85 miles now. She is still hanging out right around 2-minute lap pace over the last few laps here. We are starting to see the layers coming out here at Desert Solstice. You're seeing the jackets coming on. There are a few brave tank wearers still, but it is getting a little it's getting a little cold out there. This lap split will put Camille at the 85-mile mark. So she has about an hour and 37 minutes-ish to run 15 miles here. And the next kind of milestone for Camille will be the 12-hour track mark, which the 12-hour track mark is at, looks like 92.66 miles. Is what she will be looking for. Which would be about 7.5 miles in the next 56 minutes, so about 8 miles in the next hour. And a good question on the track: in which Aravaipa Ultras is heat less of a factor? I mean, it really just depends. It doesn't get as hot at a race like Desert Solstice or at Across the Years, right? You are always going to deal kind of with sun exposure, but I think our winter races just don't get as hot, obviously. And then depending on the event distance, if you're going into the night, it can get, the discrepancy can be quite a bit. It can get pretty cold. Yeah, and it sounds like a lot of love for Across the Years, and then McDowell Mountain Frenzy in December and Coldwater in January. Usually not too hot. Another good one, Cave Creek Thriller, which is next weekend, is another good one. It's a point-to-point 50K, which is pretty unique. Follows the Maricopa Trail, which is pretty awesome. Is a pretty awesome trail, so weather for that also pretty nice. Really, just this time of year is good. We are less than an hour away from our next direction change. Again, runners here will be switching directions on the track every 4 hours. You see Jeff Browning coming by your camera feed right now. Still moving forward. As he came by our broadcast booth, he was not looking super strong. As Nick said, it did look like he was starting to tighten up a little. He's back out running, which is the important thing, but again, as it starts to get cold, we'll see how many of these runners are continuing to want to suffer through the night here. And I believe, just hear Jeff Browning say he's just trying to get to 100 right now. So I think he may have changed his goals to 100 miles here, but again, you get to see him on the screen moments ago, still moving forward. It does look like Amanda Nelson has repassed Marissa Lysak. See Jake Jackson coming through. And Jake was followed closely by Matthew Urbanski there. We got a lot of East Coasters tuning in right now. Shout out to everyone from the East Coast, as I'm joined by the great Christopher Warden here.
East Coast, they're approaching bedtime, aren't they?
Well, I mean, depends. Depends where they're from. I mean, we've got someone from St. Augustine. They might just be uncorking a bottle of wine right now.
This is true.
You know?
This is true. Wondering what the temps are like there. Hopefully they are feeling a little bit warmer than we are right now.
It's kind of cold here.
Yeah.
It's a bit cold.
It's funny how that works in the desert. Like, we take for granted that it's supposed to be warm here, but that that dry air, when it cools off in a hurry.
We did have Camille just come by our broadcast booth here. She looked like she was running pretty strong, but try and get lap split here when it loads.
She seems like she's on a recovery clip. That is...
It's just a matter of whether she has enough time left to get there, right?
I agree. Yeah, I think that that she's going to make it at least interesting.
I mean, that
and
was a
close.
157 lap as well, so a little bit faster than she's been running. The 12-hour mark might be close. That one could be close. It looks like that's going to be about 6 miles in about 44, 45 minutes.
That seems very doable. At
Something
this point.
like that. The 100-mile seems harder. You know, because she's got 13 and a half miles to run in an hour and 25 minutes. You know, I would never count Camille out, but that does seem like that could be a bit of a challenge.
Absolutely. I don't know. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see. It's in play, but it's not something I would bet on at this point. But it also wouldn't be a shock to see her do it. The one thing that we do know about Camille is that when it does get close, she will turn on the jets to the best of her ability. We saw that last year at Jackpot. Some of those miles that she approached the 100-mile mark were among her fastest of the entire race. I know, and one of the cool things about this race is having all of the people that are on the track side, and we're going to try and get a few of these people on as well. Obviously, we had Stephanie flipping on a little bit ago. I talked to you about getting somebody on. They're one of the coaches for one of the runners is still working through some difficulties with his runners. So once they get to a better spot, perhaps we'll be able to get that coach on. Also, we're hoping to have Pam Smith on for some time a little bit later. But again, Pam is actually doing some work out here. She is seemingly crewing half the people here.
Yeah, I'm sure she's crewing everyone.
Yeah, well,
You know, at this
I mean,
point.
as an official with the 24-hour national team, these are people that are going to be,
Yeah.
you know, she wants to see the best out of all of these runners. Obviously, we all do, but in her case, it actually affects, you know, what she's doing, you know, with regard to the 24-hour national team.
We just got to see Pete Kostelnick come by the broadcast booth here. He's still looking, you know, really strong, having a really good run here.
Yeah, and as I mentioned before, I like seeing Pete have a strong run because it's been a couple years since he's put up a big number at Desert Solstice. I mean, he always comes in and drops 100 miles. That's kind of a foregone conclusion with him. He's a strong runner all around, but he hasn't put up a big number here on the track at Central High School since probably about 2017 or so. So to see him moving very well and seemingly in good spirits is a very positive sign. As Camille is basically about a half marathon away from hitting the 100-mile mark.
Yep, that is correct.
So if we're just kind of eyeballing it, we're talking at 11:20, 12:40. So she'd have to run about a 1:20 half marathon, give or take. That's really tall timber right there.
Yep, that seems tough. Like I said, less than 6 miles for the 12-hour, so that could be in play.
Yeah, that's definitely more likely at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think that she's still gonna have to push for that, right?
Yeah.
I don't think it's out of the question by
No,
any means, right?
absolutely
But
not.
I think she's still gonna have to work for that one. But
Yeah.
it seems like the 100-mile record might be out of reach at this point.
Even still, I mean, it's going to be it's going to be close, and it's still going to be one of the best results of all time.
Yep.
That's something to look at here. I mean, we look at, and we have to be very careful, and I have to be more careful talking about these, potential, I'm not saying near miss, but potential, coming close to the records. Say that she ends up coming in at, 12:45, 12:50. That's still going to be one of the best results in history.
Well, I guess my question would be I wonder, will they continue going on after 12 hours if they feel it's out of reach?
That's a good point. That is one thing. And perhaps I'll sneak off to talk to Connor about that and see if I can get confirmation as to whether or not she would continue. Now, in the case of most runners, they probably, if they're at the 95, 96 mile mark, they'd probably continue on for the other, 3 or 4 miles. But Camille's not most runners. It's, for her, this is her livelihood. And if she's working through some things to even get to the 12-hour mark, then perhaps it would be, it would behoove her to not, as we're potentially seeing.
Yeah, we are just, it looks like we may have athletes heading over to drop, but we'll wait until we get confirmation on that before we bring that to you. But in order to get to the timing tent to officially
call it a day,
you've got to walk right past our broadcast booth. So,
so
apologies
apologies
if we get distracted here as we're trying to keep our eyes out for everyone. So
we try and give everybody, exactly what we're seeing and as much information as possible. But sometimes there are moments where we're processing things, literally as we're sitting on camera. So if we stop and our eyes trail from left to right on your radio dial, as it were, it's because we're seeing something that we're kind of trying to gather more information on. And it's good to see Jeff Browning up and running again.
Yeah, he was not in great spirits
No.
a little bit ago. Did not. Because we are pretty close to the track, I can overhear conversations from time to time. And when asked how he was doing, he said, "I've been better."
I'll tell you what. I mean, it's kind of become a hushed joke at this point about Jeff being on the track, because this is not his forte. It's not his normal, proving ground. And so he's definitely working through some different experiences. And for what it's worth, it's been fascinating to follow because it is not exactly where he normally is. Was that a confirmation that we got?
I don't know. I don't know what that signal was, but it would appear
There's no more ankle bracelet.
it would appear so. So it sounds like Kaylee Demersion's day is gonna be done.
She had been working through some
She'd
struggles.
been working through some struggles that were getting to, potentially physical compensation, right?
Yeah.
In terms of just favoring one side or the other. But she'd gone to a dark place and like a tough place, right?
Yeah.
And was willing to keep going. She's tough. But for 12 and a half more hours, that's a tall order for someone who's 26 years old.
Has a great future ahead of her.
Has a great future ahead of her, and yeah, I mean, as someone who's, known Kaylee a
That's
little
right,
bit
from your,
from
403
my
days?
time from 404
Oh, 404, sorry.
in
Uh-oh.
Atlanta. She's an incredibly talented runner, and she's incredibly tough, and just obviously, I think anyone who knows Kaylee is super proud that she was even out there with the intention of going for the full 24 hours, right? To even have the fortitude or the gumption or the bravery to toe the starting line, I think says a lot for, whether it be Kaylee, who's still young and flourishing, or about to become, continue flourishing in their career, or whether it be Jeff Browning, who's getting very far outside their comfort zone, or whether
Yeah.
it be anyone in the race, right? To toe the track knowing that you're going to have to go through some really dark moments to go 24 full hours here, I think is just really commendable. So,
Well, you know, talking about, you know, people who know this race, Micah Morgan and Victoria Brown, you know, walking up, you know, both of them have had podium finishes here, and Victoria Brown, you know, setting records, and Micah as somebody who's finished in the top 3 at Badwater. These are veterans at this kind of format, this kind of race, this kind of competition. Speaking to that competition, the qualifying standards for this race are sky high. You don't get into this race by accident, and that's part of the reward, is that unlike a race like Across the Years or 6 Days at the Dome or Triple D or something like that, like this is a qualifier based environment. So if you're looking to try and set, you know, a record, this is the place to do it. You've got relatively good conditions, you know, being Phoenix in the winter. You know, we can, you know, joke and complain about how cold it is, but it definitely serves these runners pretty well to be here this time of year. If they're going to throw for 24 hours, then this is the place to do it, and these are the conditions to do it.
and as we see Olivier LeBlanc and Jeff Browning coming past here.
And we're going to do our best to try and I'm going to see if I can get Rob set up with a gimbal here so we can potentially have him carry a camera for us a little bit more easily. So looks like he's on it. Of course, Rob Martin, one of our very valued and loyal members of the live stream team when it comes to filming on location. He has helped us out at Coconona, helped us out at Javelina, and now we got him into downtown Phoenix and the
Well, and even
the
before
Flatland.
that, his first live stream experience with us, Black Canyon. And the reason was because he had hiked the trail before.
Okay.
And so he felt he had a familiarity with the trail and wanted to help out. So shout out to Rob. He's always meant to hit me up for coffee anytime he's in Flagstaff, and still to this day hasn't done so. So
I know for a fact he'll be up in Flagstaff later this month, so you definitely have
yeah,
to.
so he's either blowing me off or he hasn't been to Flagstaff. One of the two, right?
Well, I do know that he has family up there that he's going
Yep.
up to visit, and you know, that have that are getting their education up there at the fine academic institution that is known for some very fast runners.
The Dynasty,
Yes.
the Northern Arizona University.
Brendan with a good question in the chat, asking whether there's an aid station or just crew tents. There's both. Every runner has a designated crew space. They share, basically, they've got 10 by 10 pop-ups lining the track, and so they're able to set up, and they share the space with another runner, but also there is a full-blown... Okay. All right, we're getting a heads up from... You want to come out and share that real quick, Connor?
No, I heard it all. I've got it in here. So I'll relay the message from the great Connor Holt, Camille's husband and coach. It sounds like he's predicting that she's going to be a few minutes off of the 12-hour world record. But sounds like she is going to smash the 40 to 44-year-old track record for 12 hour. And
Yeah,
he predicted by about 7 Ks, which is, you know, over 4 miles.
Yeah, and he was pretty emphatic about that, too.
He was.
For those of you that might have overheard.
He used some adjectives
Colloquial
to describe.
language?
Yeah, exactly. And he was very emphatic that he thinks that age group record is as signed, sealed, and delivered as it can get until you're there, right?
Yes.
But he does seem to think that she would need to be cranking about 145 laps in order to get the 12-hour overall record, open record. Doesn't seem to think that's in the cards currently, which also makes me think that, again, that 100-mile record is probably quite a bit out of reach.
Yeah. Shout out to Ornery Mule Racing for the Super Chat donation. Of course, Ornery Mule Racing, owned and operated by Michelle Hartwig.
Based out of Crystal Lake, Illinois.
Absolutely.
Fox Valley in the house.
And
shout out to Michelle.
You know, obviously, I am a huge fan. I ran my first 100-mile as one of their events, Hennepin. And frankly, when you talk about the qualifying standards for this race being so high, that's a place where you could potentially qualify because it is a very flat, very fast
Shelby
100.
Farrell had said that she wants to run Desert Solstice, wants to qualify. She's considering Hennepin. And I went on, obviously, a big rant about how Omri Mule is great because they're based out of Illinois. They put
They're
on races
Midwestern.
up there in kind of the Illinois and the kind of the rest of the lakes region there. So, yeah, shout out to them. Thanks for tuning in. We
Of course,
appreciate
Michelle
you.
is actually registered for Crown King, I believe.
Oh, I
Coming back
love it.
out to hang out with us in a completely different mindset.
I love it.
Sarah,
That's the one thing is we don't have Illinois, as you very well know, doesn't have anything quite like Crown King.
No, absolutely not. I mean, Chestnut Mountain repeats maybe, up in the upper northwest corner of the state, but that's about it. Sarah Newberry in the chat donating to a coffee fund or a bourbon fund for
I
Matt
think it's
and Chris.
a coffee fund for me and a bourbon fund probably for Chris.
I'm actually not a bourbon guy.
Really?
Yeah, I'm a coffee guy if given the choice of the two. Of course, there is a franchise coffee shop in our view right across the street, and I know that if I get a moment a little bit later, I'll be hitting over there for that second or third, actually to be the fourth coffee cup of the day.
No free ads, but they are open 24 hours, which is the nice thing.
Yeah, we're just throwing that out there for what it's worth. There just happens to be a franchise coffee shop 24 hours, open 24 hours right across the street from us, and we can see their drive-through from here. So, yes.
And here we go. We've got Taggart Van Etten in the chat. Did somebody say Illinois? Taggart, one,
you should be here.
Good luck at Houston, obviously.
Yes, for sure.
Great
run at CIM.
Regardless of whether you get the standard or don't get the standard, I think next year you should come back to the trails, to ultra running, at the Hennepin 100, by our good friends based out of Crystal Lake, Illinois.
Ornery Mule Racing.
At Ornery Mule Racing. So I'm just trying to make the stars align here, Tag.
And he can run that race and use it to qualify for Desert Solstice and come join us out here in December. We've got it all figured out.
See? I'm just planning Taggart's life as a good elder alumni would do, Tag.
That's right. The two of you do share some stomping grounds when it comes to your education and running, for sure.
But shout out to Taggart. He's been in the chat off and on throughout the day. Obviously, anytime someone from Illinois is in the chat, I get super stoked. So
absolutely, and again, shout out to Taggart for having a great CIM race last weekend.
Yeah, no, most definitely.
221
and change.
And
I mean this without I want Taggart to know I'm not joking when I say this at all. It's been really awesome to see how far you come from your run in LA, which about a year ago, which I know that wasn't the performance you were looking for, and to have stuck with it and continued grinding and continued working to come back at CIM, a year-ish later and have, such a great performance is awesome, man. So I'm proud of you.
Agreed.
Obviously, I want you back on the trails. I want you back out at Aravaipa races, but I mean that, I'm proud of you for, a big race at CIM last weekend.
It's been a great follow to tag along with his stories on Twitter and kind of follow his development and his efforts to chase down that Olympic qualifier. So, I mean, when we say that, great race, we mean it. It's, I know that Taggart does like to joke a lot online, quite a bit, but we're being, completely honest. And I know for a fact that, I wholeheartedly think that Houston is going to be a very special place for him. So we'll see how that goes.
And we've got someone in the chat, Marlon Weekly. Think Illinois is flat. Check out Crimea River 100 in Peoria. I've spent plenty of time in Peoria. Detweiler Park in Peoria, host of the Illinois High School State Cross Country Championships.
Well, of course, then you've been there.
Where I had a little bit of success at, thankfully. I'm not super familiar with Crimea River 100 aside from knowing the race exists and that it's in Peoria. Like, I've known that, but I'd love to know more about where it's at in Peoria and what the course is like. Because I always love learning more about Midwestern races.
I've never lived in Peoria. Or I've never been to Peoria.
Oh my gosh.
That's honestly so. Growing up in, born and raised in Rockford, I actually, it's kind of weird that I've never been to Peoria because I actually went to school at Western Illinois for about 3-4 weeks, months maybe, and then I also. Spent a lot of time, just actually played chess in high school, and we had tournaments all over the state, but never once been to Peoria.
Peoria has a minor league hockey team there, the Peoria Rivermen. I think they still exist, so shout out to the great city.
I think it's a city.
Peoria, home of Caterpillar.
Yeah.
Is also headquartered there in Bradley University, the Braves. It's in the hills above Detweiler. That makes sense. I've not explored a ton of those trails, but I have seen them, and it would make sense that it's a pretty cool 100-miler out there. There was a question in the chat. How is Camille looking at the 12-hour record? Based on what Connor was telling us when he walked by, it sounds like he believes she's going to be a few minutes off the open record, but is going to smash the 40 to 44-year-old track record. He thinks it'll be by about 7 kilometers, which is 4.5 miles.
That's a huge number for to break a national record for the 12-hour. That's got to be like knocking off a huge chunk of the previous number. So. I mean, and the fact that Camille seems to be unlocking something as a Masters runner, is also just great to see. It shows that, those runners that maybe turned to the ultra scene later than they would have preferred, you can still come into this space and do great things even into your late 30s, early 40s, and beyond. Bob Hearn, I think. Ran his first 100-miler at like 46, and he's out here gunning for a national team spot and a world record.
Yeah, I mean, his just strategy and analytical thinking has been incredible. So,
somebody was asking if Chad Lassiter could catch Olivier. They went to head to head at Old Dominion, and Chad won. We're still so
it's
early.
Possible.
Absolutely.
All it takes is one person to stop for a long stretch or period, right? And all of a sudden it is a different game. But with that being said,
Chad is only 4.5 miles back, and we're only at we're 12 hours in, not even 12 hours in.
Yeah, he's having a really strong race. He's run really smart as well, so he's been able to collect a lot of the carnage that maybe went out ahead of him,
It's that good karma for letting them use his crew space for that gummy snake.
Yeah, most definitely.
That's exactly what it is.
And so I think with that being said, I'm going to tap out of commentary here. We've got a squad
we do
in place here, so we'll see if Patrick or AJW wants to hop on. But I am going to tap out for the evening.
Get some rest.
That means that Chris Warden is now in charge of the commentary.
Oh boy.
So
hashtag Aravaipa after dark.
Yeah, it's starting, I suppose. So if anything goes wrong, I blame Chris. And
well, it's usually accurate.
Chris is going to do a great job. Couldn't leave it in better hands. And I look forward to kind of tuning in from the other side of the screen and
Isn't it
Yeah.
great to actually have a live stream where you're actually able to leave and go and get some rest?
Yeah, it is.
I mean,
We
because
should do that more often,
yes,
probably.
because folks don't realize that when there's a live stream on, it's because Matt is making sure that it's on. So this is the first time in a long time where you're actually able to leave the site and get some rest.
Yeah.
Because even if you're getting some rest, it's because you're on the floor sleeping over there or something like that. So like, or in another room just kind of like crashing on a couch. This is your opportunity to get some hard-earned rest.
Well, we've assembled a great team who we all trust very much to bring the show home. So the real answer is I'm just not needed. Everyone can do it without me, and I'm happy to rest.
We will soldier on.
Thank you so much. And
Thanks, Matt.
The great AJW is back. Couldn't hand it off to anyone better.
Welcome, everybody. For those of you that are just tuning in now, we're approaching the finish of hour 12 here at Desert Solstice 2022, presented by Hoka and Aravaipa Running. My name is Chris Warden, and I'm being joined right now by one of my favorite people in the media space in this wonderful sport of ultra running, Andy Jones-Wilkins, the legend himself. AJW, welcome.
Chris, good to see you. How are you?
I'm great. This is so much fun. If you'd have told me 5 years ago that I would have a blast sitting and watching runners go around a track for 24 hours, I would have said that that was absolutely impossible. But there's something about this event, about the energy and the focus and the greatness that we witness that keeps me coming back every year, and not only coming back, but excited to be here.
Oh, my goodness. And by the way, on Matt, is he going off-site as in back to Flagstaff?
No.
Off-site? Or is he going to be around in case something really goes to hell?
He'll be I think he's coming back in the morning, so
Okay.
he'll be here to help us close things out come
Hey,
sunrise.
let's show off our matchy jerseys. I got a little grief about
That's
this,
true.
but we are the After Hours team along with Patrick, and I think we're going to be doing some great stuff here. So what's how are we doing? I had to go pick up my mom at the airport and spend a little time with her. Camille, after that, now several hours ago, after that break, is she's going to be slightly short of that 100K record, we're thinking, right?
Short of the world, yes.
The world
but
100K record.
when we're talking some age group records, she's going to be, in all likelihood, per Connor, she's going to be in great shape to come away with at least some sort of collection of 12-hour and 100-mile records in the age group and possibly of the national variety. I'm not sure about the world age group. I'd have to double check. I've got some. There's a lot of records out there.
Right. I just have to say now several hours later, that was an excellently well executed tactic on her part to get that 50 record, take a lay down, reset, and within 2 laps, back on her game.
Yeah, I was actually
And,
surprised.
Yeah, I wasn't. I was thinking in that 4 to 5 minute stretch, it might be game over, but
Well,
obviously it's not.
Usually at a race of this nature, and especially at Desert Solstice specifically, when we see somebody take a time out to the point where they're actually, in Camille's case, she was lying down on a table.
Oh,
and-
absolutely.
And bundled up in a blanket and a comforter. Like, that's usually a sign that things are really not going well. But when she did that after 50 miles, she still got up and went out and broke
Yes.
the 100K record.
Yep.
She knew what kind of cushion she had. And judging from my conversations with Connor, it wasn't the ideal situation for her to do it, but they had built that in. And Connor's a master of helping to micromanage the minutes when it comes to racing. I mean, Connor was telling me about how he had worked with String Bean McConaughey at Cocodona, and he was able to tell me down to the minute when String Bean, he's going to be down for 8 minutes, then he's going to be back up.
Mhm.
And by golly, that's what String Bean did. So Connor is meticulous in terms of following numbers and making sure that everything fits the way that they want them to go.
Well, and I think it's interesting to note, too, that many of us who've been around the sport for a long time, we often equate laying down on a cot with my day is over, or the day has certainly gone in a direction that wasn't ideal.
Yeah.
And to see Camille reboot, reset, get up off that cot, and get after it again was like, it was a little bit eye-opening for me.
Yeah.
At the same time, we have people, metronomic Bob Hearn just went by again, sticking to their game plan, sticking to their strategy. So what we're seeing unfold, with just a few runners out of the race at this point, is people having a plan, executing that plan. And I mean, gosh, here we are into the night. It's cooling down. The ice bandanas are off.
Yeah, Bob, it's funny to watch. Like if you've ever seen a racecraft for Bob, his run walk mix is down to the step because it looks like a jagged staircase all the way up, and it's by design. When you see Bob walking, it's for a reason. It's because it's by design, because if he doesn't feel like he's like where he's at, he might actually come off the track for a few minutes to try and like iron it out. But that means that things have gone way haywire because he's so strong and capable of sticking to a plan. It's pretty amazing to watch. And there are other runners, like we just saw Marissa Lizak go by. Marissa Lizak is excellent at keeping things going for a very long time.
Yeah.
And every year that she's here, she's put up big numbers. I believe that this is her 4th Desert Solstice, and I don't think that she's come away with like less than 135, 140 at any given year. So.
Right. And I would say, with the possible exception of Jake, she's the one runner out here and Pete.
Yeah, I was going to say.
That looks exactly like they did at 8 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, and Pete is, somebody who is put up a big number here. He's put up 165 plus at Solstice. Jordan Kamaster, who just went by, has done 135, 140 here as well. He's another guy, local talent runner who came up from Tucson and has put some. I believe that his PR for the 100 mile is somewhere in the 15:30 range, and so it could be interesting to see him. And I spoke with him beforehand. One of the things he said that he was shooting for 140 plus, possibly 150, and I said, any designs on the 100 mile? He doesn't care.
Yeah,
like he's got his eyes firmly fixed on the 24-hour.
Well, and as an outsider looking in, he's as old school as they come with nutrition. He's grabbing coffee and quesadillas and croissants and who knows, burgers and whatever else they have down there.
Yeah, Jordan is actually a really fun runner to watch.
It is really fun to watch, and you never know, he's going to be coming by some lap and throwing something down. So that's good. As the night folds too, if there's folks on the chat, it's cooling down here. You can see we've got our puffy coats on.
Yeah.
This is still not a wisp of wind. I mean, if you cannot ask for better running conditions right now. We see some jackets coming out, some long sleeves, some, but man, these folks have it. If they're in the grand scheme of things, the design of this race was to set it up for records. This is set up for records. How's the Canadian women's showdown going?
Let's take a quick look. I know that Amanda Nelson was out to a substantial lead.
Oh, is Victoria out of the race? Or?
Oh, she was. That's very recent then. Oh. Well, that's
okay.
Unfortunate, and that's very recent that Victoria Brown has decided to call it a day.
I love Mike Melton's bedside manner. Done. Yeah, not DNF, not reviews to continue. Done. Okay, well that is pretty new. So now it's a race of one.
It's a race against time in that case.
In that Canadian.
Of course, Amanda Nelson going after the Canadian 24-hour mark, which I believe is 238 kilometers.
We're thinking it was at 238 kilometers. Yep.
What's
so
that?
Probably on time. Someone translate that to miles.
148 miles. So Amanda has some work to do if she's going to try and get there as we approach the 12-hour mark. It's not out of the realm of possibility. She's going to have to probably, just eyeballing it, looking at about 65, 66 miles from this point forward over the final 12 hours and change, as we are just shy of the 12-hour mark.
Yeah, I'd say she's on the bubble.
Yeah,
I'd say she's on the bubble.
I'm really curious to see what decision Jeff Browning makes as the miles tick away, is I have a feeling that he's going to just get to 100 and call it a day. he's not having fun out here. He's moving well. It's not that
Right.
he's not enjoying himself because he's moving poorly. He's moving fine. But this is just not his realm, not his forte at all.
Yeah, I think that'll be an interesting mental challenge for Jeff. I mean, Jeff loves his mental challenges, and he certainly doesn't have anything to prove to us or the ultra running world or even to himself. And even early on, he was kind of looking around like, what am I doing here? But you never know. I mean, one thing could lead to another, and he could just be like, let's just keep going. But I would give it a better than 50% chance that he gets to 100 and calls it good. He could still get a full night's sleep and
I was
live to
standing
fight another day.
next to Nick Curry on the infield here, next to the track, and he and I are standing there talking, and Jeff comes running up, and they just exchange a glance, and they didn't have to say a word. Jeff had this look on his face, and Nick just burst into laughter. Like he knew exactly where Jeff's head was at that particular moment.
Right.
And it was kind of a crazy thing to see. So
Well, and it's only going to get cooler.
yes,
The nutrition needs are only going to get greater. And, the 2023 is right around the corner.
yeah,
So,
yeah, and
regardless, incredible to see Jeff come off his year on the trails and the big mountains and come out here to a flat and fast track and do what he's done. I mean,
absolutely, he's
yeah.
stepping outside of his comfort
Yep,
zone, which is
exactly.
something that a lot of us probably should try and do every so often.
That's right. That's right. And good to see, and those of us in our mid-50s, like myself, we don't often do it.
Yeah.
And so to see that happen, it's fantastic. Switching directions at any point. Excellent question, Crosby. Every 4 hours. So the next one will be in 7 minutes, correct?
Yeah, we will have.
We'll hit the 12-hour mark, and they will switch back to clockwise, which is something that I can imagine feels pretty good on the hips and the knees and the joints. And there is Jeff, a little walking break. I will say he's looking a little gingerly. He's moving gingerly, more so than we're used to seeing Jeff Browning move.
I'm hoping to see a substantial number of runners continue on past the 100-mile mark this year. It always keeps the energy going a little bit longer, a little bit higher into the wee hours, because let's face it, when there's only 5 or 6 people on the track at 4 in the morning, it's hard for us to be as interesting and charming as possible. Because
I have to just seeing Marissa go by again. Man, she looks consistent. I mean, she has a very recognizable gait at this point, almost 12 hours in. But
yeah,
man, she looks the same as she did. She looks like probably not having any issues with her feet or her quads or her hamstrings, certainly her stomach. She's moving along, and
she's very hard to beat on this course. Like she is.
Yeah.
Marissa Lizak has put down some really big numbers in the past, and it'll be interesting. I don't remember. I believe her PR here is 151, but
Jake, on the other hand, who I coined a Pat Reagan lookalike a little bit earlier today, is looking a little bit less like Pat Reagan at the moment. Still moving along, but chipping away as opposed to gliding away.
So yeah, Marissa Lizak last year did 140.18.
Nice.
The prior year did 142.64, and in 2019 did 148.08.
So seems like 140 to 150 is her sweet spot.
Yeah.
And you want to do the quick math and see what kind of. I mean, she's obviously on a faster pace than that right now.
Yeah.
One would think that that's in range.
She is. Yeah, I think that it's definitely in range. I mean, she's past 82 miles at this point. She'll be, with 4 minutes left, she'll probably be at about 83 and a half, give or take, when
When they
we
make
turn
the switch,
direction. So I think that it's very reasonable to see that she actually hits a PR on this course, at least a Desert Solstice PR.
Interesting that second and third place race is actually a pretty good.
Yeah,
close
she's
race
actually.
on the,
I mean,
look at
she is
that.
currently third among women.
But closing
Yeah.
on Amanda, who has been in second.
Oh, Camille just actually is now in uncharted territory, setting the U.S. 40 to 44 12-hour mark with actually she's currently, was that the prior record right there, 88? Okay.
Oh, well,
Okay, so she's at 91.46 at this point. So yeah, congratulations, Camille Herron, for picking up another U.S. age group record. So, we talk about the fact that she's not going to set the world record, and maybe that might be disappointing to some, but she's still racked up 3 U.S. age group records, to this point, and there might be more still in the books for her yet to come. So it's a pretty amazing thing to see.
yeah, and what a world that we live in these days. That let's just project out a 13, 20, 100 miler for Camille. Ho hum, 13, 20, 100 miler.
Well, that's what we were saying is that, the idea that if she doesn't hit 12:41, it's not like it's a complete, disaster of a day. Say she comes in 12:50, 12:55. That's still one of the greatest performances of all time.
Yep, just great stuff. Especially with that.
Yeah, Matt, she did do 100. Marissa Lysak did do 151.89 at 6 days in the Dome this year. But talking about her Desert Solstice results, the one thing about this is that if she's got a shot to become the first, I believe, 4-time winner of Desert Solstice 24-hour. Okay. We will. We've actually got multiple 12-hour records that are going to be hit here. Are we able to expand upon those? All right. Oh, sure. We're touching base with our race director, Julie Harrow, so we can get confirmation on some records that are being set. So the Canadian 12-hour record has been eclipsed by Amanda Nelson. The 50 to 54 track 12-hour by Stella Springer, and the 40 to 44 track 12-hour record, American records in these latter two have been eclipsed by Stella Springer and Camille Herron, respectively. I kind of butchered that. We'll go over it here in just a moment, but we want to give Julie her clipboard back so she can continue to RD so effectively.
Wow.
One of the things about this, I mean,
another year of the woman here at Desert Solstice.
Yeah,
How about
so
that?
We've got
impressed with Stella sneaking in there.
Yeah, Stella had a great race last year. Okay, so the record was previously 76.62 for the 50 to 54 12-hour, and Stella is at 78 and counting.
There she is right there. We're getting the exact split right now as the flags went down. That is impressive. If you are seeing the live stream, you probably are. You saw those two gentlemen running along with those two 12-hour record holders. Now they're flipping, but they're marking them exactly with those pin flags. Not sure if you can see that, but that's actually pretty cool to see in real time.
And Stella was the second place female last year behind Marissa Lysak here at Desert Solstice. She actually, our top 3 women from last year are all back here. Marissa Lysak, Stella Springer, and Mandy Holmes. So, they know the drill here. There's, that's one of the cool things also about this race is that you get a lot of, repeat visitors here to the Valley to run in Desert Solstice. Micah Morgan was here the first year I was doing coverage with Jamil. Matt and Jeff Urbanski are no strangers to this race. Bob Hearn has been here 4 or 5 times. Olivier LeBlanc has been here. So Jake Jackson has been here at least 3 or 4 times, and even when he's not running it, he's usually here hanging out.
Right.
Pete Kostelnick has been here several years, so it's great to have a lot of these runners, and it also makes covering the race so much easier because you get to know and be familiar with them. First of all, getting to know the runners and trying to like follow them and being able to identify them on site takes a little bit of time. Granted, we have 24 hours to do that.
Right, and they go by every 2.5 minutes.
For
so.
sure, but the nature of covering these races has changed because runners understand that we're here to tell the story and that
Right.
we're here to give people a reason to care and to cheer about them. So they've opened up a lot over the last few years, in my experience.
I love the dynamic, by the way. Sorry to interrupt, Chris,
no
but
problem.
as they go around the cone and make their switch back, there's a little like high five, chat to one another, like a little chance to be like, okay, we're halfway home. And there's always something about feeling like you're on the downhill. You're on the downhill side, even if you're just a couple yards onto the downhill side. It's nice to see one of our race photographers, Howie, getting pictures of the folks making that turn too. It's neat to see, as I've said all day, the camaraderie of the race here.
And we'll see if we can slap a leaderboard on there so we can give people an idea of where everybody stands at this moment. I don't know if we've got the...
Yeah, Stella's not going anywhere. You know, if I were a couple kilometers behind Stella, I wouldn't be looking over my shoulder.
Yeah, I mean,
she's moving well.
Several runners have put up big numbers to this point. Those that are still remaining in the race, pretty much everybody has hit 70 miles or greater at this point. The only person short of that at this point is Micah Morgan. For those runners that are still participating,
where's Bob?
Bob is currently at 75.06.
You know that guy is thinking 150.
Oh, absolutely.
And I mean, if he's at 75.5 at 12 hours, it's in the bag.
Yeah, he approaches a race like this.
Right? I mean, it's like he's got a half a mile buffer.
Yeah.
There he is right there.
And because for those that have not seen Bob today too much, he was walking laps as early as 4 hours into the race.
Oh,
and
yeah,
it wasn't because he was tired. It was because that's what he was doing to rest up and save himself for the second half of this race. Thank you very much, Blaine, for bringing up that leaderboard here on the on the screen.
That's great.
You're able to see Olivier LeBlanc, Jake Jackson, and Pat Hasler are 1, 2, 3. Here at Desert Solstice on the men's side. We'll have the women's
Here
list.
we go.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Camille Herron, Amanda Nelson, Marissa Lysak, Stella Springer, not too far back at all. Allison Allen, I believe a first-timer here at Desert Solstice. Mandy Holmes, and I believe those are the only... Oh, Michael Morgan as well. Even though Michael Morgan is below Victoria Brown in total mileage covered, Victoria has... from my understanding, called it a day here. So that's a beautiful shot of the track. I love
it.
That.
Really is. It really is.
I love the view here at Central High School here in Phoenix, Arizona. And frankly, if you want to watch the end of this race, you've still got time coming from, I don't know, anywhere about 600 miles away.
You could make the trip down.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
We'll
we'd love to have you here. The
Davis,
coffee is hot.
Looks like Stella got her groove back. Absolutely. She's got a groove going here. So she obviously to this point has a 50 to 54 track 12-hour American record and has plenty of miles yet to come from the looks of things. One of the amazing things about this race also following Desert Solstice is everybody in the field that makes it to 100 miles, like even the quote back end of the field is still covering that distance in 17 hours.
Yes. I mean, just looking at the qualifying times, right? 16:10 for the men, 17:30 for the women. It's like, home,
Yeah, you have to be an amazing runner even to get into this field, let alone, compete. So,
see, there's Bob going by. And by the way, on the Bob Hearn walking, it's not like a stroll in the park like you and I.
It's very
you know.
deliberate. It's a
You know,
very
he's
deliberate move.
it's a very deliberate move. It might be resting his running muscles, but it's not like a full blown rest.
Correct.
You know, it's
Yes.
it's all part of the dynamic of the way Bob's running this race, and it's I gotta say it's just fun to see. Back on Browning, you know, he's still plugging along. I think what's his mileage is? Has he hit 80 yet?
I believe
he might be counting down at this point, but
Jeff Browning is just short of 80 at
just
this
short
point.
of 80. So I mean, he might be thinking, yeah, you know, I could be back in my hotel and watch the late news, but we'll see. We'll see. I wouldn't put anything past him, and Lord knows if his crew's listening to this live stream, they're probably telling him AJW thinks you're going to drop.
Well, this is, you know, again, this is definitely outside of what we expect
Yeah,
to see him in.
yeah.
You know, I'm used to seeing him on a very rugged terrain and, you know, out in front in that regard. But, you know, hats off to him for trying something completely different.
Absolutely.
And
Not just trying. I mean, certainly he's in all likelihood going to have his 100-mile PR today.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, when you're, you know, your normal 100-miler is something like Mogollon Monster or Hard Rock,
Right.
it's
Well,
definitely
it reminds me of Dakota at Javelina this year, right? We realized, well, his 100-mile PR is 20 hours.
yeah, it was an 8.5-mile PR, I believe. So it's definitely a different environment.
Yeah. Yeah.
One of the things that I've been following very loosely is that a couple of guys that I have no familiarity with, or at least very limited familiarity with, Pat Hasler and Chad Lassiter. I know that Chad has some experience, but they're both, you know, in the top 4 for the men's side, and you know, tracking very well. And if they're gonna, they definitely have a shot at hitting a big number, like in the 150 range, as long as they're able to keep going. Obviously, it's still so early.
And Chad's a 50-year-old. You know,
Yeah.
if Olivier, you know, falters at all,
Yeah,
that you know, Chad. Every time I see him, he's, you know, plugging right along. He
yeah. This is.
doesn't look to be in any sort of anguish.
I think we're going to see multiple national team slots claimed, or at least temporarily, between now and the end of the race. I think that with the qualifying season ending in June, you know, this is not the last shot, but it's the best shot for a lot of these runners, for sure.
So what
because
can you? I don't know. Speaking of lack of familiarity, tell me a little bit about Jeffrey Adams, out here from what looks like central or upstate New York.
I don't know much about him. I know that he's from the Buffalo area.
That's what I thought.
And-
So with 6 feet of snow, he must
Yeah.
be loving it out here.
So I guess he's a trail 100-miler. I spoke with, I believe it's his wife or partner, and she told me that she was actually a little bit unsure of sharing too much info about his goals and his targets, because this was his first time in this environment. He's never done a fixed time 24-hour like this before.
So he must have qualified with maybe a trail, a flat and fast trail,
Yeah, it sounds
100 or one of the bike path hundreds or something like
yeah,
that.
he's done some backyard style stuff, and he's, you know, done plenty of 100-mile trail races. I know that he was shooting for a spot at the national team, and the number that they shared was 145. I don't know if 145 will get you on the team.
No,
at this
but it
point.
sounds like they might have been sandbagging.
Well, you know, he's looking pretty
I mean,
good.
he's looking pretty good right now.
I know
but-
they said that he's hit, you know, 140 plus in a backyard style. So
Okay.
he's got some
Yeah.
experience being out there for a while. So we'll see. Obviously, that, you know, that's a different pacing strategy entirely, but we'll see what he's got out here. He seems to be moving pretty
So
well.
it is interesting. The way there's a little bit of a group there in that. I mean, we know about that kind of top 4 or 5 with Camille and Olivier and Amanda and Marissa and Jake, but in that next 5, there's a lot of kind of intrigue. So,
Yeah. One of the
And when you get to that second 12 hours, anything can happen.
absolutely,
Yeah.
I've seen runners. Well, Nick Curry being the most notable example. like moving his way up from the bottom half to the podium. You know, he's done that multiple years at this race.
Yeah,
where
yeah.
At the 11-hour, 12-hour mark, you're wondering if everything's okay, but then Nick does what Nick does best, and he basically just keeps going at that same pace, whereas everybody else has leveled off. Other runners, your Bansky brothers, out here having fun with very large gummy snakes and putting up big numbers. I believe that Matthew has run Javelina before, and they both run Desert Solstice as well. Have we seen what Jimmy Strayhorn has been up to? I haven't seen him go by lately, but he's not in his crew tent, so I'm hoping that he is still doing okay. Jimmy Strayhorn, an Arizona runner who is only, I believe, 29 years old. Yeah, and he is his goal was to do I believe 16-hour
100.
and then just kind of see where it goes from there.
And you haven't seen him in a bit. There he is.
I might have just missed him. We see a lot of runners go across. Actually, I believe I see him now over on the other side. He switched outfits. He was wearing something black, and I believe he's wearing something white or light gray now.
Well, for Browning fans out there, it looks like he's moving well
Yeah,
again.
Andy, excellent point. Marissa and Micah were second and third at Spartathlon this year, so Marissa's had a heck of a year. She's actually had a heck of several years. Like, she's been running very strong, and Micah is, an excellent runner as well. Having podiumed at Badwater, podiumed here in the past. So, and obviously Spartathlon is a very prestigious race.
Absolutely. So. And Aaron, good call. Looks like Stella got her groove back. Absolutely. Yeah, those of you want to jump into the chat here at Aravaipa After Hours, ask Chris anything you want to know.
Well, you can ask. I don't know. You can ask anything you want, but
have
I don't
we
know
switched
if I'll be able to
streams?
answer
Are
most
we
of
still
it.
on stream 1? I think
We're on stream 2.
We're on stream 2. Okay.
Yes,
that's what I thought.
And as a bonus, you can ask Andy Jones Wilkins about any sort of P.D. Pablo music, and he will share,
probably not know much. Don't quiz me on pop culture this time of night.
I heard Matt and Patrick bring it up when we had the P.D. Pablo reference at Javelina. It was a funny moment. Camille moving really well.
Really well.
Her most recent splits, I'm going to pull those up really quick on my laptop and see what we're looking at here.
Peter Belgium
running sub 2.
Where is Skirka? He did step off the track.
Skirka called it a day fairly early on,
right
after about 50 miles.
Right about 50 miles.
He had some blister issues very early. I don't know if they were what ended his day entirely. Do you remember, Patrick, what caused Andrew Skirka to decide to just call it at 50?
Yeah, he addressed the blisters and then didn't really solve them entirely.
Oh.
He started just to feel like
it's unfortunate because he was moving really well. I mean, still a 6-hour, 40-minute 50K or 50 mile is still a pretty good run, for most people. So
he came in with the intention to run fast. So once it was
yeah.
So a couple questions on the trats. Sarah Newberry, my next stream needs to be from a PD Pablo concert. I think those concerts probably start after my bedtime, so I could just watch them on live stream when Chris goes. Yes, Troy Blackman, your boy Peter Strickland is doing awesome, really pacing it well, and I think is going to be in this thing till the end. And the beer of choice for this evening, well, I mean, come on. It's a Sierra Nevada, and I just have to decide which one. But thank you for those questions. It's going to be a fun evening here. We're going to, bounce around. Patrick's here for the whole duration. Chris is here. Matt has left us unchaperoned, which is
Yeah.
always fun. And
Just
so,
asking
I
for
mean,
trouble.
yeah, anything could happen. But I think if anybody, speaking of concert tickets, if anybody has Taylor Swift tickets, I'll take them off your hands.
I mean, who can afford to in this economy?
Right, exactly. I mean, it's either romaine lettuce or Taylor Swift tickets.
Oh my goodness. So I had an experience this evening going to try and get a sandwich at a local fast food establishment, and yeah, no lettuce. I had
No lettuce.
Apparently, I missed out on the great lettuce shortage of 2022.
Exactly. Hold the pickles, hold the lettuce. Wait.
Hey, Victoria, you okay?
Hey, Victoria.
Do you have time to come and talk for a few minutes? You want to? Okay.
No, you do it.
Okay, sure. We're going to be joined by one of our runners. I met her last year at Desert Solstice. I got to see her in action at Jackpot as well. I'm being joined by one of the most interesting, fascinating characters in this space that I've met over the past few years. This is Victoria Brown. Victoria, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
First of all, I want to say, I'm sorry that your day came to a close. You had very high goals for today.
Yeah.
You were in search of a Canadian national record for the 24-hour,
Yeah.
which would have been about 148 miles, I believe, give or take.
Yes, it's 148, so I would have had to go a little bit higher. Plus, I would have had to beat Amanda.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
she's after that too, right?
That was one of the very interesting sidelines to this race, is that, among other things going on, we knew we had two very talented women going for the same national record, the same Canadian national record, and we were like, this is going to be interesting. And what we were hoping and kind of thinking of when we were discussing it was the thought that perhaps you two might end up just kind of pushing each other to it, because you know that you were going to be tracking each other to a
Yes.
large
Oh,
degree
yeah.
throughout the day. Can you, I guess, expand upon what perhaps happened that caused you to have to call it a day today?
First, I just want to mention that Amanda and I are very different runners. So our
Very.
styles are completely different.
We
She's-
noticed that.
Yeah,
Yes.
she's way faster than me naturally. So she has that natural speed that I don't.
Mhm.
But I can be when I'm having a good day, not like today, but I can be very consistent. So
Absolutely.
I didn't start off much faster than I had to start off. So there was some room to drop the pace a little bit. But it was relatively close, like maybe 30 seconds faster than what I was aiming for per mile. It just didn't work out. And why it didn't work out is that basically there was nothing that didn't go wrong today. I have 2 injuries to begin with that I'm struggling with, and I was feeling both of them. The first 4 hours, the hip was worse because we were going in the way that bothers my hip. It's my left hip. Then the next 4 hours was much better for my hip. But I was certainly feeling the hamstring as well. Surprisingly, even though I took really good care of my feet, I was getting blisters. So that was taking up some time, and I was struggling from the get-go. Now it might be because 3 weeks ago here in Arizona I qualified for Kona 2023, so I did an
wow.
Ironman again.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And then 6 weeks before that I did Kona.
Well, and you've had a heck of a year
I did.
on all levels. I mean,
I did.
obviously you had a record-breaking performance at Jackpot, and I believe Vermont as well. You had another great performance.
Vermont was just actually to qualify for Badwater,
Okay.
because the 24-hour races or any kind of timed races don't count towards the qualification,
Okay.
and you need 300 milers.
Mhm.
So Vermont, I came 11th. I didn't do too well, but I also didn't take it seriously. I just went into it from full training, but where I did shine was the dome.
Yes, that's right. The dome as well.
Yeah, so there I broke 3 national records: the Canadian 48, 72, and 6-day, of which the 6-day I didn't have yet at that point. And then I also broke the 72-hour world record there. So that was my best race probably. So I was very happy with that. And I was very happy with my qualification for Kona. So I did really have a great year.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
and this race just wasn't meant to be. I was like, my asthma, I started coughing after a while too. And I saw about 8 hours in that this is not going to happen. So we adjusted the goal, and I was thinking I could still hit the international A standard, which is only 137 miles. So I was still on pace. When I dropped out, I was still on pace for that. But I just, because from the get-go I was struggling physically and mentally, I just felt like there is not really any point of me struggling for another 13 hours. And then it will still be borderline if I can hit it or not. So I just decided to basically call it. But I'm actually, to be honest, even though I dropped out, to keep it together for 11 hours for the condition I was in physically and mentally, I'm quite proud of that.
Yeah, you're still, what, 70 some odd miles in
Yeah.
11 hours? That's still an amazing day. One of the things you mentioned is talking about dealing with asthma, and you have a different strategy than perhaps other people might have, and yours is very visual.
Yes.
So I was wondering if you could explain, number one, what you do, because I saw it, but
Yeah.
for those who maybe tuned in a little bit later that didn't see it, what your strategy was and how you came to realize that was the way to go.
So I'm actually quite worried that it didn't work 100% today.
Oh, okay.
Because I did start coughing, and I'm wondering how bad it would have gotten by the end of it. But basically, this is a moisture and heat exchange mask, and it keeps the air warm and moist. So when it's cold like this, it also warms up the air because I basically breathe back in what I breathe out. But during the day, even in the heat, because it's dry here,
Very dry.
makes a big difference. So, for example, in the 6-day, I wore it for the full 6 days, and I didn't have any issues whatsoever for the whole race with my asthma. So now I'm a bit worried because I thought I figured that out, and I'm worried about the cough. Like in a 24-hour, I would get through the race if I was still on pace, despite a cough. I would just take some medication for it, and that's it. But in a 6-day, if I start coughing like this on day 1, that's a big problem.
Yes.
And my 2 main races are going to be the 6-day World Championship and the 48-hour World Championship next year. So I'm quite worried about those 2.
Well, actually, that kind of leads into one of my next questions. I was going to say beyond Kona, what else do you have planned? But it sounds like you have a very stout slate set up for 2023. You've got a 48-hour and a 144-hour
Yeah.
World Championship in your sights for the year of 2023.
Yeah, and I'm still number 2 selection for the 24-hour Canadian team, behind Amanda. She's number 1 selection. So I still have that. So almost certainly I will make it to the 24-hour Worlds, even if I don't improve on it. Although I might split better in the 48-hour. I'm not doing another 24-hour before, but I might split better at that 137. That's what I'm thinking. And then so I have those 3 ultra running world championships. Then I have Kona, which is an Ironman world championship, and I'm hoping to do Badwater as well. So
Wow.
that's the race plan
Big
for next year. Yeah.
One of the fascinating things that we were noticing, comparing and contrasting you and Amanda entering this race, is that the 2 of you have kind of developed a lockdown on Canadian women
We
ultra
did.
running this year, over the past couple years, and it couldn't be more different. Like you said, you're very different runners.
Yeah.
You can see it in terms of the records that the two of you are in possession of. I mean, in your case, it's the 6-day, it's the 72, it's the 48, and in her case, it's more the 50-mile, 100K.
Yeah.
And you're meeting here at the 100 mile.
Exactly.
We were, and
Well,
obviously,
we are meeting more at the 24 hour. So
the
yeah,
24
at
hour.
the
That's right.
24.
You're right. My
so
mistake.
she's got the 100. She took the 100 mile over the
That's
summer
right,
from me.
yes.
So she has the 12 hour and the 100 miler right now, and she's aiming. So she's coming from under because
Yes.
she has the speed, right?
Yeah.
I don't think I will ever worry about the 100 mile again. Like
Mm-hmm.
I got my fame for like half a year.
Yeah.
I was the first Canadian woman to break 15 hours in the
Mm-hmm.
100 miles. So I'm perfectly happy with that. But the other record that she holds, that's a soft one. So I might at one point try that, unless, because she's faster, I know she could go much faster at the 12 hour, but she just split that in the 100 miler. So if I go for a pure 12 hour, then I could beat it. If she goes for a pure 12 hour, then she can beat mine.
Yeah.
But I'm coming from over. I'm coming from the longer distances, and we are clashing at that 24 hour. However, the fact is that 24 hour, I think, is the strongest Canadian record.
It's a very stout number.
Yeah.
148 miles is a very large number for a 24 hour.
Yeah.
So, if either you or she ends up taking that down, you can take a lot of pride in knowing that that's a
Yes.
a very stout number, and number two, and also it's kind of where the two of you are meeting. I mean, there's a possibility that she could, challenge it today. I haven't calculated out her splits or anything like that, but she's still on the course.
Yes.
And,
Yes.
unfortunately, your day did not go the way you would hope, but
Yeah.
at the same time, you've had a heck of a year.
I did.
And you've got a hell of a schedule ahead of you for 2023. Congratulations again on qualifying
Thank
for
you.
Kona, and good luck on your championships. Are we going to see you at Jackpot again this year, possibly? You're going to...
No,
Oh.
I'm just gonna focus. That's another change I want to make. So while I was running here, I pulled 2 races from my schedule for next year to just keep the important ones, because I'm even a little bit worried about the 6-day march, that it's a bit close mentally, because the 6-day is the hardest thing I've ever done mentally. It's just so hard to keep it together for that long with that little sleep.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, but I'm not gonna drop from that one. I hope, unless I get badly injured, and I hope that these injuries are gonna be gone by then. So, I just want to keep it very pure and relatively few races, and just focus.
That and with all of this, we've also got worlds, for
Yes.
the 24 hour,
Yeah.
as you're still currently a member of the Canadian national team roster,
Yeah.
given, prior performance. So, congratulations on everything you've accomplished this year, and good luck
Thank
in
you.
2023.
It was
and-
actually in the dome that I split the 132
That's
in the first
fantastic.
24 hours. That puts me a second behind Amanda for the 24-hour team.
Well, thanks for coming out to
Thank
Desert
you.
Solstice this year. Again, this is the second year in a row that you were out
Yes.
here, so
Yeah,
it
I
was great
love
to
this
see you.
race.
And actually, this is the third time I've seen you, because I saw you at Jackpot as well,
Jackpot,
as you
right.
set the record
Yeah.
there. So thanks for joining us.
Thank you
And,
very much for having me.
We'll be looking forward to following your progress in 2023.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are out here at Desert Solstice. We are about 12 and a half hours in. A couple of questions. How is Camille doing? Camille is still on the track as far as I know. She has got to be approaching that 100-mile mark. We'll take a quick peek at what I've got. 95.69 miles. So she's just under 5, or just about 4 miles away at this point from hitting that 100-mile mark. I don't know. We'll take a quick peek and see what she has been doing in her most recent laps. She's tracking at about a 156 to 156 and a half minute lap. So she's definitely moving fairly well still. She's not moving at the pace she was earlier. I mean, what she was doing for the first 50 miles to 100K was absolutely blistering, but she's still moving well. And as we've said multiple times, she's still tracking for some age group numbers that she will be potentially be setting here as her day approaches the 100-mile mark. Kevin Randolph asks if any other runners are tracking to break any other records, age group or otherwise. It's hard to tell. We've got a few. I know that Bob Hearn was trying to track to the 200K age group record. I don't know where he's at in regards to that. One of the beautiful things, as well as the complicated things about a race like Desert Solstice, is you've got 25 runners or 30 runners perhaps, and of those 25 or 30 runners, a good 15 to 20 of them are capable of tracking for any sort of age group, national record, world record at any time. It's pretty amazing because this race does tend to skew older in recent years, especially this year. We've only got a handful of runners that are under the age of 40, and some of those age group records for Masters are vulnerable with a field of this caliber. I am rejoined now by Patrick Karen. Patrick, thanks for making the voyage from the Beast Coast out here to Arizona. It's a pleasure to have you out here.
Of course. A little chilly. Got a few more layers on.
Right? You didn't come to Arizona for the weather.
About 3 hoods going right now. Oh, did I unplug something?
I wonder if my mic has been silent the whole time. I wonder if anybody's been hearing me.
I'm sure they have. I think we hear from our
asking
comments.
about Bronco Billy. Well, he's still out here on the track. He is inside of the top 10 overall at this point. He is about 82 and change miles in at this point. He's moving, and we joke about the fact that he doesn't look like he's in his comfort zone, but that's just because we're so used to seeing him elsewhere. It's not that he's having a bad day, so I want to make that abundantly clear. Like, Jeff Browning is an amazing runner, and he's having a hell of a day, and as we joked and said earlier, he's in all likelihood probably going to set a PR for the 100-mile by a significant margin.
A few hours.
Yeah, and you're talking about a guy with who's, I would assume his top, it has to be Western States from a few years ago, I would think, where he finished in the top 5. That would be my best guess on what Jeff Browning's PR is, but oh,
mine's not touching you. You go for it.
Yeah, Jeff. I mean, we're used to seeing Jeff doing, events like Hard Rock and events of that nature, whereas, this is definitely not his normal scene. So
do a backspace and then should come up. Yeah. I've been on ultra side of a bunch, so I know the tricks.
So yeah, I would say Tarawera 1618.
Okay.
Antelope Island Buffalo 1558. I mean, he's still looking at well under those marks for this year. So
yeah, let's see what he's tracking for.
But that Western States number, I guess, wouldn't be his best. It was 1732 when he placed 4th in 2017. That was a year he had a heck of a doubler with that in Hard Rock.
Mm-hmm. We got William Runner. How's Camille doing? Camille is still looking strong, keeping a pretty steady clip out there, approaching 97 miles. So we should see her finishing Right around 13 hours for the 100, and then we'll see where she goes from there. If that's the end of her day, or if she continues on.
It'll be interesting to see. If I were to gamble one way or another, I think she's probably going to call it at the 100-mile mark, because she's fought through some things to get to this point. So I think, again, I don't. Connor's usually
She didn't put any intentions out there of going further than 100.
They kind of said it's not gonna happen, but it was, they kind of left it out there. They could have just been kind of having a little bit of gamesmanship out there. That's entirely possible.
She usually calls her shot, though,
Well, the way that she was calling it, I felt like she was really genuinely talking about scooping everything in sight.
Yeah.
I mean, but at the same time, she still had a heck of a day so far. So. I mean, while we've talked at length about a couple of the interesting stories with Camille and with Jeff Browning, we've got we've an extremely stout roster. It looks like Micah Morgan has called it at the 65-mile mark. Micah has had some excellent numbers out here in the past, having finished, I believe, third back in 2018, maybe even second, but it just, unfortunately, she finished second in 2018 behind Camille, when Camille set the prior 24-hour world record of 162.92 miles. But Micah has decided to call it a day. I know from speaking with her crew that it was not shaping up to be a great day, but she was fighting through it for quite a long time. So
we can try to get her in the booth a little later on. I did see her walking around. So
absolutely.
It's not too chilly for her.
I'll swing over there in just a little bit. Maybe the next time AJW comes around, I will head up and down pit row and see if some of the people whose days have drawn to a close are interested in coming on.
It'd be great to get Kaylee
in
here.
I believe she already left.
Okay.
I saw the Hoka contingent kind of heading out en masse. So, and I believe that I saw a few people with Kaylee. But yeah, it would be nice to see if we can possibly have her come on.
This is a newer person to the sport who's kind of blazing onto the scene.
Absolutely. Great start to her career. And again, only, 26 years old?
Yep. Yeah.
That's pretty young in this sport. It's kind of like, that's your range, isn't it?
25.
25, okay. So
yeah. Well, I guess my ring.
You're in the same yearbook photo, or in the same yearbooks,
Yeah.
So.
Will we be streaming
Katie,
at ATY? That would be
That's a good question. I honestly don't know. We've tried it in the past, and it's a little bit to do a full live stream of ATY would be impossible. I did some live tweeting of the last person standing last year, and that was a lot of fun. But even that's a commitment. I would think that I have no inside information, so let me just qualify it right now. But I think it'd be kind of cool maybe if we did like a daily recap show or something like that out on the course. Like that I could see happening, but to do like a full-blown coverage of across the years would be a very Herculean task.
Commitment there.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking a 6-day race, outdoors, and as much as we complain about how cold it is right now, across the years gets down into the 20s. It's on the outskirts of Phoenix, over in Glendale, Camelback Ranch, the spring training home of the Chicago White Sox and Los Angeles Dodgers. It's a very cool venue to have a race set up. You're running in and out and through and around practice diamonds for a couple of Major League ball teams, and it's a really nice setup. But at the same time, I don't know if it plays to a live streaming. So I mean, my assumption is that we will be doing Jackpot in March if you're interested in a fixed time race of this nature. We did it last year, and now that Aravaipa actually is in charge of the race, because we were actually hired out last year by the prior race directing company. So, Jess Koski, your friends, even the runners, are mocking you for watching this. They just don't get it. You know what? I didn't get it either until I came out here for the first time. And it became something that I genuinely am happy to be out here to see and to witness. There's so much energy going on. And it does get a little bit lean 3, 4, 5 in the morning. But at the same time, it's just great to be out here and witness this. You want to jump in? You want to Thank you. The legendary AJW doing his picking it up for the team in terms of making sure that we're fully caffeinated, heading over to our franchise chain coffee shop across the street, making sure that we've got the caffeine. They are open 24 hours, so I know that yes. And I know that we will be probably heading over there at least I'll be heading over there at least one more time, maybe twice. Randy Young told her husband that there really wasn't any way to describe a race like this unless you'd done them. Yeah, I can see that. I've done fixed time races, not like this. My fixed time races are usually involved with me and my buddies kind of shuffling around and suffering, and then all of a sudden somebody says beer lap, and then we do a beer lap. And I have friends here that are laughing at what I'm saying because they know this to be true. If you've ever been out to Nardini Manor, you know that I carry a full cooler with me, and it's a genuinely casual manner. This is not a casual manner. This is runners who are very meticulous and very deliberate in their preparations and in their executions of this race. You have not seen a deliberate and meticulous execution until you have seen a Nick Curry bag of gummy bears labeled with the number of calories on it and for what lap it is for. So if his father Peter was crewing him last year, and I could see it's lap number 198, and it would be a bag of gummy bears with 7 gummy bears in it or something. So, the amount of prep and care that these runners have is second to none. Those that aren't going to the level that Nick did are still logging every calorie they take in, logging when they took some nutrition, logging how many calories it was, because they want to make sure that since they're in for the long haul that they incur any sort of caloric deficit. Stephen Crawford. Did someone say whiskey lap? No. Stephen brings these cans of gasoline to runs and encourages people to try and take sips of them. He calls it whiskey, but we all know that it's like diesel fuel. So I personally am not a fan of brown liquor. I've had my experiences and retired from it many years ago. And by golly, I tried. I really tried. He said, "This one's really good."
Nope.
Of course, Stephen was selected for Western States last weekend. Congratulations to Stephen. Getting in on 16 tickets.
16.
Just as many as I had, but he got in, and I did not, which is fine. Somebody's got to get in. And I wasn't ready anyways.
You had a friend get in with just one ticket.
Oh, it happens.
Yeah.
It absolutely
You were
happens.
shocked.
Yeah. I mean, what was cool is that we had our event, McDowell Mountain Frenzy, last weekend, and we had a watch party out there. And Scott Traer, the race director, had created these hats. One said "See you at States," and the other one said, headed to Hard Rock. And they were these cool little trucker hats. And people that were selected that were at the race, he handed these hats to them as they crossed the finish line, like of the 25K or the 50K.
That's awesome.
And in a couple cases, they didn't know. Like, some of them knew and they had found out. Like, one of them, I believe, Angela Feldman was her name, had run the 25K, but she comes across the finish line and Scott hands her this hat that says see you at States, and she just got so emotional. It was such a great moment. You know, it was one of the cool little touches to have at an Aravaipa race. As you can see, the leaderboard here for Desert Solstice, we'll pivot back to what's actually happening in front of us. We have 24 hours to fill, folks. We're going to talk about
Yes.
anything we darn
We'll
well
have some
please.
tangents.
Or otherwise, if you've got things that you want to talk about, share them in the chat, and we'll definitely consider talking about it if it's something that's interesting. Olivier LeBlanc is still the top male here at Desert Solstice. I believe he's got to be approaching mile 90.
Yeah, just surpassing it.
Just surpassed mile 90. It's 91.21. Jake Jackson is second at 85 and change. Chad Lassiter at third. Chad Lassiter and Pat Hasler have been kind of back and forth. I know that Pat was in third a little while ago, but the two of them seem locked in a battle, and they're right behind Jake as well. Jeffrey Adams only a few miles, or actually it looks like Jeffrey Adams is on the same lap as Pat Hasler, and this is his 24-hour fixed time debut. So making a splash in a highly competitive field for his 24-hour debut. So hats off to Jeffrey Adams, the upstate New York resident. All right, thanks, Connor. Looks like the expectation is that Camille is going to be hitting the 100-mile mark at about 13:01, which is, again, it's short of the expectations or hopes, but you're talking 20 minutes off of a world record
Still
for 100 miles.
Yeah, very impressive time. And I think, we pull up the all-time list here. Yeah, she's still running the second fastest, at least in North America, on the all-time list. Only behind her own.
Is that the...
It's the North American 100-mile all-time.
Okay, because what was Camille's?
12.
Oh, you're right. Okay, yeah, no. If that's the second best, and the second best by a wide margin.
Yeah.
Like, looking at the numbers, I mean, what she is potentially going to be doing today is, again, one of the best of all time. AJW is the best.
Track or road, Randy Young says. Good question. This is just I think it encompasses all. I'm looking at these stats on Ultra Running Magazine's all-time lists for North America. So they just, have them organized from 24 hours to 50K.
There's so many lists and rankings and categories to follow. It's really hard to have a handle on all of them. Perhaps we should assign out each different, you're in charge of the world records and the international stuff, and you're in charge of the age group, and it's a lot to keep track. And it's pretty amazing because you're one of the most knowledgeable people in this space anywhere, and even then, there are times where somebody asks a question and it's I don't know, I have to kind of find out on that because there's so much out there
for that.
Yes.
Yeah. And just there's been so much progression in so many of the times within the past couple of years, and so I always find myself I'm oh, I think that's the record, and then I'm oh wait, nope, in the last couple months someone ran a little faster.
Think about the progression that we've seen in the 100-mile. I mean, dear Lord, in the last several years, what we've seen in the 100-mile men's world record, in the way that it's just been completely, and in the 24-hour.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Sorokin has basically just set the world on its ear when it comes to those numbers.
Yeah, I mean, before anything past 12 hours, you could just say, oh, it's Giannis Koros. You didn't even have to think about it.
Yeah.
From 12 hours to 1,000 miles, I mean, it was him. But, now that's starting to change it up a bit.
Yeah, it's definitely a new world when it comes to those numbers. And Camila actually looks like she's picking up her gait quite a bit.
She
like
is,
she
yeah.
definitely is moving faster.
Let's see what we got for her last split. Yeah, so she's dropping in a few seconds every lap. So she's had some 151s, 153s. So she's definitely picking it up. And I think we've seen this, for the 3 other records that she's gone for today, where within the in the last half an hour or so, approaching the record, she finds another gear.
Yeah, she always does. She's definitely able to leave something in the tank for that final strong push, and she leaves it all out there too. And we know that when she is done, she will have left it all out on the course. So
It'll be great. I hope we can get her here in the booth.
oh yeah, she'll
She
definitely,
gets
once
warm
she's
and-
kind
yeah.
of composed.
Hopefully get the moving runner cam out following her in the last few steps of her.
Yeah, Rob Martin, local runner, is working with us on the live stream to help film runners as they hit the 100-mile mark. It's kind of cool. They are on the far end of the track, so we won't quite see them up front, but we'll be able to bring that approach through a handheld cam that we'll be bringing over. So
And there she is yet again.
yeah, you can definitely tell when she picks it up, because it's just her. Okay, yeah, she's tracking 153 to 155 now, whereas before she was tracking closer to 2 minutes per lap. So yeah, she smells it. She's a mile and a half out from finishing the 100 miles here at Desert Solstice. You got the right idea. So you got a nice little blanket going on there. I'm going to be having to head out to my car
Yes.
and grabbing a.
Yeah.
I did pack a sleeping bag for this.
Nice.
So I've learned my lesson.
I almost considered packing a sleeping bag in my suitcase.
I got 2, so if you need one.
Well, this came from the Airbnb, so
Oh, nice.
worked out.
How far is the Airbnb from here?
You can practically see it. Yeah, it's right on the other side of the
wonderful.
canal.
That's perfect. Well, we got to make sure that our talent is taken care of and comfortable. Good,
This
good.
is the Airbnb. That's the track light.
Oh my goodness. So we were fortunate enough to have Patrick Heron join us, coming here all the way from the Beast Coast. Probably nice to get in a little bit of warmer weather for a few days.
Got a few nice shorts runs. Have been in tights for the last probably month and a half. So.
And of course, part of that involves making sure that he is accommodated in style and in convenience, and that involves him staying basically within a 5-iron of the track. So fantastic. Yeah, Olivier is got a sizable margin over the rest of the men's field at this point. There is a bit of a Olivier just over 92 miles at this point, and then there's a really close logjam of runners from 2 through 7 on the men's side. You've got Jake Jackson at 86 and a half, Chad Lassiter at 86 and a quarter, Jeffrey Adams and Pat Hasler at 84.5. Oh, and Jeff Browning as well at 84.5. And Matthew Urbanski is only a lap behind them too, so it's very close in that regard. So we're, when handicapping a race of this distance, it's so funny. I stay away from even really looking at the overall standings as long as possible. I'll pay attention to individual lap paces because you kind of see where a runner's sitting and maybe look at it that way. But for the most part, when people ask who's winning, and it's 4 hours, 6 hours in, it's really kind of a. it seems we don't really need to know.
Yeah,
at that
it's not
point.
necessarily foretelling of what's to come.
Unless they're shooting for like a 50K record, which has happened here before. I believe that the year Camille was setting the world record in 2018 here, I believe that Christina Pham was literally specifically shooting for a 50K number. And if you saw the race, like she came spitting out of the, from the start of the race to, and looking like she was just, burning up the course. And she was, like, by comparison, but that's because she knew that her day was going to be ending far earlier than the rest because she was shooting for a national age group record, which she obtained.
Got about 3 laps left, or a little more than 3 laps left for Camille in the last mile of her 100 miles. Pretty exciting.
Yeah, and Camille, her race today was a very unique one. She took at least 2, perhaps 3 substantial breaks away from the course. She took a 10 to 11 minute break after hitting the 50-mile mark, knowing full well that she was tracking about a 10 minutes ahead of the 100K mark. Then at the 100K mark, she laid down for about 15-ish minutes perhaps, and then she came back out. And then there was one more instance where she did go and lie down a little bit and perhaps stretch out. But then when she got back out to the track, she started maintaining 8 minutes or sub 8 minute miles the rest of the way, and that's where she sits now. She's sitting in the 7:30 to 8 minute mile pace, so about a 150 to 155 lap pace out here. So yeah, Sarah, you're definitely jinxing us here. We've not had to deal with any sort of bots here, and we like it that way. And also, quick shout out and thanks to Blaine Curry and his production crew. You guys are doing the heavy lifting and keeping us on here, and all we've got to do is talk about something we love talking about. So it's actually pretty cool. So thank you very much. As you can see, the top 10 on the women's side: Camille Herron, Marissa Lysak, Amanda Nelson, Stella Springer, Mandy Holmes, and Allison Allen. I believe everybody beyond that point has called it at this point. So we're down to 6 runners on the women's side and 13 on the men's. So that is actually kind of a high, not kind of, it is a high level of attrition for the women's race. That 5 have pulled out before the 100-mile mark. So that means that really only about half the field is going to make it there on the women's side. That's unfortunate because in a lot of years there's, it just seems to roll better. Last year, out of 10 women, 8 made the 100-mile distance. So, as a basis for comparison. Unfortunately, it just wasn't to be today. So, hopefully those runners who did not have the day that they had hoped for will potentially, come back and join us in the future. In 2020, obviously things were different. We had some severe restrictions, but we went 5 for 5 in terms of women hitting the 100-mile distance. So, just that this every year is different, and this was a year where several people did not have the day that they had hoped or expected. So Marissa and Amanda are 19 seconds apart. It sounds about right. I mean, I know they're on the same lap. So last time they tracked, it looks like it was about 27 seconds apart. I mean, they're very close. And at this point, I mean, obviously nothing is determined. As we can see, race director Julie Harrow and Mike Melton and timing staff heading over to that magical 100-mile strip of tape over on the far end of the track, halfway to your Airbnb.
There's Connor on the camera and the Hoka Puffy.
Yeah, one of the cool things is like the sheer number of running dignitaries that we see here at this event.
Yeah.
I mean, everywhere you look, like we were able to have Stephanie flipping on earlier. We'll see if we can drag Pat Regan on as well. Pam Smith is here. Nick Curry was here earlier. I believe rumor has it we might get a Jamil sighting a little bit later on
I hope
during
so.
the event.
Came all the way out here, Jamil. You better show up.
I mean, congratulations to Jamil for race directing an event down in Tucson. Of course, directing the Tucson Marathon and Ultra Marathon today. But we'd love to see you up here if you're able to make it. So
Alright,
I see Rob Martin getting ready to catch Camille on that final approach to as Camille is very close to and about to hit that 100-mile mark. She is just over the 13-hour mark in terms of time, so we'll see what the exact time is. She is passing across in front of us now, along with Jeff Browning and Marissa Lysak.
Yeah, probably right around 13:02. She just went through 99.91, 13:01:39.
She is heading down pit row, and you'll be able to see her here on the live stream here momentarily. As you can
Saw a
see,
little hand raise celebration. Woo! Go Camille. Awesome. Love to see it. She really persevered out there today.
absolutely, she
So-
gutted it out. And a lot of times runners, even after they hit that 100-mile, if they're calling it a day, they'll still like stick around on the track for another lap or two to cover any potential
Yep.
I can't believe I stepped into that one, but like any potential issues or something like that in terms of the numbers. Of course, Rob is there now, and we'll be able to get a number here.
There are your 3 times, as Nick educated us on earlier. You need at least 3 separate timing marks.
Yeah, he put it so succinctly. I mean, I knew that it was for redundancy's sake and to make sure that we had something at least confirmed, but yeah, we'll see what kind of final number we have. And also, it's kind of nice to be able to take a victory lap. But you know what? Camille's still running hard. Like, she's still... Like, she didn't just kind of... Okay, there she goes. Yeah, she actually has now decided to walk it in.
Go Camille!
Great job, Camille. Good to see you as she is flanked by the legendary Howie Stern, walking her in as she heads back to her crew area. We'll see if we can get a definitive number on her 100-mile run here today. It's going to be in the 13:02-ish range from the looks of things. So congratulations to Camille Herron for having an absolutely fantastic run today.
Yeah, I think that was well, not sure if that was any sort of age group record.
I
the
would be surprised if it's not.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's take a look here. Is that road or is that that's ultra road? Let's pull up ultra track. Women's ultra track. Pam Smith had the previous 40 to 44 with 14:09:43.
Okay.
So she and Pam is here cheering her
Pam's
on.
here,
That's part
yeah.
of what's cool is that so Camille, if we are correct, has taken about 68 minutes or 67 minutes off of the prior American age group record for the 100-mile. So congratulations to Camille. Maybe she didn't hit the number, she didn't hit the world standard, but at the same
Still
time
took home 4 records.
Yes, absolutely. These are numbers that are going to go on the record books that she has captured. So And what's amazing is that Camille is doing some of her best run, and this is not like other runners. This is her still doing her best work as she has become a Masters runner. That's what's so fascinating to see with her.
Still in her prime.
Do we have a confirmed time, Rob? 13:02:16 sounds like it is the number. Yeah, I figured she would probably be lying down at this point. So hats off to Camille Herron for putting together an amazing run. 13:02:16, which, it shaves 67.5 minutes off of the prior standard. That is a monster number by any standard. And as we talked about just a little bit ago, the idea that these numbers are vulnerable because of the sheer talent of the runners that are entering the space now. And that's not anything to take away from those that were doing it before, but these numbers from people like Camille this year and Nick last year, at least from the American standard, and Sorokin, what he's done to everything, it's really amazing to witness. It truly is.
Well, we'll try our best to get Camille in here in the near future to recap her big day. Looking back at the leaderboard, so we have Olivier LeBlanc with 93.7 miles, currently in second overall for the 24-hour, but he'll be making his way up into first with Camille now done with her race. So yeah, our top three will be both him and then Marissa and Amanda followed closely behind.
Still only a minute apart between Marissa and Amanda as well.
Yes, a very close race there. And yeah, definitely both have the intention of going the full 24 hours. I think both are looking for, we know Amanda's looking for 148 at a minimum.
Yeah.
And Marissa, she's run 148 in the past.
Yeah,
I
she's
think.
done 151. I think
151,
somebody else
yes.
confirmed it 6 days in the Dome earlier this year.
Yes.
She did
148 is her PR here at Desert Solstice,
Yeah.
I think.
And speaking from experience, I've seen Marissa Lysak on this track, and she will not stop.
No, she is.
She will
extremely
keep
determined.
going. She has
For better or for worse.
yes, yeah. She will keep going, and nothing will stop. Nothing will pull her from this track.
Yeah.
Like before the 24 hours is up. Even if she has to take a break, she will come back out and do it as she did last year.
And I think, Amanda seems to have a similar mentality, having been the female champion of this year's Backyard Ultra.
That's
the World
true.
Championships.
Yeah.
Last woman standing, 55 yards, 200, I think 33 miles. Yes.
Big ups to the GOAT. Way to go, Camille. Thanks, Liam. Aid Station Fireball. Not only sending out spicy memes, but spicy commentary as well. So thanks for joining us here on the Desert Solstice live stream here at Central High School in Phoenix, Arizona, inside of a 24-hour franchise coffee shop, just taunting us with its wholesome roasted bean goodness. I'm trying to avoid giving them a plug here, but frankly, I think that I've probably described it enough that it's very easy to figure
You don't know
out.
where we are. They could pull it up on a map.
Right, yeah. And in today's technology, people could have it delivered for us too. If you're, I should be careful because all of a sudden we're gonna end up with like a half dozen lattes waiting for us. Not that that's a bad thing, but
Other runners would appreciate any leftovers.
oh, I'm sure that these runners would definitely appreciate it. Something nice and warm. I'll be honest, there's a couple of people still in singlets, and I don't get that at all.
And I've got 4 layers on, hat, a buff, tights.
Like I can see, I believe that's Mandy Holmes over there in a running singlet, but has sleeves, and I mean, even Jeff Browning is wearing sleeves. Like, if Jeff Browning is wearing sleeves, you know that it's cold.
Yeah, we've got at least a couple puppies out there.
Bob Hearn is wearing, like, multiple articles of clothing, so you know that it's cold. For those of you that might have missed Bob Hearn at Javelina, he was pretty much only wearing one article of clothing for a good portion of that race.
His watch was probably the most clothing on him.
Yeah, well, it's definitely the heaviest article he had on. Matt Abbott in the chat asking what the final quoted 100-mile time is. The unofficial time that we have is 13 hours, 2 minutes, 16 seconds, which is a new age group American 100-mile record, besting Pam Smith's prior number by in excess of an hour, which is pretty amazing if you think about it. And it's not like it was set all that long ago. It was 2016. I mean, that might seem like a long time in these standards and everything like that, but actually what that does is that causes the open, the 40 to 44, the 45 to 49, and the 50 to 54 have all been captured here at Desert Solstice last year and this year. So if you're looking to capture an American record, this is the place to do it.
This is the place to be.
But you got to qualify, and those qualification standards are pretty stout. For those that are wondering, I guess we could share those standards here. Let's see.
Curious what sort of
Qualification standards. We'll start with the women's side. For the women's side, the A standard for 24 hours, total number of miles, women's A standard is 137, B standard is 124. For a 100-miler, the women's A standard is 1535, the B standard is 1730. For the 100K, the women's A standard is 805, the B standard is 850. And for the 50-miler, the women's A standard is 615, and the women's B standard is 650. So it's hard to get into this race, period. On the men's side, the A standard for 24 hours is 152 miles. The B standard is 138. For 100 miles, it's 14 hours. For the B standard, it's 1610. For the 100K, it's 715. And for the for the B standard, it's 8:10, and for the 50-miler, it's 5:40 for the A standard, and the B standard clocks in at 6:05. There's no soft numbers sneaking around in that collection. Like, you have to earn your way into this race, but once you do earn your way into this race, the possibility of approaching an age group or world record is definitely viable if you've got that talent, because it's such a... I use the word sanitized. It's a sanitized environment because you've got a limited number of runners and everything is set up for you in terms of your crew space and the support here. You've got everything you need to succeed at this race if you're of that talent, if you're of that caliber.
Yeah, and I think just, with the number of fast times just to get in, and then just this combination of athletes, I think people really it brings out the best in them. People rise to the occasion and do things that maybe they didn't think they were capable of, but I think just having all these incredible athletes out on the track, just pushing one another, supporting one another.
Liam asking if Camille is going to hang around for the full 24, if there's a particular stop point. Her particular stop point is now. She is calling it a day.
She is done.
Depending on who you are, and I think depending on when you talk to her or to Connor, there was no concrete answer, because I had been texting with Connor this week and he was leaving it out there, kind of, I don't know if he was toying with my emotions or just kind of leaving things open, but it was I didn't know whether or not she was going to stop at the 100-mile mark. But but they've decided, and it's no surprise because Camille fought today. She fought really hard to get where she's at. It was not an easy day for her. For her to take 3 significant breaks over the course of the day, each one, 10 minutes or more, she definitely fought through some challenges, and that's part of the essence of this sport is learning how to troubleshoot over time.
The question: what's the difference between A and B standards? Yes, you're correct. A is essentially an automatic qualifier. I think there is more room for athletes after the A standards have been filled, then the B standards will fill in the rest of the spots.
Absolutely. I know that it was brought up in greater detail, I believe, when Nick was in here to talk about that. And there are other factors when it comes to like B standard runners and everything like that. But by and large, this field, you can't ever look at anybody that's out here racing Desert Solstice and say they don't belong to be here because they put up a number that is genuinely staggering. Everyone, it's like looking at the, at the top of, of any elite trail race, is that everybody that's there has a resume, a CV that's just glowing. Like even the runners that you might not be familiar with, like one of those examples, thank you very much, it would be Jimmy Strayhorn. Jimmy is a local guy who is only 29 years old and has he came out here last year for his first time running a fixed time 100, but in the past, I mean, he ran a 1540 at Rocky Raccoon last year, and he's a young runner and a local guy, so he finished excuse me, with a 1607 100 miler at Solstice last year and called it a day. And this year, first of all, he wanted to better that. Second of all, he wanted to see what he could do at a full 24 hours. So, and Jimmy, excuse me, Jimmy has worked himself into being that caliber of runner, because if you look at his results, he was about a 20 to 21 hour 100 miler as recently as early 2020. He ran a 2103 at Rocky Raccoon in 2020, and then in 2021 ran a 1540. So he has been doing some work in terms of putting himself on the map here. So, he was a selection to this race, and he's finding out what he can accomplish, and he's proving he belongs. So, do you want to come back on? There's chart movement. Uh-oh. How do I look at charts?
You pull up do you have a screen share, or otherwise I can pull up my laptop?
I actually don't have a screen share.
Let me get you
All right. We're gonna have some fun
Chart
with
action.
data.
that way you can chart all night if you'd like.
Okay. Of course, these charts will be courtesy of Nick Curry, who has worked to give us some amazing tools to review and parse data. So, thanks to him for that. Yeah, I'm on Basecamp. Actually, not on this device, but I can sling it over to. Steven, is it really only 57 degrees? That's cold for the desert.
It certainly feels colder.
It hits different. It hits different. Thank you very much, Nick.
I'm not buying that.
I
This guy says 51.
51. Okay.
Feels more like it.
Well, I've mentioned before, I've had runners come out here from cold places and say, "Oh my goodness, I can't believe it gets so cold out here." And I would look down at my phone and it would be like 40 something degrees. And they're like, "Really?" Yeah. When it's dry, I mean, we can see our breath out here at 51 degrees. So I think that was one of the things we didn't really take into account.
Aid Station Fireball mentioned. Chad is in for Western States next year, and also second on the Never wait list for Hard Rock. what range going from a track event to some mountain hundreds. Yeah, and I think Chad was the winner of the. Why am I blanking out on the name? The Grand Slam this past year. So he's had a busy schedule 2022, and seems like he's got a busy schedule for 2023.
Well, you know what? Some of these runners, it's amazing what they're willing to do to themselves in the name of passion that they love. I mean, I was talking with Victoria Brown, and she's had a heck of a year this year, setting a new world record in the 72-hour for women, setting a couple of new Canadian standards in multi-day events. And then also, by the way,
Kona.
qualifying for Kona.
And ran Kona this
Oh, she
fall.
did- I
Or,
didn't
well,
real-
ran,
okay.
swam, biked.
I didn't
She
rea-
did Kona and then requalified.
I didn't realize that. Okay, so there's that.
Within like the span of a couple months, you know.
And then looking at doing 6 days in the Dome, and also a 48-hour World Championship. Oh, and she's still number 2 on the list for the Canadian national team for Worlds in the 24-hour. So, you know, there's no quit in these athletes, not in terms of just like what they're doing on the trail, or on the course, but in terms of their schedule making. All right, let's see if I can. I guess I need the other link as well.
All right, so Marissa is 1 lap ahead at this point of Amanda. They just passed through the lap together, and Marissa is at 91.96 with Amanda at 91.71. So there's a bit of a gap there, but yeah, I mean a 2-minute and 20-second gap. Yeah. 2:19 was Marissa's last split through the 400.
You done? You calling it? I'm sorry? If she's got the strength to come on and hang out, we'd love to have her. Absolutely, Connor. For sure. Well, we're going to be able to get Camille on for a little bit and,
Wonderful.
and talk to her. So I'm glad that she's going to be able to join us here. And it's going to be an interesting conversation, I think, because this was not, like, I mean, it was a successful day, but she fought, like, as I mentioned, she battled, you know, to get where she did here on, you know, in terms of this event. So there was nothing about this this race that came easy to her, at least from the looks of things. So I don't know how to use this stuff, but like if we can
Fiddle around with it.
I'll fiddle around with it. And
Yeah, and in the comments, feel free to put any questions for Chris's interview with Camille, just so we can have some. I'm sure Chris already has plenty of ones on tap, but if you guys have any that you want us to
Yeah,
to ask,
absolutely.
feel free to throw those in the comments.
if you want to, it said 57 since the live stream started. It has not changed once all day. I can assure you the temperature has changed
Fixed.
today. We'll see if we can have our crack production staff on that one. Not our crack production staff, our crack production staff. Like, I don't know, that went kind of sideways. Let's see. Liam asking or mentioning that Woodstock and Whitby are relatively close. I assume, I don't remember where.
Amanda's from Woodstock.
Amanda's from Woodstock and Victoria's from Whitby. But yeah, Victoria's a very fascinating individual, and she's a hoot to talk to as well. So Well, I have some data pulled up. If we're
Can you get it up on our?
well, I guess if I have it, I'm sharing via. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I technically am on Ninja. So if we're able to take a look, so learning how to use tools in real time is a fun thing. So okay. So yeah, Amanda Nelson and Marissa Lizak are tracking identically, like through the entirety of this race. I'm gonna.
That's awesome. Josh mentioned I randomly ran by this. So inspiring and impressive. Camille stood out to me, pace and smiling. No idea who she was, but made me want to watch the stream. All makes sense now.
Yeah, she's pretty amazing and very distinct. When if you happen to be running by and you looked over and saw everybody run, there would be one gait that you would recognize above all else, and it would be Camille Herron. And not only very recognizable in terms of her gait, but just in terms of how fast she moves. It's pretty amazing to see. It's something that I've seen in person over
Just the
several
spirit
years.
she embodies. Yeah, I mean, that'll come through when we have her here behind the booth.
Well, when you talk about that, like, it tells you something when she is not smiling and we notice that she's not smiling, because she's always smiling. All right, let's see if I can leverage these tools properly.
On the camera there, we can see Amanda in the red and black top. Looking strong, and I think that's Matthew.
It looks like
Urbanski.
Marissa has opened up the slightest of leads on Amanda. It looks like about a lap or so.
Yeah, she's got about a little more than a lap. A nice view of all our tents lined up on the track.
It's such a beautiful high school field as well. I mean, got that.
What year
that
was
turf.
it?
I think it was.
Resurfaced?
I think it was it was natural grass when you were out here in 2018.
Yes.
I think it was the year after that, because it was kind of mind blowing.
Okay.
Pulling up some information. Yeah, Chad Lassiter is got a heck of a resume of his own. Multiple Grand Slam finisher. He's run pretty much anything out there in the U.S. over the last 10 years. It looks like he's all over the place, whether it be anything east, west, north, south. So this is definitely an opportunity for him to put down a great fixed time finish. So looks like we will be joined here in just a moment by Camille Herron. She is recovering from her 100-mile race. Frankly, if you're interested in asking a question, or if you have anything that we would like to relay to Camille, drop it in the chat, because we're going to be talking with her in just a few moments and celebrating a run well done. One of the best performances of all time, no matter how you slice it, which speaks to the level with which she ran, because it seemed at times she was really battling. So we'll have a good conversation with her here when she's got a moment to join us. So until she does join us, we'll keep track of what's going on the course. As I mentioned, Chad Lassiter is opened up a slight lead over Jake Jackson, but again, on the men's side, there is a very tight-knit group between the 2nd and 7th place runners, all within about 3.5, 3 3/4 miles of one another. 13 laps, or actually not 13, 9 laps separates second from seventh. So with only 13 and a half hours elapsed, we've still got tons of time for things to change. So come on in, have a seat. Well-earned seat. Welcome. Here you go. We are joined now by the women's 100-mile winner and the possessor of a brand new American age group record.
Where am I looking?
The camera is right here. You can look wherever you like, though. So, Camille Heron, congratulations, Camille.
Thank you.
Great run today.
Thank you.
One of the things that we were talking about after you were done was that, well, first of all, I guess we'll kind of break it up in a couple of different ways. There's a lot to talk about here. Number one, you came out extremely hot today. You came out, and as I was trimming it, it looked like you were looking to scoop the numbers. Like you wanted everything.
I wanted everything.
Yeah. Okay. So I was gonna say, like, first off, either agree or deny like what I was thinking. It was like, I said, I think she's out to set every darn record that is out there. So talk about what your plan was entering the race.
Yeah. I kind of wanted a replay of what I did in 2017, where I got the 12-hour world record. Well, I got the 50-mile American record, the 100K American record, and the 12-hour world record. But I was doing that 4 weeks after I'd run Tunnel Hill, so I was tired. I was definitely tired when I did that. So I wanted to have a replay this time, being fresh, to see if I could basically get everything 50 mile all the way through 100 miles. And I just think it cooked me a little bit. Like, I kind of felt like the intensity for the 50 mile was a little bit outside my comfort zone, but I came in prepared for that, knowing that, okay, this might be a little bit intense, but I'm going to try, and I'm going to see if I can hold it. But yeah, I said, well, I'm going to take it, 1 mile, one record at a time, and just keep going, and but yeah, I just felt a little bit cooked after that 50 mile, 100K. I just kind of needed some downtime, and then I thought, well, can I get my 100 mile? Can I get my 12-hour world records? And then, I was just not feeling great. I don't know. I just didn't feel it. Just wasn't feeling it. But yeah, I mean, we had a whole gamut of different goals I could aim for. So I think my next goal became my 100-mile track American record. So I knew I could get that.
Well, it's funny you mentioned talking about kind of like breaking up the race, because you did that both literally or figuratively and literally, because when you crossed the 50-mile threshold, you came off the course for a little while.
Yeah.
And I had spoken with Connor about this, and this is one of the things that I thought this race was run differently than the races I've seen you run in the past, and I've seen you run several times.
Yeah.
You had to remove yourself from the equation for a few minutes a couple of times to kind of either recalibrate or recover, because after the 50-mile mark, Connor had mentioned that you had about a 10 or so minute cushion on the 100K, and then you ended up taking about a 10 to an 11 minute pause, and then went back out and hit the 100K, and then looked like you had a bit of a cushion on certain other numbers that you were in pursuit of, and then took another break. Can you walk us through what you had to accomplish or why you needed to take those breaks? Was it the same thing each time, or was it something different? Can you kind of expand upon that?
Yeah, I kind of felt the same way that I did in 2017, where that intensity was just a little bit too quick for me. When I ran Tunnel Hill and the jackpot, for going for 100 miles, I can hit about 10 minutes slower, basically, than what I hit for 50 miles today. So being 10 minutes slower makes like all that difference. I feel like you have to choose.
Yeah.
You have to choose, at least for me. Going what I did today for 50 miles was a little bit too quick, and it cooked me.
Yeah, you were
So-
definitely going out there at at an elevated pace. Like we
Yeah.
all noticed it, we all saw it, but you looked really good out there for the first 50 miles. And one of the things about you as a runner is that you definitely wear how you're feeling on your face. The thing is that you're smiling 98% of the time,
Yeah.
but then there are times where, like,
It
those of us
starts
that
to-
have been around you and seen you enough, we know when you're smiling, and we also know when
grimacing.
you're wincing, and
Yeah.
there were a couple of times where we could
It
see it
got
kind of
tough.
change. You were fighting through it today.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen you fight through races and have, and encounter adversity, but you were
Yeah.
really like fighting through it, because the fact that you would come off and then came back on and still were able to pursue some record paces speaks
Mhm.
to the kind of day you had. I mean, what was there any point where you really were kind of, concerned or doubting, because you seem to push through it, but was there a point where you were actually worried about whether or not you were going to be able to hit some of these lofty goals?
I mean, after I got through 100K and I got back going again, and I think Connor had calibrated like what my splits needed to be to hit the 12-hour record, and I was like, no, I'm just not feeling it today. I mean, I did it 5 years ago, but yeah, today I just wasn't feeling it. It was kind of the same feeling of just being cooked.
Yeah.
I do, like, I've had a cold. I've developed a cold this week, and so I've been a bit congested and coughing, and so I don't know if, like, my immune system is a little bit suppressed right now. But yeah, I told Connor, I was like, after I got through 100, I was like, no, I was like, my body's telling me it's had a day. It's done.
Well, you had a heck of a
So-
successful day. That's the thing.
I mean, I got 3 American records, that were mine, and I think it was like the 3rd fastest 100 miles ever, behind my 2 fastest. So,
and that's
I mean, there's nobody else running low 13 hours.
and
for
that's one of the
100
things that we
miles.
discussed, and
So-
kind of my mindset, looking at your day and kind of assessing. We know that you were looking at a certain number. We know what you were looking
Yeah.
for. Obviously, it's come out, and been a story picked up by mainstream media about, what had happened earlier this year. And I knew going in that you wanted to leave no doubt with regard to that. But you still had a hell of a day. Like, that's what's amazing
It was
is that,
still really good. I pushed through. Like you said, I had some adversity that I had to work through, and I mean, I'm an ultra runner. That's
Yeah.
part of the experience. That some days it's pretty smooth. Jackpot was really smooth. Then other
Jackpot
days
was pretty awesome.
Jackpot was pretty darn good. Today, I had some adversity that I had to work through, and I did it. I worked through that and was able to still run a heck of a 12-hour, 100-mile split. So.
Yeah, and that's kind of my thought, is that, like, even if you didn't hit certain goals, I hope that you're able to look at this day as a genuine success.
Definitely.
And that's what I'm hoping.
I mean, I think what I did for the 100 miles on the track is pretty solid.
Absolutely.
I feel pretty confident about that performance, and I'm a Masters runner too. I mean,
Yeah.
I set a heck of a lot of Masters records today, Masters world records. I mean, I'm the fastest anybody's ever run over the age of 40. So I mean, that's pretty darn amazing.
Well, and the thing is that what we've seen from you since Javelina of last year, you're peaking at on a very steady base. I mean, you've put out big numbers at Javelina, at Desert Solstice last year and this year, at Jackpot, at Strolling Gym. I mean, you are able to run at a volume that you've never been able to do before, and
Yeah.
you're doing so as a Masters runner. I've spoken with Connor about that at length. Like, I remember when the idea of you running 3, 4, 500 milers in a year's time was unthinkable. To see you doing it now, and not only doing it,
Yeah.
but doing it well. Western States, I didn't even mention that. You
Yeah,
are heading.
crossing. I mean, I wish I could have done more trail this year. That was kind of one of my regrets. I'm hoping next year I can do more trail running, but yeah, I really wanted to go after my road goals this
Sure.
year. I mean, being 40, I'm a Masters runner. There's a ton of like Masters Open records to go for, so I kind of wanted to dedicate this year to the records. And yeah, I mean, I had a heck of a year. It was really, really fun, and next year's gonna be even better, I think.
Is it all right if we take a couple of questions from the,
Oh, for
the
sure.
live stream? All right, let's
Yeah.
take a look. Karen Bonet, friend of the family,
Aw.
asking if how do you maintain your mental mindset to stay so focused?
Oh man, I especially find here that when I'm zoning in on going for a record, I just go into a space in my head where I'm really focused, super focused. Like I feel like it's just a space in my head. Like I kind of zone out everything around me, and it's like you're kind of in tunnel vision, I guess.
Well, to piggyback on that, there's a few runners that I see here on a regular basis, and whether it be you, Marissa Lizak,
Yeah,
Jake Jackson,
she's
Bob
very
Hearn,
focused.
like you all seem to be able to get into a zone here. Is there
Yeah.
a bit of a comfort in coming back to this track that you've had so much success at, and like knowing you know how the temperatures are going to roll in most cases.
Yeah.
You know what the environment is like, and it's a controlled, sterilized environment where you're not having to dodge and weed people. Like you're able to really focus on your goals. And is that part of what keeps bringing you back here? Is the fact that there is a bit of comfort and like with other runners, do you think it's possibly the same way?
I mean, I think Aravaipa does a heck of a job. I mean, you want to come back here, especially as I'm moving through my life. I think I told Jubilee one time, I was like, I want to grow old with you guys.
Oh, that's such a sweet sentiment.
Like I mean, I might be still coming here when I'm 60. Like going for records. Who knows? But,
Love to see you out here. I remember you mentioning that last year. We talked about it when we did a conversation prior to Javelina. You said that you could see yourself coming out here for the next decade. We'd love to have you out here. So
I mean, every year. I mean, there's some, whether I go for 100 miles, 24 hours, or 50-mile, 100K stuff. I mean, like I could just pick and choose what I want to go for, and yeah, I mean, it's really cool because like you said, it's a controlled environment, and I like that. It's got an intensity to it that you're so like focused on, different splits that you want to hit. I remember, Nick Corey talked about how he wanted to go out and, the first couple hours hitting like 206 and then, whittling it down. I mean, that's hard. That's hard. That's an intensity that is nothing like trail running. I mean, it's so mental and so focused, and it's this type of running tends to bring out people that are very cerebral. Like, I mean, Bob Hearn.
Yeah.
I mean, that guy.
Next level intellects here we're talking about.
I mean, and I consider myself somebody
You're
like
pretty
that.
smart.
I'm pretty. Yeah, I'm very cerebral, and and I like to just get into that space in my head and to feel like how much pain can I take? How much go into that pain cave, like especially like when you go 24 hours here is like nothing else. Like I can't. It's so much pain. It's ridiculous.
I can imagine. I mean, I've done 24 hours and I've done 100 miles, but I've never done anything the way that it's done at this level. Doyle asking, with mental recovery from today's race, how do you prepare? I guess asking about the mental recovery and about how to prepare for a race like this.
the mental recovery. Gosh, I mean, I'm ready to take a break. I've had a long year. I've actually got a running streak going, so I still have to keep up my 1 mile a day. But we're actually going to Ireland for Christmas, and that's usually like my downtime. Like we usually do that for Christmas, and we're gonna go to the Cliffs of Moher and
I saw the pictures.
and
yes.
have some like meditation time and but yeah, I mean I'm pretty good about chilling after races and like having downtime and kind of working with my body. But what was the other question? I forget.
Just talking about how do you prepare, I guess, mentally for a
Oh,
race
how
like
do you
this?
prepare? I mean, I don't run
It's
it.
a grind.
Yeah, it's a grind. I don't run on the track at all. I actually hate training on the track. I hate the track. I've like hated the track since high school. So and I tend to get like hip problems if I do a lot of speed work on the track, so I don't train on the track. But I do a lot of heart rate based training. So like the 100-mile is equivalent to 75% of max heart rate, which is like a steady long run pace,
Yeah.
which for me is like 710 to 730 per mile. So so I strap on my heart rate monitor and do long runs and practice that pace. And then we came out here yesterday and I put my heart rate monitor on and I did 10 minutes, at race pace to get myself like in the zone and knowing kind of what my effort was going to feel like. So yeah, that's how I do it. 75% of max heart rate effort.
Somebody was asking, what's in the bottle? I believe that's a ginger beer from over
Yeah,
here.
ginger beer.
And you've made a conscious
Bundaberg.
decision to go NA for the most part. I was wondering if you could discuss how that's changed your preparation, and do you think that it's one of the reasons why you've had such success in being able to turn your body around so quickly?
That's a great point. I'm sorry, I burped.
No problem.
Yeah, we haven't been drinking alcohol. Like we've been drinking very sparingly.
Yeah.
And I did that because I had high iron. I found out I had high iron, and apparently
That's right, yeah.
alcohol enhances iron absorption. So I did it from a health standpoint, and I wasn't sure at first because we like to have our beer with our dinner every night. I wasn't sure if I could do it, but there's some great non-alcoholic options out there. We've been drinking Athletic Brewing, and it's good. That's some good stuff. Yeah, and Connor's been joined me. We've both been drinking non-alcoholic beers, so that's really good. And I definitely like my ginger beer as well. So.
Well, it's good to see that as a byproduct, it has helped elevate you to a new level.
I think I've had a lot of questions about what am I noticing differently about cutting out alcohol, and I would say sleep. Sleep is better. Like it's not so irritable, I guess. I feel like I sleep deeper and just better quality of sleep, pretty much.
Okay. I believe that there was. We'll head back to that. I had a question actually, and we've talked about.
Ginger.
We'll.
I will say that I did have beer today. During the race, I was really when it got hot during the middle of the afternoon. I was like, I'm having a beer.
When somebody actually mentioned if you're running Western States next year, as far as I know, you're still on the entry list.
Absolutely.
Good.
Absolutely. No, I'm gonna keep showing up until I win it. So Connor had a dream a couple years ago that I won, and I beat the sun to the finish line, which is around 16 hours.
Yeah.
And I gotta keep showing up. I gotta it's like learning how to ride a bike.
Yes.
You just practice and you get better and you get better at the technical skills. And this year was an interesting experience because I actually started my period mid-race and had to work through that and had to lay down for an hour during the race and still finish 8th place.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that but now it's given me a platform to talk about that because women deal with those issues, and So yeah, it was kind of an interesting experience, but I worked through it, and I, you know, I
And you
every
haven't been shy
time-
about sharing your experience with that. I've seen some of the
Yeah.
writing that has taken place
Yeah,
and
I've
some of the
been talking
discussion, which is a
about
good
it.
thing to have. Like you need
Totally.
to be, female runners out there need to feel comfortable with
Sharing
that
those
kind of situation.
experiences
Yeah.
and how I was able to work through that.
Sure.
And yeah, it was an interesting experience, but I was so proud when I got to the finish line, knowing what I had been through, and finishing top 10 for the first time. I mean, I know everybody.
You dropped
like,
9 hours off of your prior time.
I did.
Pretty impressive.
I feel like every time I've done that race has been like its own experience and journey, and I can't be compared to any other athlete. Like, obviously, like, we're different people. We're different. I have to appreciate the journey that I've been on there, and I'm going to keep showing up however many times it takes until I win the race. So,
Kara Hall asks, how do you plan in nutrition? By time or by mileage?
yeah, so I set the timer. I should give a shout out for my awesome sponsor, Koros.
Koros? Got my Koros too?
Got our Koros watches. So Koros has a nutrition timer on there that to beep every 30 minutes to remind myself to take a gel. So that's what I do.
That's actually a pretty valuable tool, because I think that one of the things that runners of all levels struggle with is forcing themselves to take in those calories if they don't particularly feel like it. Because if you fall behind, you're not going to realize how bad off you are until you're too far bad off.
Yeah. I should give another shout out. So I wasn't feeling like taking my gels I think I took gels for about 3/4 of the race today, but I just hit a point where I was not liking my gels, and I actually switched to Morton, the drink, and was taking that every 30 minutes. And then we have another drink that my dietitian recommended that's a high sodium and potassium rich drink. So I was taking that. I was alternating that with Morton. So I was keeping up with my sodium and potassium. And then the Morton was giving me the calories. So
one last question that I want to, and I've asked this question of you before, so, but it's something that I love hearing you discuss. Your training is so different than so many of the other runners that are preparing for 100-mile runs. You cap your runs at a much shorter distance than a lot of other people do. I was wondering if you could expand upon, number one, like what you cap yourself out at and why you choose to go that route.
yeah, so when I first got into the sport, I was trying to extend my long runs and add, get my mileage up like much higher. And I felt like it just made me feel flat. Like I felt like I was losing the zip in my legs by doing these 30-mile training runs. And so 2015, going into 2015, I said, I'm going to go back to just straight up marathon training, which, capping my long runs at 18 to 22 miles, and I only do a long run like once or twice a month. So I'm not just hammering long runs, I don't even go further than 20. I don't go further than 3 hours for a training run. But marathon training is, it's got quality to it. Like I'm doing speed work once or twice a week. I've been a bit more flexible as I've gotten older in age, that sometimes I only do speed work like once a week, and then like maybe do like a long run or like a good trail run or something. So I've kind of been a bit more flexible with myself. But marathon training, I mean, it works.
It's really staggering, I think, for runners that might not have known that about you, not have heard that before. And that's one of the reasons why I like to discuss it with you, because I like letting people know that it's possible once, you've got full, I mean, obviously you're not just some runner off the street, but like to know that your training base doesn't necessarily have to involve like certain high mileage running. Now, in the interest of full disclosure, you also run multiple times a day.
Yeah.
So that's another thing to keep in mind.
So I think the cumulative volume that you put in is what gives you the endurance and the strength so you can go 24 hours. I mean, I can't do a 24-hour training run, in training to prepare for 24 hours. I can't go run 168 miles to run 168 miles. Like, that's just not possible.
Yeah.
So I look at the cumulative volume that I put in, and I run 12 to 13 times a week, like short, frequent runs. And I actually developed my training method based on bone science, because I studied bone science in grad school, and they found that it's more anabolic to split the stress into multiple bouts in a day with a recovery period. So that's pretty much marathon training. And so, but yeah, when I went back to marathon training in 2015 is when I started having success and breaking records. And my first 100K, I broke a record by Ann Trayson, and I said, wow, this works. I was like, I'm just gonna stick with what works. And yeah, and I ended up going and won 2 world titles in 2015, and had that zip it back in my legs, and I've just stuck with that. So.
Obviously, we mentioned that you're running Western States next year. I guess to kind of put a cap on things, what are your plans moving forward? What's next for Camille Herron?
Yeah.
Other than a trip to Ireland for the holidays.
Hey, he's wondering what's next for Camille Herron. It's coming. We have some really big news actually that we can't share yet.
Understood.
But next year's going to be
teaser.
We have some big news. But next year's going to be really amazing. I'm planning. Since I'm not going to go 24 hours today, I'm going to have a qualifier. So we've got a race option in February that I'm going to be going for 24 hours. And then after that, I'm going to be focused on Western States, and I'm going to do more trail running next year. So Western States, Leadville, and something else in the fall, and then the 24-hour World Championship. So
interesting. Well,
yeah.
Camille, again, congratulations on a great day, and it's always a pleasure to talk to you. And we'll see you soon. And
were there any more questions?
I didn't see any more. Let's take a quick look if there were any more left. What's in the bottle? We covered that one. Mental recovery.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like that pretty much handled everything.
Oh,
cool. It looks like Olivier is.
What time is it? It's
it is.
Oh, cool.
It's about 10 p.m.
Yeah,
you'll be able to get to bed at a reasonable hour tonight.
I know.
Oh. Yeah, sure. Let me pull that up. Sounds like we had a question from Lauren. Let me see. Looks like I missed it.
Oh. Aw, she said that.
She said
thank you.
the best Oklahomie.
So are there other Oklahomans? Oh, yeah.
There have been a few out there.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, what do you tell yourself when you're uncomfortable or on the edge to keep pushing? And again, congrats.
Yeah, I think that
Thanks.
you have to expect that you're not going to feel great the whole time. I mean, even every time I've set a world record, you go through many highs and many lows, and you have to just work through those. And I expect that. I expect that as part of the experience. And I've got to give credit to my husband Connor, because he's a pretty amazing crew person. He knows how to push my buttons and can assess like how I'm looking, how I'm feeling, and what I need. And yeah, I mean, we're really good with nutrition and kind of knowing like what I'm feeling. Like if you get the feeling bad, sometimes it means that you need more sodium or something, or more electrolytes. And so we're good about experimenting and figuring out what I need. But yeah, mentally, there's so many highs and lows that you go through, and I just how do you eat the elephant one bite at a time?
Yes. You shared that turn of phrase before.
That's one of my
it.
favorite things. I mean, you have to break the race down, and yeah, I mean, for me, I was like, I get to 100K, and then I'm like, okay, get to 70, get to 75, get to 80, and then you've got 20 miles left, and you're like, oh, that's like a Sunday long run, that you typically do. And so I'm just able to mentally kind of get in my head and kind of channel
I apologize, Camille. I just want to, Blaine, can we flip to the Ninja Cam as it looks like Olivier LeBlanc is hitting the 100-mile mark. So I wanted to kind of pivot
What
over to
time?
that here. It looks like Olivier is going to be hitting it in
Oh,
just
wow.
over 14 hours.
Oh, good
Here
for
he comes
him.
right here.
Oh,
You
he's
can see
looking
the live
good.
feed. Olivier LeBlanc's.
Oh, dang.
Oh, still one more lap? Yeah, he's hitting it over. That's what I was saying. Yeah,
nice.
so we have the cam over there, and
So that's
we'll
like
find out
a
what
American record for, right?
he was shooting for the 55 to 59, I believe.
He's 55 now? Holy cow.
Or no, it's 50
Oh,
to 50 to 54. That's right, because
Oh,
Bob
okay.
Herner's going for the 55 to 59. Sorry,
Dang.
Olivia, didn't mean to prematurely
Oh,
age
wow.
you here, but the 50
He
to
looks
54 was
good.
that's ultra track. It was 13:52:29.
Oh,
Wait, no,
is
no,
that- is that the
Olivier,
world
he was
record?
55. No, he's going for the 55 to 59. So 50,
Oh. Wait, is
15,
he-
28, 21. So yeah,
Oh, wait, so it says Olivier 55?
he was 55.
cow.
He's 57. Is that right? He looks good for 57,
Yeah,
doesn't he?
I mean, he was at the World Championship here.
No, he's 50. I'm so confused.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, he couldn't
Aw.
possibly be 55, but yeah, no, it looks like
yeah, he looks great.
it looks like he might have fallen short of the 50 to 54 held by Jay Aldis, which is
Wow.
13:52:29, which is a pretty stout number. And Jay actually set that here over a decade ago at
Wow.
Desert Solstice. So yeah, I mean, it looks like we might have missed out on, or he might have just come up just short. But we'll have a
Oh,
full
wow.
number. Julie, the race director, will obviously come over.
How is
Jeff doing?
Jeff doing? Because
Let's
he's
take a
in the
look.
50 to 54.
Yeah, Jeff is at just over 90 miles. So
Oh, okay.
he's currently there's a pack of guys between second and seventh that are all
Oh,
tracking
yeah.
within
Okay.
about
Oh, and Jake
about 3
is
miles of one another.
45.
So yeah,
So he's in the 45
Olivier
too.
has got a substantial lead at this point. Chad Lassiter, Jake Jackson, Pat Hasler, Jeffrey Adams, Jeff Browning, and Matt
Oh,
Urbanski
wow.
are
I
all
mean,
like
some
pretty
of those
closely
guys,
packed.
you wouldn't even know that they're 50. Like, they look good. Those guys look good.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I saw those guys out there. I was like, I would never guess that they're 50. And there's Bob.
Yeah.
We've been watching Bob for many years.
Oh yeah. You know, Bob is Bob's been in this space many years, and has continued to put up big numbers. I'm glad he was able to be here today. I'm sure you saw that he had been dealing with COVID last, like about 8 to 10 days ago, but
Yeah.
luckily he was good to go.
Yeah,
so.
we got COVID tested this week because I started hacking and
Yeah.
I was worried. I was like, oh man, it's like if I was like, I'm definitely not racing if I have COVID.
14 hours and 23 seconds for Olivier LeBlanc. It's a pretty
Oh,
fantastic
wow.
time. Just
That's great.
a hair over 14 hours.
Oh,
So
wow. Where's Marissa? Oh, she's a bit.
yeah,
further
Marissa is
behind.
about
Okay.
3.5 miles out. So we have our first male to cross the 100-mile
the
threshold.
Canadian looks Amanda.
Amanda Nelson, yeah,
She
she's
looks
been near the
great.
top all day
Yeah.
long as well. Looks like we had another couple questions pop in if you've got a few more
Oh, sure.
moments.
Oh,
So
yeah,
let's see.
oh,
Here's
yeah,
a
there's
question.
Clint, there's
This
Clint. Hey, buddy.
yeah, Clint was out here earlier cheering you on.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
Kara Hall has a question that I didn't feel comfortable addressing because I spoke with
Oh.
Connor about it beforehand. But what Hokas were you wearing? Did you swap shoes at any point?
Oh, yeah. Crazy enough, I literally got the shoes I wore today yesterday.
Mhm.
I mean, they say not to wear a shoe that you haven't worn, but they felt so good. I did one run in them, and I was like, these feel amazing.
You want to
And
tell
I-
what shoe they were?
Yeah, it was the Rocket X2.
Yeah.
So it's like their next carbon plated shoe. They're awesome. I was previously sponsored by Nike and wore the original Vaporfly. This feels like the original Vaporfly, but better.
Oh. Yeah, no,
It's really
Connor
good.
handed me, I guess apparently part of the reason why you only tried them on for the first time yesterday is because they had sent you a size that didn't work for you.
Yeah.
And so he actually handed me over, one of them to handle, and I was like, I was really impressed.
They're light.
Previously here, you had run in the
The
Rincon.
Rincon 3.
Yeah.
I
So
was really on the fence. Yesterday, I did some running in my Rincons and I did some running in the Rocket X2, and I was like, I really like this Rocket X2. So I think they felt really. I mean, I wore them, I hit a bunch of records in them. So yeah, I think I validated that they're a pretty great shoe.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think obviously I wore the Rincon 3s at the Jackpot 100, and that's a non-carbon plated shoe. So
yeah. I was
I
surprised
ran-
actually when I saw that you were wearing the Rincon 3s at Jackpot.
Yeah.
I figured that you would have worn a carbon plated shoe, but you mentioned that it was a comfort issue. For
Yeah,
you.
it was all comfort, and I did what I did, and I've been running, a lot of things, and I've pretty much been training exclusively in the Rincon 3s for like the past year and a half, and got out of wearing carbon plated shoes, but Hoka just sent me this Rocket X2, and I thought they were awesome. So yeah, I mean, I think I could do it either way. I don't think I need a carbon plated shoe. I think I'm great in a non-carbon plate. I mean,
Yeah.
there's the athlete behind the shoe, obviously, but yeah, at the same time, shoe tech is getting incredible, and I was willing to put them to the test today.
Well, this was a heck of a almost right out of the box effort with
Yeah.
the brand new shoes.
I mean,
once you get
I
more
don't
familiarity, it's going to be
advise
interesting
that.
to see what happens. Yeah, hot tip for those aspiring
Don't
runners out there: don't run
try-
100-miler on a pair of shoes that you just tried on yesterday.
Yeah, I literally put them on last night. So
I think there was one more question from Randy. When are you coming back to the SLV? I don't know what the SLV is.
what's the SL? Where is it?
It says, when are you coming back to the
San,
SLV?
San Luis Valley. Yeah, so we lived in Alamosa for a couple years.
That's right. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I mean, we were just up there in August. It's like so special. I feel like we're always going to be coming back at some point in the summertime, and I love to go to Del Norte, and there's a place up at like 11,000 feet that we go train at, and I mean, it's just one of those places that just sets your soul on fire, and I mean, it's a little bit too cold in the wintertime, I will say. Alamosa is not known for being the best, maybe in the wintertime, but the summer times are killer. Like, I love, we were just there back in August, and yeah, we'll definitely be coming back every summer, so.
Awesome. Well, Camille, once again, congratulations on an amazing run.
Thank you.
It was great to see you out there, and like I said, you battled through some things that, that really affected you to the point where you had to recalibrate and push through some things that made the day, very interesting and also, kind of underscored your determination today. So congratulations
Thank you.
on a great race, and
Thank you.
and thanks for joining us.
Yeah, right on. Yeah.
We're gonna take a quick moment to see where everybody is at. Looks like Marissa Lysak is about 3 miles out. Amanda Nelson about a mile behind. And then the group of men are going to be hitting that 100-mile mark here
How's
in rapid
Pete
succession.
Kostelnick doing?
Pete Kostelnick is currently at 87.48 miles. He's tracking just inside the top 10, I believe. Let's see. Yeah, he's currently 10th right now on the men's side. One of the things that happened today was that there was a significant amount of attrition on the women's side down the field.
Oh, Micah.
Of the
Victoria.
Of the 11 women that started the race, only 6 are either hitting 100 or have hit 100 yet. Whereas like last year, 8 of 10 hit the 100-mile mark, and the prior year in 2020, all of the women hit the 100 miles. So yeah, I mean Victoria, Micah, Kaylee, Lindsay, and Whitney, their days drew to a close early. Any thoughts on why that might have been?
Yeah,
It just seems
I
like a
don't
very
know.
sweeping number.
I wonder if it's breathing. Like it's the air quality, because I've been struggling.
Yeah.
I was
It's
really
hit or miss here
struggling.
sometimes, for sure.
Yeah,
you know?
like, and I know like Victoria has issues with, I think, like asthma, or she's really sensitive. Like I think she was wearing some sort of mask.
Yeah, she was
out
wearing
there.
a moisture capturing mask. So,
Yeah, and
which she had worn at
this
Jackpot
fall-
in February. So
Yeah, this fall has been, I mean, it has crushed my soul as far as allergies. Like I was hoping to run Javelina, like to run the 100K, and yeah, I was so like aggravated with allergies, and I mean my training had been going really well, but yeah, during that week it just like flared up and I just couldn't run. And then yeah, I mean I'm like never sick, and this week I think I've developed a cold and I'm just like congested from that, and yeah, it's been tough. So I don't know if something, the air quality, but Kaylee looked like she had an injury, like maybe it was like an ankle or something, or
yeah, I saw her team heading out. I'm hoping to maybe possibly get some information from Pat Regan. I might shoot him a text and see if we've got maybe some more detail on what happened. They looked like they were they wanted to kind of get her away and able to rest. So obviously things didn't go the way that she expected. I mean, she had a heck of a year too. So
yeah,
it was unfortunate to see things draw to a close here today. But there are times where this being at the end of the calendar year, sometimes
I think people are tired. Like I know, like Micah ran Spartathlon.
Yes.
And Kaylee, I think, ran the 100K World Championship. And I mean, I'm feeling tired. I'm definitely I'm never sick, and I got a cold this week, and I'm like, I feel like it's just a sign telling me to just shut it down right now. And I mean, it's a good time to take a break. I always take a break in December, so yeah, and then I just really bounced back. So yeah, it's a good time to take a break.
Well, you mentioned that your next race is tentatively scheduled for February, so we'll be looking forward to to see how things go for you there. And you mentioned that you're looking at a 24-hour national team qualifier because of the way that, I mean, with everything that happened in 2020, it kind of threw the whole scheduling thing on its ear. So everybody is kind of starting from scratch on that all over again. So it'll be interesting to see how things unfold over the next 5.5, 6 months. So.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like 24 hours is one of those things where you have to dedicate several months to it, and you have to go in pretty fresh, because it takes such a heart-filled, soul-filled, to do it well. Just watching Alexander Sorokin, he didn't race that much this year. I think he had 3 main races, but they were all world record efforts. So
when he races, he makes it count.
He makes it count. I mean, he doesn't race very much, but he built his training around those world record efforts, and yeah, and I mean, I think in America, I almost think there's almost this pressure to race a lot. And when I ran my 24-hour world record, I mean, I had a 16-week buildup. I wasn't racing very much. I think I only had 3 or 4 races that year, and set that world record. So I don't think it's really appreciated enough what goes into a world record, that it takes all of you pretty much to be able to do it, and to do it well. You can't be racing here and racing there. You have to really dedicate everything to that. So
and in some cases, for instance, in your preparation for today, you raced, and I'm going to use quotes on that, you raced Tunnel Hill, but that was with a very specific goal in mind, right? Was that
Oh, Tunnel. I didn't get to race.
Oh, that's
Tunnel
right.
Hill.
That's right. It was
I
snowing. That's
it
right.
snowed. Like they got a freak snowstorm.
Yeah.
So
But
I was hoping to do
okay,
that.
yeah, I misspoke. That's
Yeah.
right. I remember that. I remember now. We did talk about
Yeah.
that. But you were preparing to race it as like a prep event for
Yeah.
this. Like, so when you do race in advance, it's not you're trying to run all of these other races just all willy-nilly. It's like you are
Yeah.
racing with a deliberate mindset and plan. So
Yeah.
that makes a lot of sense to reinforce what you're talking about, how you have to focus if you're shooting for those kind of goals. So
Yeah, I mean, I think about when I set my 24-hour world record, I've had a 50K race that I did 3 weeks before, and that was the longest I ran as part of my training block. And yeah, I mean, but I went into the 24-hour world championship like primed. Because I'd done 16-week training block for that, and yeah, I mean, I was healthy, I was fit, I was ready for it. So
okay, well, thanks for joining us. I think we're gonna pivot here. I'm gonna actually step away and take a few moments, and we'll see if perhaps AJW can step on, or maybe if you want to come on for a little bit. And, okay.
I saw him out running last night.
Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, I want you
I
to
know.
talk.
It
Here,
was,
Patrick,
it
you
was
want to jump in?
totally random too. I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, and I think Connor was on the bike with me, and I didn't recognize. Hey, how's it going? Good to have you back. Where you been?
I don't know. Been around.
Oh, do I need to get off now?
You can stay on. Yeah.
Do you want me to? Oh, I should probably go get food or something.
I think he's
What
going to
time?
get the food
Oh,
and bringing
really?
it back. So,
Okay.
yeah. He didn't want to wait anymore. He was
Yeah.
hungry.
How are you doing?
Good, yeah. No, it was funny seeing you. I was like,
So
I mean,
you
I knew you
came-
were
you're-
out here, obviously, but I
came from,
did not
like,
expect.
Where are you? Like you're based somewhere in the Northeast, right?
Yeah, Boston area. Currently
Okay.
up in Maine.
Oh,
So
nice.
yeah, joining. Jamil invited me back out, so I was psyched with the invitation, and I was here in I guess 2018 and then 2019, and then missed it during the pandemic, and
Yeah.
now I'm back.
Cool.
Not running. One of these days, maybe I'll run it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Cool. So what have you been up to?
Just still running, still training, but yeah, doing a lot of shorter
You're doing
distance,
shorter stuff.
shorter, faster stuff,
so,
I guess.
So having been here a couple times, like, are you tempted to do this?
Yeah, I'd probably start with the 100
you
before
ran
going
like a
for.
fast, like, was it like a 13-hour 100-miler, right?
Yes,
Yeah. So you should definitely do this.
Yeah.
At
I'd
least do the
like to get
100,
back,
like
yeah.
first.
Yeah, probably the 100 before I go for the 24. I think
Wow.
the short. I think I would prefer like a 1 mile loop for a 24.
Oh yeah,
but,
I don't blame you. Like a road.
Yeah,
for
exactly.
sure.
Although it is nice, like this setup and just everything about it kind of like screams
This
fast
is much
time.
more intense.
So
Yeah, all those lap splits.
yeah.
Yeah, but definitely the road stuff's kind of more like, yeah, it's not as stressful.
Yeah, I think just the repetitive, and I don't know. I like the trails because you're less exposed.
Yeah.
And even just a larger loop, you're like I don't like necessarily being in the limelight all the
Yeah.
time, even though
This
here I
is
am
like
doing
the spot.
coverage.
Everything's totally. I like both. I mean, I feel like I could do trail, and it's kind of more like relaxed, and yeah, it's kind of you're enjoying the scenery, and it's a totally different experience. And,
Yeah.
But then you do this. It's totally different because it's so intense. Like trying to click off your splits,
Mhm.
and it's like if you have one slow split, then you're trying to like pick it up to go faster and like get your pace back down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was curious with this, how often are you looking at your watch? Like.
Yeah, I was trying to look more at the board.
Yep. Yeah.
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 Like I
It's
was,
like
but
not that the watch isn't accurate, but this is like
extremely.
like spot
yeah,
on.
exactly.
Yeah, like it's really nice that they have that board that you're able to see your
Yeah.
splits, and because otherwise I would be looking at my watch and be all like confused, like trying to do the math or something. But I have distance. I have the
Yeah.
distance set up so that I can like break it down.
Yep.
Like taking it like 5 miles at a time, or hitting like 50K, 50 miles, 100K.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Very cool. Let's see where we're at on our any more 100. I know Bronco Billy is really waiting for that 100.
Oh man, yeah, I was
Emil,
chatting with him out
Emil,
there.
I have a question for you.
Oh,
What's
sure.
What's your favorite state to run in?
My favorite state? Oh man, that's a tough one. Well, I've raced a lot in Arizona, so I'm gonna say Arizona. I'm in Arizona right now, so yeah. I mean, all the Aravaipa events are just amazing, and I mean, there's so many different types of events that they put on, and I think that's really cool that they're not just trail. That they've got the track stuff, and they took over the Jackpot 100 now, and yeah, and I mean that they're doing this whole live streaming thing for a variety of events. That I feel like there's something for everybody. And I mean, I was at the Jackpot. It was really cool because I think they had like really large female participation, and it seems like that type of course is very inviting to women athletes, and I thought that was really cool that they had a higher women's participation. So
Randy said, "You're doing a very good interview of me, Randy." Said. Just reloading this. Come on, Ad. So what's your post-race meal? I don't know if that was already asked.
gosh,
but
yeah, I know. I'm like, my husband, I don't know if he went to go get food or what.
I think he may have
but
gone to In-N-Out Burger.
Oh yeah, I mean,
potentially.
well, there you go. Yeah, In-N-Out Burger. Usually go for burger and fries and a good beer.
Yeah.
Oh, would you run it again? I mean, I would. So somebody asked about the Jackpot 100. I would imagine because Aravaipa took over the event that they'll get it properly certified with that turn change. But yeah, it's still an ongoing issue. It was remeasured back in February as 100 miles. And there's a lot of problems with the remeasurement that they did in October that have come to light. I mean, we're still learning more about like why did they wait 8 months to do that measurement? It just doesn't make sense. I mean, there's a lot of issues.
And not
with
have
that.
the race director there, right?
Yeah, they didn't have the original course certifier there. They didn't have the race director there. So I mean, they could have like changed the start and the finish of it. I mean, it was an 8 feet per lap shorter, which doesn't make sense because the guy that measured it in February measured the shortest possible route and got over 100 miles.
100, yeah.
So how could it be shorter than the shortest possible route? So there's a lot of issues with it. We're working with a lawyer and definitely going to be appealing it, get it remeasured. I feel confident that's over 100 miles. But yeah, there's a lot of, I just can't, it's weird. It's weird what they did. So yeah, I mean, that's been a stressful thing for me.
I was going to say, that's an added stress coming into
like,
this race.
I mean, I wanted to come in here and like vindicate, but at the same time, like, I want that to count.
Yeah.
Like, I put my heart and soul into
Absolutely.
that, so I want that to count. So yeah, we'll get it sorted. But yeah, I mean, you take it. Every race is a different experience, and I came here hoping to do some bigger things. But yeah, I mean, I still had a great day. I got my 50-mile, 100K track American records, and still ran a heck of a 100-miler.
Yep. For sure.
I mean, I think it was like the third fastest 100-miler, so I can't really complain.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
when I have a good day, like, it's pretty darn good. But yeah, I had a bit of struggles I had to work through today, and I did it and still ran 13:02.
Yeah, where is that? Is that your third fastest?
That was my third fastest.
That you've run, and is that also third fastest overall? Do you hold
Yeah,
the top three times?
I hold the top.
That's what I
think I
thought.
hold like the top 10. I
Yeah.
hold like 7 of them or something like that.
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
say we had pulled up the Ultra Running magazine. They're all
Or
time list,
the DV.
but I don't think they give you multiple. Where's the,
Yeah, if you pull up like the DUV
Oh, yeah.
website, I think it has like all my different.
Nice. Okay.
And I've even when I ran 24 hours, when I ran my world record for 24 hours, I split through 100 miles in 13:10.
Okay,
So.
Well,
So
familiar with
nobody-
the 13-hour
yeah,
range.
that web.
This one?
Oh, actually, if you go, it's like a statistics. Maybe it's a statistics. Oh, I'm not sure. Oh, what? Oh, look at that.
Oh yeah. Oh, they only
Oh,
give
best per-
6,
oh. No, you'd probably. I have
Oh,
the
that's
link.
USA. So they're in overall.
Hold on, let me find it on my phone because I've got it saved. I've got it bookmarked.
Perfect.
Statistics. The DUV website. DUV marathon. I don't know how you get to it on their website because I have it bookmarked. Oh, there you go. Can I send
I
that
think
to
we
you?
can, yeah, I think we can
Or type it
airdrop
in.
it.
Oh, you might be more
There.
tech savvy than I am.
See if the
Oh no, people.
here it doesn't come up. Wow. Oh no, it just
Oh,
came
how
up.
do you?
That's
Oh.
me. There we go.
Oh wow!
Pop it
Learn
up
something new
here.
every day.
Accept. And there
Yeah.
we go.
You can look up by distance. Oh, there you go. So click on. Oh, hit year, and you can
just
do
overall.
all,
Perfect.
and then go to 100 mile. Go to female. And then hit go. Yeah.
There we go.
Oh,
1,
wow.
2, 3, 4,
Oh,
5.
it looks like somebody
Okay.
ran 13. What was that? Oh yeah. Okay. Oh, Taipei. I hadn't seen that one.
Oh wow, that just happened.
Yeah. So yeah, I have the top 3 times, and after today, and then I've also run a 13:10 split for my 24-hour world record. Oh, what is that? Oh, Obby. Oh wow. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, you know that may not be correct though, because that's probably when I completed the loop or something like that.
Yeah.
So
it's
I actually,
yeah,
I
they
actually
didn't-
ran
didn't
like,
give you-
I ran quicker.
Yeah.
I ran like 13:10.
Yeah, I think we
That's
might
really
have a few
interesting.
few more questions for you. How many miles? You maybe covered this already, but your build up for this race,
How many miles do you run a week?
leading up to this.
Yeah,
this
you know,
event.
I wouldn't say I had the best build up for this because I've been traveling so
Yeah.
much the past 2 months. But I got up to like in the 120s a couple of times, and had a couple long runs between 18 22 miles. Yeah, I mean, it really was not the best build up. Like if I had a proper build up, I would have like, you know, like 3, probably like 12 weeks or so, like have a good base, and then have
Yeah.
like 8 weeks to really focus on speed work. But yeah, I was just traveling a lot here the past 2 months, and I just kind of had to work with my schedule. So.
Yeah, I mean maybe for the best, maybe a little extra rest coming into this potentially,
Yeah.
or I mean
Yeah, it was a
your
little
body
bit-
doesn't know miles, no stress as they say. So
Yeah.
I am
I-
curious, like with I feel like it is a
Oh,
potentially.
somebody's asking again about my. I'm drinking ginger beer, Bundaberg ginger beer. It's good stuff.
I was gonna ask.
Oh, and somebody's asking when I'm gonna eat. We're probably gonna. My husband went to go get some In-N-Out burger, so.
Yeah, hopefully you'll be back soon with that. I'm sure you're hungry. I was gonna ask with just your. Yeah, I feel like you have a unique approach where you run both high volume, but then your long runs are not necessarily, the super long runs that are maybe more typical for your average ultra runner.
Yeah.
And I guess really appreciate that approach. I think a lot of people have the expectation, oh, I'm gonna run 100 miles, so I should run a 50K in training, run a 50-mile in training. But I think you've shown time and time that you can get by with a 20 mile.
Training.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of those. Like I was talking with Chris. I mean, when I first got in the sport, I thought I needed to do more. I thought I needed to do longer training runs, 30-mile training runs, do more volume, do more mileage, and I tried that, and it made me feel tired, made me feel flat. And I know my body well enough because I was a marathoner for a long enough time that. I know what my body feels like to feel good. So when I went back to more of a marathon training approach, brought my marathon training approach into ultra running, that's when I started having success. And so I think a lot of ultra runners are overtraining.
Yeah.
I don't think you need these 30-mile training runs. I was telling Chris, and when I trained for the 24-hour world championship, I did a 50K 3 weeks out. And so that was my longest training run. And I actually didn't run it at 50K effort. I did it at 50-mile, 100K effort. So I did it a little bit slower. Treated it as more of a long training run. And so yeah, I think ultra runners are just gutting it out with the bird. I was talking with Jeff about that because he was talking about how he's training for this. He was doing more speed work and more flat running, and then he went and did a run at the Grand Canyon, and he said he was climbing better after doing a lot of flat, building your aerobic system. He said he didn't even have to stop going up the climbs of the Grand Canyon. So he said it's kind of made him rethink his training.
Yeah.
So.
With that being said, do you feel since it sounds like you don't necessarily think it's unique to you, that you think it can be transferred for other runners, do you think more of our, say, within the sport, a lot of more top marathoners could potentially have an easier time kind of replicating their success in ultras?
Yeah, I think that the mistake I see with a lot of marathoners trying to get into ultra running is they're kind of like me when I first tried to get in. They think they have to do these 30-mile training runs and do more volume, and they start to lose some of that leg speed that they had as a marathoner. So yeah, for any marathoner trying to step up to this, stick with what works, because just getting to the starting line, feeling good, feeling fresh, I mean, that's gonna pay off. So,
I like it.
Yeah.
Camille, I've got another question for you.
Sure.
Would junior high or high school Camille be proud of where you're at in your career today, or were you setting big goals for yourself even back then?
I mean, I've always been somebody that aims really high for things, and I don't think I could have dreamed of everything I've done as an ultra runner. I mean, I had a full-time day job when I got into the sport. And my first year, I won 2 world titles and broke the 50-mile world best, breaking in Trayson's records. I couldn't comprehend what I was doing. It was overwhelming because I'm in my mid-30s. I have an established career, and suddenly I'm in the best in the world at something. And I mean, I feel so grateful for my ability, and every time I toe the line, I feel like I have such magic in me, and I have to really embrace that. And it's a blessing. It's a blessing that I even tried this sport, and I'm able to do what I do. And I feel so much gratitude out there. And But yeah, junior high Camille, I don't think I could have comprehended this. I think it makes sense now, like looking back on my childhood. Like, I was somebody that always pushed myself to the extreme. Everything I did, I have a work ethic. Like, I grind. I always, like, I grew up as a basketball player. I was the type that just practiced all day in my driveway, pushing myself to the extreme. So I feel like those traits that I had as a young girl, carries over to why I'm able to do what I do. And it's pretty cool now that I have that mindset from being a kid, that I'm able to apply that now as an ultra runner. So
That's awesome. What advice would you give to like a really young girl, like early junior high? Because I've seen ultra long distance running getting more and more popular at younger ages, even in some of these 100-milers and stuff like that. What advice would you give a young person who's
gosh, and I don't think I could have comprehended doing ultra running when I was young. I think every person's different, every athlete's different, and I mean, it's pretty incredible when you do see kids doing ultras. Like, that takes a level of maturity that I did not have. That I partied when I was in college. I was not like running ultras. Like, I was having a good time when I was a kid. Running was more. I mean, I grew up playing a lot of sports, and I think it's important that it's always fun, that kids aren't like pushed into doing that. I mean, my parents did not push me at sports. They were supportive, but it wasn't like they were forcing me to run or to play basketball. Like, it was all like self-driven. So yeah, I mean, I think kids should definitely, if they want to run ultras, I mean, let them, but definitely, like, you don't want it to be something that's like forced on them. Oh. Oh, yeah.
Well, he's been watching you. He's been watching you. And, like, after I take him, this is why I take him to these. He's been doing this with me since he was little. He did his first ultra distance.
Wow.
He was, like, 13 or 14. And then he just told me, like, 3 weeks ago that he wants to go for his 50-mile buckle across the years this year.
Oh, that's cool.
You guys do everything you did in Evelyn 100. So
Oh, that's awesome.
this whole thing is video.
Oh, that's so cool. Yeah. Like, to run 100 miles at that age, you have to think of it as a journey. Like, you run and you eat and you walk and you're trying to break it up to get to 100 miles. Like, what I do running nonstop, I mean, that's hard. I don't think, like, most people should do that. You have to think of it as a journey, especially like kids. Like, it's kind of fun, actually. I mean, if you do think of it as a journey, like, and it's always rewarding when you get to the finish line for 100 miles, because you think about everything you went through to get there, and you just, like, it's just life-changing.
Yeah. As soon as he said that, it's like, it was right after we volunteered at Evelyn 100.
That's impressive that he has that mindset to do that.
Well, he did his first ultra distance at one of the Aravaipa events.
Yeah.
Now he's decided that he wants to do his, 100 miles.
Wow.
And I know it was after seeing everybody out there at Evelyn. So
Yeah.
I think I want to do it this year, Mom. Just do 3 days and 100 miles. Tear.
Aw,
Yeah.
that's cute. Well, it's amazing too, because our sport, there's, especially across the years, there's a lot of older people. Like, that's a type of ultra that caters to older people, and they have like all the multi-day stuff, and I went to Across the Years for the first time like 3 years ago.
Oh, yeah, we were there.
I was like one of the youngest people there. I was really like blown away. Like, that's the type of ultra that caters to people that are older, because they can't necessarily do the technical trail stuff, but they can do the flat stuff. if you have like multiple days to cover whatever distance, that it's incredible. I mean, they're going like 200, 300, 400 miles, you know, like, and they're like 65. So it's like, what am I going to be doing, you know, when I'm 65? I'm probably going to be doing stuff like that. So
Just gonna give a quick update. We had Marissa go through the 100 miles, and she ran 14:36:09 for her 100-mile split.
what did she run?
14:36:09.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, it's probably
Wow.
one of her quicker.
She
quicker
is
hundreds.
amazing.
Yeah. So.
She just goes into space in her head,
Yeah.
and she's just like a machine.
She is. Yeah. She certainly looks it. Yeah. We'll see where she goes from here. Whether she continues to.
Yeah, and
Stay at a
Amanda
similar
looks really
pace.
good too.
Yeah, Amanda will be our likely next 100-mile. Reach that
I don't
mark.
know if she's done 24 hours. Like
Amanda?
I think she ran like a really quick 100.
Amanda,
do you have
yeah,
like more information?
So Amanda's an interesting. This is her first international race from Canada.
Oh, yeah.
She has run 141 miles for 24 hours.
Oh, okay.
And then
But I thought didn't she break like the Canadian 100-mile record or something like that?
12-hour. Yeah.
Okay.
Which she,
Okay.
I think, yeah, she came in with the 12-hour and 100-mile Canadian records, and I
Yeah.
think she's trying to both, well, I guess surpass those and then go for the 24-hour.
Wow.
And she also recently did
Yeah.
the backyard ultra championships, the world championships, and was the overall female winner
Yeah.
with 55 yards
right.
and I think 233. Oh, great!
She
We got the
looks
stats
good.
up on screen. But yeah, think about backyard ultras. What do you think?
They're
of,
happy. They're happy. I'm keeping them company because I dropped.
Oh yeah.
Hi.
I know you're keeping the crowd alive here.
She may go 24 hours after all. Oh man. Probably once I get some of that In-N-Out burger, I'm gonna
Yes,
be one
yeah.
to take a nap.
Yeah. So do backyard ultras? Do you have any interest there?
I
Or
do. I mean, I think I'm still focused more on the
Yeah.
world record stuff. Like I'm kind of
Makes sense.
prioritizing. Well, during the summertime, I mean, it's trail racing. Like you focus Western States, you do Leadville or UTMB. But like the winter time is like all focus, and even the fall. Like the fall is usually like prime time. I mean, that's when they do the big backyard ultra. But it's like if I had the choice to go for a world record or to go to the big backyard ultra, I'm probably gonna go for a world
Yeah.
record. So
yeah, and it's
But I
a
do
it's a
wanna do
newer.
it.
I guess newer event, less established, and so maybe less history. And it seems like you, prefer to go for the records with the most
established-
history
yes.
to them.
the certified courses with
yeah.
drug testing and
Yes.
going, the more established stuff. So, but yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that you don't have to be fast.
Mhm.
You just have to be good enough to click off those splits and have enough like downtime to recover. I mean, I followed it like every year, and I kind of see like the pattern of like what it takes to do it really well. But yeah, I mean, you have to be able to sleep, like
Yeah.
a 15-minute nap or whatever.
That's it for me. Like I'm pretty interested in them, but it's the sleeping part that I have trouble wrapping my head around.
Yeah, and then you get back out there and have to do it again.
Yeah,
I
and that's
think
just a hard
it's-
thing to train. The
I
sleep
think
deprivation.
he's got the In-N-Out
Oh,
burger.
boy.
I might be
You
done
are,
here.
yeah. Well, thanks so much for joining.
Yeah.
Yeah, the audience loved you.
Aw.
Yeah. whole Aravaipa crew loves you. We all love you. So thank you for being here. And
Cool.
yeah, enjoy
So
your
are
burger.
you guys gonna be on here like all night?
We'll be here till
Oh,
8
man,
a.m.
I
tomorrow
love-
morning.
Even
so,
the years when I haven't raced, I mean, I'm definitely hooked on the.
Yeah. Well, if you don't sleep in tomorrow, which hopefully you do, but if you happen to wake up, we'll be here. You can tune in for the last see where our top 24-hour runners are at. But yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Yeah. Bye. I'm
All
gonna
right.
go eat some burgers.
Thank you, Camille. We'll be right back with you shortly. Good morning, Camille. All right. Well, that was a real pleasure to have her behind the booth. She had a little trouble getting out, but that's okay. It's part of the game.
Yeah, when you run 100 miles, you tend to, grind yourself down a little
Yeah.
bit. But her spirits are so high at this point still.
Yeah.
It's,
Definitely riding.
to have that energy and that kind of attitude is really great. Are we live or are we on a commercial? We're what? I was wondering, here, actually,
The aviator gooders.
well, those are me.
Yeah. Nice.
They're, I call them my fear and loathings.
Yeah. It's fun. Camille started interviewing me. I said, wait a moment. All right. I think we are back live. Potentially.
And we are
Awesome.
back.
We are back.
Welcome back to Central High School here in Phoenix, Arizona, where the temperature is a brisk something degrees. I would say probably about 48, 49 degrees perhaps. 50 degrees. So
What's the real feel?
feels like 49. I'm thinking it feels a little bit
Yeah.
colder than that. I mean, you're a guy who's coming from the Northeast, and this still feels cold.
Yeah, no,
Like,
it still feels cold.
49, 50 degrees in, Massachusetts, that's shorts weather in December.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I mean, it is funny. I feel like some of it's a bit mental. I think I come out here with the expectation of thinking it'll be warmer,
You see the
wearing
palm
shorts
trees
during
and
the
the cacti,
day. Yeah.
and you expect it to be, nice and warm, and it's a little bit chilly out here today. So
A little chilly. So yeah, just to update you guys on the field as we are approaching. How many hours in are we at this point?
we are
15 almost.
we're approaching 15. Yes.
We just recently had Marissa, as we mentioned. get through the 100-mile mark in 14:36:09. Let's see how her laps looked after that. Looks like she maybe took a bit of a break, but only had a 4-minute lap in there, and then back to 2:17, 2:22, 2:20. So right back on track to where she was previously. And yeah, clicking away the miles. She just went in front of our booth, and like Camille said, she is kind of a metronome out there.
Yeah, and she's going to stick around all 24
Yes,
hours.
we will be seeing her tomorrow morning at 7:59 on the track.
By any means necessary.
And then, we've got 7 laps back from Marissa. Is Amanda Nelson, hailing from Canada with 99.41.
In the case of Amanda, we're actually going to have to start tracking her against the Canadian 24-hour record of 148 miles. We don't have an exact number on that, but it's definitely going to be something that's in play here.
Well, and do we know her 100-mile PR? Because I think she's the current 100-mile Canadian.
That I do know. Yeah,
record
she
holder.
is the 100-mile current,
and she might break her own record. Amanda Nelson, 12-hour, 100-mile, 24-hour soil record for Canada. I think she broke her 12-hour record here, just a couple hours ago. So we'll look into that, but.
Looks like it might be 14:45:51. If that's the case, then she's. I don't.
14:45:41. Okay.
So she isn't going to hit that, but it's going to be just a few minutes beyond.
Not too
that.
far, yeah.
Yeah, and as we've said before, when these runners are coming up just short of these records, these are still historic performances. So, and if she's
looking for another 50 miles, so
yes.
she's not stopping here.
Yeah, that from what I understand and what we've talked to people about, her goal is not tied into the 100-mile, but the 24-hour Canadian national record. So,
and then to round out the men's podium, behind Olivier is Chad
Lassiter,
and then Jake Jackson. Chad's got 99.17, so he's also in the next few minutes going to hit that 100-mile mark. And then Jake has at 96.43 miles. And quite a few folks in the 96 to 93 range, so it's a pretty tight race at this point. There's a lot that can happen in the next what do we have,
9 hours
left, so quite a bit can unfold out there. These next few hours I think will be kind of telling in the direction things are gonna go. Often it's, I feel like, in that 16 to 20 hour range. I think that is often folks' low point within the 24-hour race. You're not quite close enough to feel the finish, and you've just kind of surpassed that 100-mile mark. So you're kind of in this in-between that I think you can feel a little bit of a lull. So we'll try to provide some energy out there for folks.
Yeah, we're we've got some things to keep us going here. I'm gonna get up and grab my coffee. I realize I left it over there.
Oh, yep, you're gonna need that to keep you going. David says morning. I wonder where you're coming from, David. Where it's morning. Feel free to let us know. Thanks to the many of you still tuning in to our live stream. the late hours of the evening here in Phoenix, or maybe the early hours of the morning, wherever you are. Currently got 18 runners left still in the field.
We'll see if we can find out about this 100-mile crossing by our most recent member of the 100-mile club, Amanda Nelson, the Canadian runner.
You are probably right, Sarah. It would be awfully nice to have Rob here with DJing.
Yeah.
We do have some. I remember back in 2018 we had the issues of not using
license.
Yeah.
Well, you live and
that
you
was
learn.
eventful. Yeah.
Yeah, some of those 2018 live stream segments have been lost to the annals of time and copyright. So.
Or it's just a video with no audio.
Yes. I know that speaking with HAW, he is under the not so secret hot tip, but kind of confirming that Jeff Browning is going to call it a day at the 100-mile mark, and he's going to bring Jeff over here for an interview, which should yield some very interesting thoughts and opinions on this race.
Yeah.
For those of you
Maybe
who aren't
a few
familiar,
choice
this is not Jeff's normal cup of tea, and it's definitely not his shot of bourbon. So it'll be kind of fun to see what their thoughts are on this race. And it's
fresh off the track.
Yeah, he'll be like, I have thoughts. 14:53:47.
14:53:47.
Awesome. Yeah, there's the women's podium. All three of them sub 15 hours.
How's that stack up compared to prior years,
Let's
Chris?
take a look. It seems pretty stout. I mean,
I would think
so.
So,
Three women better than.
Oh yeah, so here's the top. Oh yeah, you've got the top performance.
Yeah, so the top 10 of all time are all under 15 hours. Number 10 would be Katlyn Nagy, who is actually here today.
Oh wow. Okay.
She was crewing. Who was she crewing? She and Pam Smith were hanging out. Again, part of the beauty of this race is that, like, if there's a woman 100-miler, who with a very stout resume, there was a good chance she was here today, whether she was racing or, just hanging out and supporting or crewing. So
it's pretty cool, just the consistency of Marissa. She has 4 of the top 10 100-mile performances here at Desert Solstice.
Is today going to knock her? Are today's efforts going to possibly?
It will knock Caitlin off the list, and Marissa will have the 5th, 6th, 8th, and 10th fastest.
Yeah, and if she is able to, obviously Camille has called it for
I guess
a race.
Camille will have bumped it down too. So,
but still, I mean, a third of the top 12 are going to be Marissa's, and also equally amazing. We've talked about how stout the fields here are year after year. Desert Solstice, you can only get here by being one of the best. If Marissa holds suit, she'll have won this race 4 times. That's impressive.
That's extremely impressive, yeah.
As a 4-time 24-hour winner at Desert Solstice, potentially.
That's a lot of laps on this track.
Yes, that is many, many, many loops
Thousands.
at Central High School. Like, She might as well have joined the track team here at that point. All kidding aside, it is actually a really nice night. It's clear. It's just a little bit chilly for our tastes, but at the same time, it's it's definitely prime weather if you're running.
Mhm.
You know, once you adjust to the drop in temperatures, you know, a lot of people at this caliber like to run in the 45 to 55 degree range. Well, they've got it for the next next 6+ hours. So.
Where is our friend Jeff at? 96.18, 15 hours, so he should be right around 15:30, 15:40 for 100 miles. Still a very strong performance for him. Bob making his way up the leaderboard from 25th for most of the day, now in 14th. I'm sure he will continue to.
Bob's a closer.
Yep, yeah, he'll
Bob is
continue to work
definitely a
his way
closer.
up. Never count out Bob.
One of the things that you can see at a race like this is how some of the gates adjust or, in some cases, deteriorate over the course of the day. One of the runners that you can clearly see whenever they go by the TV, or by the camera rather, is Olivier Leblanc.
Mhm.
And I think that,
Stepping off the track.
uh-oh, looks like we're going to have to get some, we're going to have to follow this pretty closely. It looks like Amanda Nelson might possibly be taking a pause. Well, she's definitely taking a pause here, but we'll see
Seems like she's
to
coming.
what effect.
She's taking off her.
She reached for it. The runners here today are double chipped, I believe, with their bibs as well as the timing bracelets around their ankles. But yeah, looking at Amanda, definitely taking a couple moments to contemplate life, as a lot of runners do in these events.
Oh no. Sad to see.
Oh, and she has just taken the
She's
ankle
coming to give it
bracelet
to
off.
us. Seemed like she was coming our way.
Yeah, well, oh no. That'll actually be over at the time. But if you're done, are you calling it for a day? Would you be willing to come over and hang out with us for a few minutes to talk about your experience, or whenever you're ready? You don't have to do it like right now, but all right, yeah, yeah. No, no, over at the. I'm sorry.
Just right at the clock.
You know what? Here, I'll take it. And why don't you come and sit down with Patrick?
Just got the live stream going here. You don't have to do this right now if you want to take a little time. Okay, awesome. We'll just pop this fella on. If you need something
Coffee?
to cover your legs. There you go. All right, so for folks on the live stream, we are joined by Amanda here in the booth. She's had a really stellar day so far, but seems like you're calling it here.
I am.
Yeah, I guess just walk us through maybe the last half hour or so. What's unfolded for you?
I'm happy
Yeah.
with where I got.
Awesome.
It's my second fastest 100.
Yes. And you, 12? Did you get the 12 hour
I got the
earlier?
12 hour
Yep.
national record. I've bested my previous one.
Yeah, very impressive. Yeah. Yeah, no, it was very exciting. We were closely following both you and Victoria throughout most of today, both shooting for, I think, or coming in with the intention of the 24-hour.
I was gonna do that. Today wasn't my day.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, but.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, some
I'm
days.
still
Yeah.
happy with
Yeah, of course.
what I've done.
Yeah. What? Yeah, I guess like what makes today not your day for the 24? What were you feeling out there?
I don't know. It's just the track.
Yeah. Yeah, kind of a new.
Yeah.
Yeah, different challenge in itself. I think quite a few runners are experiencing that.
I didn't like the track the first time I did it. I still don't like the track,
Yeah.
so I don't think I'm on track for it.
Yeah, no, we have Jeff
think-
Browning out there who I think feels very similarly. Has had a
Yeah.
few choice words about the
Yeah.
about the track.
Yeah, I honestly think I'll do better in a 24-hour on a different
Maybe
kind
like
of road.
a road
with a little
loop,
bit of
1 mile
variation.
loop,
Yeah.
or yeah, even something like
It's too tight. It's too flat. It's too
Yeah.
boring.
Well, it's great that you did come out here and gave it a try and still put up some stellar performances, and you're at least taking home a new I guess improving upon your previous
Yeah.
12-hour record. And then I want to chat a bit about your performance earlier this year at the Backyard Ultra Champs. You were the was it 55 or 56 yard?
55.
55,
I definitely think
okay.
I enjoy that more than this.
Yeah. And that was
That was trail too. So.
Yeah. How that's like the longest you've ever run, I would
Yes.
guess to say.
I only been doing ultras for 2 years.
Yeah. Okay. Wow.
So 2 and 3 months.
Before that, I guess tell us a little bit about your story, because I only know some of your recent performances, but what got you into ultras, what got you into the sport of running?
I started running almost 8 years ago, when my kids were babies.
Okay.
Yeah, because they didn't like walking in the stroller, so I ran with them and they liked that.
Yeah.
I had dogs, so. And the dogs liked going for walks, but then they learned to be running dogs because my kids like to run.
Yeah. And then at what point did you go from just going on runs to, say, like running races and competing?
2018, I ran my first race, a half marathon.
And did
then
you kind of immediately feel drawn to doing the next thing?
I placed above average. I was 17th out of like 400 and something. So that was really cool. So then I decided to sign up for Around the Bay, so it was a little bit more. And
Oh yeah, I've heard of that
then I
one.
just kind of upped it.
Mm-hmm.
My first marathon, November 2019, and then
Okay.
ultras in 2020.
What intrigued you about entering into these longer distances?
I have a friend who's an ultra runner, and it was cool to see what he could do. So
Yeah.
I was curious to see what I could do
What you
because
could do? Yeah.
I was doing well in the shorter distance. I definitely don't like the shorter distance now.
Yeah.
They're not fun anymore. I like the long, see how long I can go
Yeah.
kind of races.
Before running, did you find that you had something in your life to challenge you in whether physically or mentally, like ultras now hold a place in your life? Did you have another?
No, I didn't
No.
really.
Yeah. You're getting a lot of love in the chat. You got some right now, Melissa Arnold. So proud of you, Amanda. Yeah, a lot of Canadians tuning in, and I think I had read this was your first international race.
Yes.
How was it to have your first international race and travel somewhere and just
It's cool. I miss my kids.
yeah. Did you come out here how early in the week were you out
I
here?
came out
or-
here on Tuesday.
Tuesday, okay. So it's been a little bit.
Yeah, a bit of a time change. But
Yeah.
Nothing crazy.
Yeah. How many hours? 3 or 4?
2 hours.
2 hours, okay. Well,
Yeah, so I think I was just adjusted maybe last night to the time change, so it didn't
Yeah.
take too long.
Okay. Are you sticking around at all or headed out,
I'm
tomorrow,
not sure.
Monday, or?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'd probably come back either way in the morning.
Yep.
if I did,
Yeah.
so.
Absolutely. Well, I think I'm pretty sure we give
100-mile podium here, which you
Right.
certainly made.
Yeah.
So definitely come
Yeah,
back.
I knew I made
for
that too, so that kind of was a sort of helping me step.
Yeah. No, I mean that's totally understandable.
This is really the only 24-hour race where you have the 100 option as well. So
Yeah, it is nice.
I did like that.
Yeah. If that didn't exist, do you feel like you would have pushed yourself
maybe would've
further
pushed myself
potentially?
to better my 24. I was losing pace too quickly to get
Yeah.
the national, so I already knew I wasn't going to make the national record.
Okay.
Today just wasn't.
And your PR for 24 is 141, or I guess I don't know
227.
miles.
Yeah, 227, 141. Yeah.
141. Okay. And 148 is the national.
138.
138 is.
The Canadian national 24
Okay.
hour. Yes, I would have had to hold an 8.7 for the last 9 hours, and
Okay.
I was right around an 8 to 8.5.
Yeah.
So I would have bettered my time, maybe not. I don't know. I could have kept
but
losing
maybe
pace,
not
but
worth it. Like.
yeah, and Christmas is coming, and I need to get back to work, and a shorter run, I can get back to work sooner.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I guess thinking like, yeah, I mean, you're still so fairly new to the sport and just had this kind of quick rise and progression. Like, what goals or objectives do you have, like, in the coming months, in the coming years? Like, where do you see your
For ultras?
self? Yeah, just like in running in general. Like, what
Yeah.
are you intrigued by? What draws you?
I definitely want to better my backyard.
Okay.
So I still want to, like, I want to try and get to Germany to the backyard masters
Okay.
and better my backyard there.
Yeah.
I don't see multi-days in my near future yet, other than backyard.
Yeah.
But I can't see me signing up for 48, especially
That's
on
what
track,
two and a half days about, or 2.25
yeah.
days.
But it's different though. It didn't feel like that because
Yeah.
it's so relaxed.
Yeah.
So I really like that.
What was with your experience at the backyard, how was it dealing with the sleep deprivation, and then what was the kind of the main, like, when you decided, like, you know, I'm cutting it at 55 yards, what was the impetus for that?
I was gonna make bad choices.
Okay, yeah.
I didn't trust myself. I didn't know if I was dreaming or not, and it still took me like 2.5 weeks to stop dreaming about doing
Wow.
loops.
Yeah.
Like, I kept running laps for 2.5 weeks. It was insane.
That's
And then
crazy.
it actually was a dream because I woke up in my house.
Yeah.
But literally, I couldn't tell.
Yeah.
I didn't know what was real and if I was dreaming. It was
Yeah.
was really weird. So
That-
I'm gonna try and learn to sleep
Yep.
in between loops.
Did you do any sort of sleeping or no?
Nope.
No. Wow.
Bad mistake.
I
But
mean,
I'll
it's a
try
tough
next
it's a tough thing, I think, to, like, yeah, you live and you learn, you know, like, and I think it is, I think, one of the tougher things to prepare for. I think we all prepare for, like, the distance, but I think sleep deprivation is not something you normally, you know, it's a hard thing to just add into your, like, daily routine training for sleep deprivation.
Yeah.
Do you have, like, a strategy that you think of like,
What am I
using?
try?
Yeah, like,
Maybe what the Navy SEALs do. They
Okay.
elevate their feet and they sleep for like 8 minutes.
yeah.
But
Just kind
even
of-
if I just did 5 minutes or 3 minutes,
Yeah.
something. Yeah. That's something I gotta work on. 'Cause
Yeah.
I'm not very good at sleeping.
No.
No, and I never have.
Yeah. Awesome. So yeah, sounds like next year that's the big focus. And any other local races or any other
I'm
other
doing
races
a
you're
local
excited
backyard.
for?
I don't know if it's gonna get me to like 70
Yeah.
hours or anything crazy like that, but
Yeah.
I do have a backyard that's local, and I'm hoping to go to Taipei for the 24-hour World Championship.
Okay,
So
yeah.
right now I am.
Got the
the
current top.
yeah.
Yeah.
So unless I get beat out by 9 others
Yeah.
in the next year, I would like to do that,
Unlikely. Yeah. I think you're probably safe. That'll be exciting to see, and I mean, you'll be competing with some of the same athletes
Yeah.
out there today, which is cool.
Yeah, the competition here, it did keep me going, and it did help me get that 12. So
Yeah.
I was having some pretty bad lows during the day. I'm used to it being like -3 right
Yeah.
now at home, and I
Yeah,
don't
did
love
you-
the sun. You won't see me do bad water. You
Nope.
won't see me doing those. I'm not interested.
Yeah, no, we were definitely seeing people start to suffer with the heat out there. I mean, it doesn't, like, temperature-wise, didn't necessarily get, you know, the number itself wasn't particularly high, but I think the
Yeah.
sun was quite exposed.
Yes.
And, were you using any sort of, like,
I was using
ice and
yeah.
just in your hat or in a
In a
bandana?
like a cooling cloth.
Okay. And that worked sort of okay, or
Yeah.
yeah.
I would have rather it been maybe like 10, but
Yeah.
And then my parents are here, and they kept asking me if I wanted my coat. I'm like, no,
No,
I'm from Canada.
yes. Yeah. Oh boy. Are they from Canada
Yes,
as
they
well?
are,
or,
but
yeah.
they don't realize that you are warm when you're running. That was before I got the 12 hours, so
Yeah,
I was kind
spectating.
of pushing
They
the
may
pace
have
a little
been
bit.
cold. Yeah.
Yeah, they're wearing coats. And
Yeah. And then one more question for you maybe, but where you're from, Woodstock, right?
Woodstock,
I
yeah.
got that right.
Woodstock,
Okay.
Ontario.
Yeah. What's like the running community and culture like there? Like, is it?
I
are there a
love
lot
it.
of running clubs or?
Yeah,
other,
we have my friends and I have a group run that we started, and
Okay.
we have quite a few people come out. It's awesome. I love it. I made new friends, and
Yeah. That's
it's quite the
special.
community. And these people are also starting to sign up for ultras themselves already, so it's
I'm
it's
sure
really
you've
cool.
got quite a few on the live stream. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm excited to see where they're gonna go, follow their journeys.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Amanda, for joining us after your race. Congrats on the 12-hour beating your record, and also a very strong 100-mile finish. We'll see you, I
Yes.
guess, in the morning, but get some
Yeah.
good rest.
Thank you. We'll go hobble back to
Yes.
ready to go.
Yeah. Thanks so much.
Yeah, no problem. I'm cold now, yeah. I'm scared to get up. Oh. I can't
You
get
can
up.
take your time. No rush. No rush.
Oh man. Once you stop, there's no going back.
Great job out there.
Thank you. If I ever come back, it won't be in the next few years.
All
because
right,
I need to,
folks.
learn to walk back. I'll come back again.
That was
someday, maybe
Amanda, who just cranked out a 14:53 4700, joining us from Woodstock, Canada. This was her first international race. Very exciting to see. 2 years into the sport and already at the top of her game. So let's give you an update on the field now that we are about 15 hours, 17 minutes elapsed in the race. Let's check the comments here. A lot of love for Amanda. All right, so Olivier LeBlanc is now at 108.61 miles. Based off of that, he's currently, I think, projected at predicted distance is 170. I don't think he'll necessarily go that far. I think he definitely is going to be in the 150 to 160 range. He is still looking pretty steady throughout the day. We can get a little intel on his latest lap splits. See how he's holding up. I mean, yeah, he's still in that 207 to 220. Seems to be his. He had a 250 lap in there, but still cranking out roughly 830 pace or so. 108 miles into the race, and obviously used to going the distance. 48-hour national record holder. Am I right? So yeah, he's doing well. He's got a bit of a lean. He's had that for the last hour plus, but he is still moving strong. We'll see how much that affects him.
His foot is bleeding too.
His foot is bleeding. Oh,
Yes.
new news
Breaking
from Chris. Breaking news: foot is bleeding.
One of his shoes is far more red than the other, and he's
Okay.
wearing white Hokas, so it's very easy to tell.
Okay. Well, maybe a. There he goes by on our
But you know
screen
what?
there.
It shows like how far into the pain cave he's willing to
Yeah.
go.
No, I mean he doesn't look. I mean he definitely looks like he's hurting, but not like. I don't know. He's still moving at a decent clip.
Yeah. Well, the last time we saw
His lean is getting definitely more pronounced.
Yeah. The last time he ran here in the desert was actually at Fat Ox last year, I believe. And he came here with the intention of setting the 48-hour national record. And he got to 200 miles.
Got pretty darn far.
With like 8 to 10 hours left to go. And he just decided he was done.
Yeah.
Like, it would have been I think he would have had to probably maintain what he was doing in order to hit the national record. But, he, he's able to push himself, like, even amongst ultra runners beyond, in terms of battling, pain strategy, mitigating pain. So
I also wanted to thank Sarah Newberry for the little coffee fund donation.
Absolutely.
We appreciate you being a core member of the chat.
Yes.
Providing.
Sarah is a loyal member of our fan club. And, we'll have to take that super chat donation and head on over to the chain coffee shop across the way that's open 24 hours with the excellent smelling roasted beans and partake.
Yep.
Once I'm done with the one in my hand.
Never enough coffee for Chris. Let's see where we're at. So Marissa still moving strong, 104.39 miles. So she has kept it moving after her 14:3600. Currently in second overall. And wow, Chad is moving up through the field. He is now in third overall. Really impressive, I think, performance from him, and just smart racing. I
had no familiarity with Chad before this. And same with our current third place male, Pat Hasler. Didn't have any familiarity with him either. So
I thought that was interesting coming into this event. Just like not necessarily quite a few. I mean, definitely quite a few returnees, but then there was also like you said, like quite a few unknown to us maybe.
Yeah.
Lesser known on like the like maybe not a big name yet. But like you said, they obviously have the background to back up being here, and I think this is a place where we see people who maybe are not big names turn into big names.
Yeah.
Which is exciting to see.
A couple laps back, we've got Jeffrey Adams. This is his first 24-hour fixed time, and he is currently just having a fantastic day, looking at just over 98 miles in under 16 hours. It's going to be interesting to see how many of these runners are able to translate this, 16-ish hour, 15:30 type 100-mile into a 150 plus or a 140 plus, and go after those coveted national team spots, because obviously the final 8 hours of this race are wildly different than the rest of what's going on. And you can see right now, Olivier is definitely, got a significant lean to the right. So
yeah, looks like Bronco's ready to be done. He
oh yeah,
he's ready. He's picking it up some. He's at 98.92, so it's a little more than a mile left. Let's see what he just.
And as we mentioned, we expect AJW to have the exclusive interview with
him
afterwards, which I am anxiously awaiting to hear.
I am as well.
Yeah, AJW is definitely looking forward to the interview, as are we all. because he's going to have some thoughts.
Assuming Jeff Fitton decides to stop.
I know.
Assuming he
Watch him
decides to
surprise us all and just
Plot twist right there.
plot twist.
His significant other has told me he stopped.
Yeah.
I think that might be
I've known her for 20 years.
a family decision there.
Mutual.
It's not actually his call.
But yeah, Pat Hasler, Jake Jackson, Jeff Browning, Jeff Adams, all coming up on the 100-mile mark here sooner rather than later, as well as Jen Springer, Matthew Urbanski, not too far behind either. Mandy Holmes coming up on about 97 miles. Peter Strickland, Bob Hearn, Pete Kostelnick, all approaching 95 miles. Allison Allen just under 94. We have a large number of runners that are, pretty much everybody is going to be hitting 100 within the next 2 hours. The only outlier might be Jordan Camacho because Jordan's having a rough go of it.
Looking
Look
fresh.
at him go.
Running again.
He's sticking around. He doesn't want any part
No.
of it. Looking at the list of runners who called it early today. One name, and there are different names that stand out for different reasons. One that really surprised me was Micah Morgan. I thought that she had an excellent Spartathlon, finishing in the top
Third
3
overall, yeah.
And she's had experience here, and finishing second behind Camille when she set the world record back in 2018. I was a little bit surprised to see her call it early, but I did speak with her family, her crew, and they just said that it just wasn't happening for her today. And sometimes that's just the way it goes.
Yeah. And good to know. Yeah, just when it's not your day, and just accept that and move on to the next one. Always more.
Yes, for sure.
Matthew
Urbanski's always got a great attitude on his face.
I know.
He and his brother both. They were. I have to confess, I was a little bit disappointed in them today in terms of their costumes. They really didn't go all out like they did last year.
Yeah.
Like last year, they were changing clothes in tandem, throughout the race, and wearing lots of items with pizza and lots of items with cats that looked like they had maybe had specially made for them.
Yeah.
Always a lot of fun. They definitely added some color to the events here on the track. So there's Pete Kostelnick.
Pete's one of the best looking guys, I think, out there right now.
Pronunciation correction.
Oh yeah.
Pete's never corrected me, so I never.
Is it Kostelnick?
Kostelnick, yeah.
Kostelnick.
It is Kostelnick.
Yeah.
Kostelnick.
Yeah, he is the best looking guy out there. Like, just cruising.
You couldn't tell that he's running a 100-mile or a 24-hour race right now. He looks like he's just out there for a casual rest day 10K.
Yeah, his form he's like kept the most composure in his form. Everyone else, you can see their form altered quite a bit at this stage.
Jordan? Camacho?
Jordan also looks good.
He's taken a couple of stops off to the side. He actually, the last time I saw him, he was balancing himself between two tables and propping himself on his elbows. And we're looking at him kind of cocking our necks like, what are you doing? And his rationale is, I just wanted to take weight off my feet by putting it on his shoulders. But
so here comes Pete. This is just
absolutely, he looks fantastic.
Like, yeah, I can run from Alaska to Florida.
Yeah.
This is what I do.
Yeah, and very steady laps if you look at his splits. We got Jeff Browning at 99.41, rounding out another loop, so about a loop and a half to go.
Bob just plugging away. He's like, well, I'm not going anywhere. It's not going anywhere.
Nope.
And very little. He does have a nice house. For a 57-year-old. Oh, you got a real good one. Here we go. Yeah, Bronco.
Thanks to the many of you still tuning in at these late hours of the night.
We're gonna be here all night.
It's only gonna get later for us, or earlier, depending on how you look at it.
We might get a little bit quiet from here, here and there, but we'll definitely be, still following the race through all hours of the evening into the wee hours of the morning.
Cameras will be on this whole time, so you can always
We'll
be here too.
and
Yeah.
hanging
We'll be
out.
chatting.
There are, if you look back through some desert solstice of years past, you might solstices. If you look at desert solstice events of years past, you might see an occasional host tend to fade off a little bit,
Yeah.
or put their head down, or at least their eyelids down.
Yep.
So
It's fair.
yeah, well, it's an ultra broadcast, and we kind of go with a bit of a small crew. This is the biggest crew we've ever had by
I
a
know.
wide margin. We've had 4 people anchoring the broadcast. Actually 5 if you count Nick. Obviously, you, Patrick, me, Matt, AJW, and Nick Curry. And we've had a couple of runners step in. We've had a couple of guests as well, and we'll continue to try and get some guests to come on and hang out with us for at least a little bit. And
Yeah.
Once-
So Jeff Browning, 99.66.
He can
99.8 something now, I think, will register. And so he's just got this straightaway stretch.
Man. Come on, bro.
All he's got to do is get to that back 200.
so we have Jake Jackson just hit the 100-mile mark as well.
Yep.
Did he?
Yep.
We'll see if we can get a number on that.
Yeah, right around, I guess, probably 15:29 or so. Jeff Browning, 15:31, 32. At least gonna round out the lap. See if it's his victory lap. Looking if he stopped his watch.
And just to make sure the family and crew is heading over to the timing strip over on this side of the course, probably going to make sure that he hands off his.
If he doesn't take it off, they're gonna tear it off.
He's gone into chill mode.
All right. Well, we will hopefully get him in the booth here soon. Craig in the chat. Go Stella, looking good.
Yeah, Stella Springer's looked excellent.
She sure
Stella
is.
has been solid, especially these last 4 hours. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, at this point, she's with Amanda and Camille. Done. She is gonna quickly be moving into second place in the 24-hour.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
Stella and
running
Mandy both.
Sort of like beat like this.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it looks like so last year's 24-hour women's podium here was Marissa, Stella, Mandy.
Okay.
And the top of the women's standings this
Happens
year
to be
are
the same.
looking like it might be Marissa, Stella, Mandy. So the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Yeah, looking very smooth.
I believe that last year she actually set an age group national record.
She set a 12-hour one today.
Again?
I think,
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, so last year she set the 100-mile 50 to 54 U.S. record with a time of 16:36:11. So, if that was 16:36:11,
then
she's gonna be potentially
98.17.
She's gonna break that. So she's gonna break Stella's gonna break an age group national record, her own, yeah. Because last year she had it at at 16:36:11, and we're at 15:34, and she's got less than 2 miles to go. Yeah, she's gonna do some serious work on that. No, I think she's gonna keep going. She looks way too comfortable to call it a day. So
Jeff has disappeared. He's hiding from us.
he knows. He knows the media is on the eye out.
That's okay. I can respect that.
Well, he is Bronco Billy after all. Well, he gives all that time to Rory Monahan, and when they do like runners rate the bars up in Flagstaff, I mean, I think he could give us a few minutes after.
Yeah.
I'll give him a few minutes.
David Zirkus saying, back after sleeping, what's happened in the last 8 hours? Pure carnage. Pure carnage. Just kidding. Only partially pure carnage. Several runners. I think that one of the unfortunate storylines of the race so far is the number of women in years past has been extremely high in making it to the 100-mile mark, and this year, anything but. Last year, 80% of the women made it to the 100-mile mark. The previous year, all of the women in Desert Solstice made it to the 100-mile mark. This year, it's looking like it's more like about 55%. So several female runners didn't have a day that they had hoped to have. Now, several others are having a fantastic day. As we mentioned, Stella Springer is going for her second age group national record. Camille Herron basically just started picking them up as she was going along and taking a break every so often in the process. Mandy Holmes is having a very solid day as well. Marissa Lizak doing what Marissa Lizak does at Desert Solstice,
Yes.
and that's basically set herself up for a win, which would be her fourth, and I believe it would be, now that I think about it, fourth in 5 years perhaps. Won in 2019. It's her fourth consecutive potentially if she wins today.
Wow.
Yeah.
Go
would be-
Marissa.
Yeah, Marissa is, basically, this is her house.
So what, 2019 and beyond?
Yeah.
'Cause
Every year.
2018 was
Camille.
Camille.
2017, I believe, was Courtney.
Hmm.
So, yeah, this is the place where she comes and she throws down big numbers each and every year. So, but we've still got some time. Obviously, 8 hours to go, or 8 hours 22 minutes to go. So
Yeah, I was a bit surprised with Amanda, who we just had here in the booth.
she looks so good.
Yeah, she did look good, and I know she looked like she was maybe struggling in the slightest, but not to the extent that all of a sudden it seemed. That was definitely a surprise seeing her just
I
pull
agree.
up, and she must have been thinking it for a while. 'Cause I don't think it was necessarily a quick decision.
No.
but she had a good poker face, good at hiding. That she was going through a bit of a tough time, but she was also, I mean, she said she was very happy with her performance. She
Good.
left with two, I think two, at least one
Canadian
Canadian record, if not two. So.
And now, yeah, it is official per the timing that Jeff Browning is done.
Done.
And I see him. Oh, he's making his way this direction. And I'll leave it to
boy.
AJW to see if he's willing to have him on. He might, and Jeff might need some time to decompress. That's fine, but.
Here comes Jeff. Yeah.
It's up to you. I mean, however you wanna play it. I know for those of you watching, Jeff Browning said that this is, quote, a different sport, bro. And it is.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of funny. We just call it all ultra running, but
But you know what?
it is quite diverse.
Take this in comparison with something like Javelin 100. You know, contenders here such as Jordan Camastro, who placed third here a couple years ago, Bob Hearn, who was always putting up big numbers. They ran Javelin 100 this year, and in a stacked field, nobody even gave them a second thought because it's not really their forte. Like, you know, out there, you know, Bob is going to typically be in the 20 to 22 hour range, and Jordan in the 18 to 20 hour range. That doesn't put them into contention at a place like Javelina. Whereas, like, you bring them out here, they're going to put up big numbers, and I think that that speaks to how different the sport can be at times. Now, there are some people who can handle both and handle both equally well. Somebody like Camille, for instance, who, you know, has the number here and the number at Javelina. So, but there's, you know, there are some amazing differences between this and even a more fast, less technical trail such as, you know, out at the McDowell's. So, you know, one of the differences is that you see your aide and crew every quarter mile.
Yep.
I mean, over the course of a 100-miler, you see your crew 400 times, whether you want to or not.
Yep. Yeah. Sometimes it's nice, sometimes maybe not.
But, you know, a race like this requires, you know, a certain ability to zone out. Okay. So we will be, we do expect to be joined by Jeff Browning, Bronco Billy himself, who just finished his day at Desert Solstice. And we're kind of thinking that his final time was somewhere in the 15:35 range, probably. We'll see if we can get an official number from our race director, Julie Harrow. Perhaps I should walk over and get a number here in just a few moments. I'll grab some official numbers for all of the runners that we don't have confirmation on. So our next runner to be hitting the 100-mile mark would be Matt Urbanski. Followed by Stella Springer and Mandy Holmes. Peter Strickland, the Georgia native, and Pete Kostelnik and Bob Hearn are both fairly close as well to that 100-mile mark. So they're all in shouting distance, less than 4 miles for our next 5 runners.
And it's really telling of who still sticks around after after the 100, exactly. I think most of these folks will, but yeah, you never know. I think it can be sometimes a enticing. Oh, I ran 100. I'm good here.
Well, Mike Tyson said it once. Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth.
Yes.
And sometimes this course is as simplistic and as flat as it can be. You know, that as it is, it can be more daunting than you realize. I really cannot wait to find out Jeff's thoughts, simply because this is something that he has not done before, and for him to do it, you know, this is the least amount of elevation gain he's ever dealt with before. I mean, 400 laps around a track in under 16 hours is it's got to be as much mental as it is physical. Not that I've ever done it, but you've got to be able to have that ability to zone out. David asking if we know if anyone is going for a 24-hour record. We do have a few runners that are going for age group American records, but I don't think that anyone out here is within shouting distance of a world record at this point. Even an age group world record seems like it would be a stretch at this point.
Yeah.
I don't have that information in front of me, but if I were to pull up the 24-hour, I guess looking at the women's 24-hour track records at this point, I don't think Stella Springer in the 50 to 54, perhaps. Wait.
She's actually getting fast. And by the way, I think too, Bob in the 55 and 59.
Oh yeah, and Bob is going for age group
American or world?
American.
I think American.
And also the 200K.
200K mark, yeah. And quite a few folks looking to solidify their place on the 24-hour national team. So not necessarily a record, but yeah, quite
those will be stout numbers. and the mindset, at least the, you know, not to be exact, because obviously the qualifier season runs through June, and there's still a couple of major races. But the consensus along pit row was that on the women's side, it would take 140 plus in order to qualify for the national team. And on the men's side, 153 to 155 was kind of the mindset. So we'll see how things unfold here as time goes on. Now, in the case of the women's side, if Marissa Lizak maintains, this will potentially be her third. She might have the 3 highest qualifier times in the cycle by the time all is said and done, which would be quite amazing for a single runner to have 3 numbers. And what's amazing about it, if you think about it, when you talk about the great ultra runners, the great American female ultra runners, I don't think I'm speaking out of turn by saying her name does not typically come up at the top of the list. We think of Courtney, we think of Camille, you know, and maybe some of the other, you know, amazing trail runners that are out there. But, you know, because she specializes on flat track and road and, you know, a very specific discipline, I don't know if Marissa Lizak gets the attention and the credit she deserves for being, let's be honest, at this point, right now, she's dominating this cycle when it comes to the 24-hour distance. So yeah, currently the list of current qualifiers, there are 5. The team will be up to a total of up to 6 men and 6 women, and as of the most recent postings on the US ATF website, Marissa Lysak, yes, has the number 1 and number 2 numbers. So if she is to eclipse 136, 137 miles, as well as maintain the lead here, she would have the top 3 numbers on
she's
in the qualifiers.
fairly safe.
Yes.
That works well for someone who might be in with the 7th or 8th fastest time, because as long as they meet the minimum standard, it'll drop down to them.
Well,
so.
3 of the 4 women with qualifier times are here today, and again, it's Marissa, Stella Springer, and Mandy Holmes. All 3 of them have accomplished qualifier times last year at Desert Solstice. And on the men's side, the only one that is returning, or the only one that's here racing that is already currently positioned for a spot on the team would be Jake Jackson.
Yeah.
Nick Curry was out here hanging out and having a good time, but not out on the track. Scott Trayer unfortunately had to withdraw fairly late. And then Harvey Lewis is not here either. So
It'll be interesting if Scott goes for another 24-hour in the next few months, because he's in the 3rd spot, but I mean he doesn't have much of a window. I mean, 152 miles. Harvey's 148. I think we're gonna see some 150+ mile performances potentially. Tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting if Scott feels strongly about keeping his spot on the team or not.
Well, and there are still several other qualifiers yet to come. I mean,
yeah, but I know. I mean, he's got Western States is obviously a big focus.
That's an excellent point. Yeah.
Yeah. So he has until July, and most of that window is going to be Western States training. So not too much.
I think the Dome is going to be bonkers next June. The number of people trying to qualify with that. I mean, because it always felt like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it always felt like this was the final shot for runners to qualify for Worlds.
I think the window has that changed a bit.
Yeah, because when I found out that Worlds was going to be in December of next year, it was kind of surprising, because it pushes that 5-month cushion of qualification. It changes it significantly. This is no longer the last chance for some of these runners. They've got Alexander County, I believe, D3, 6 days in the Dome, to name a few high-profile events for runners to qualify at. I mean, across the years, there's still a chance. Now, I think that across the years would be a very difficult course to qualify at, because it's windy on one side, and also you're going to be
pretty busy course.
Well, you're going to be dealing with a lot of traffic that is not trying to accomplish the same goal as you. So, but I'm always interested to find out when I look at a course and there's maybe some hairpin turns or some sharp turns. When a runner puts together a great number, that's one of the things that was amazing about Sorokin's last run. Like, wasn't there a hairpin turn or two on the course?
I mean, that's why. I mean, I know Nick said he didn't see that, that Sorokin had any attraction towards Desert Solstice, but he does have in mind these big, milestones, 200+ miles, and I mean, the course that he ran, it was an open race. I mean, it was both the championships, but it was an open event, so it was not an elite-only field. There had several 180-degree turns on the course, so all sorts of stuff.
Down.
And this is a short course, so that adds up. I mean, that adds up hundreds of times. So you're slow it down a couple seconds times 100 laps.
If he's able to do 198 on a course like that, imagine what he could do out here.
That's what I'm saying. I know.
Could be, let's make it happen. For those of you who are good friends with Sorokin, let's see what we can do to get him out here at Desert Solstice next year, because I think it would be something special to see
Yeah.
what he could do in 24 hours out here on this track.
All right, we got Bronco Billy coming this way, so I think I will. Well, I guess maybe we'll both be.
Yeah, we'll
handing our
both be
mics.
taking a break here from the broadcast, but yeah,
Stick around, 'cause
Jeff's
this is going to
moving
be a good one.
fairly, yeah, you definitely don't want to miss this. Jeff is not known for holding back when it comes to his thoughts, so I anxiously await to see what he has to say with AJW. So we're gonna, Patrick and I are gonna step away from the booth, and we're gonna let AJW and Jeff Browning talk about Jeff's experiences here today at Desert Solstice in Phoenix Central High School.
Yeah, you're going right here. Well, hello, everybody. Thank you, Chris and Patrick. AJW here. Let me just make sure we get this lined up right. Got to turn it around. Hang on. Put this bad boy on. All right, so here we are at Desert Solstice. Thank you, Chris and Patrick, for being around. Is our volume okay? Yeah. Well, hey, Jeff Browning. It's been a while. Good to see you, man.
Hey, really good to see you, AJW.
Really good to see you, too. And there's a few runners left on the track this evening. Man, we've been at this a long time, haven't we?
Yes, sir.
I think
couple decades plus.
I think we first crossed paths, I don't know, 20 plus years ago.
I was thinking about this last night. Do you remember? I think one time we crashed on your in-laws and floor in San Francisco before Miwok.
I think we did.
You remember that?
And that might have been like maybe even in the 90s.
No, that was 2000. It was like my first ultra was 01.
So it might have
been 05 maybe?
2005 Miwok.
Yep.
I think that was exactly it.
Yeah.
And so we've done a few of these.
Yeah, we have.
Been around.
I've lost count. I don't even know how many ultras I've done. 180 maybe plus.
Yeah.
I'm getting closer to 200 at some point.
Yeah, I've got 190 something ish. Not as many hundreds as you. I think I have 38 hundreds.
Yeah, I'm 40. I can do after this one. 40 might be 45. If you count, it might be 46 counting Moab 240.
That's right. Well, you got to count that.
Yeah.
Do you get to count that as two?
I wish. Carl told me you can only count it as one.
Yeah. Well, and that's the law. So I mean, here we are. Here we are at Desert Solstice, Aravaipa Running, Arizona in December.
Beautiful.
It's a beautiful place to be. I've recently relocated to Phoenix, where I lived for a long time. You're up in Flagstaff now. Great for you to come down here, and we'll talk a little bit about how this day went down. But before we do that, I mean, you've had an interesting year. Your first 200.
This is the year of new.
Yeah,
this is my wife and I coined it.
So let's talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, I did a stage race, so I did 3 days of Silamo in March.
Oh my gosh!
Have you ever done that race?
Of course,
it's so awesome.
It's Arkansas.
It is, and it's
it's
great
like
single track.
Back in the sticks.
It is. No cell coverage where you camp.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
You get there and it's just like
you're off
done.
the grid.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
3 days, and the 50 miler is burly.
It is.
And,
it is. Yeah.
So you did 3 days of Silamo. That's March.
Yep.
It's kind of like a spring break thing.
Yep.
And then after that,
I did 2 times rim to rim to rim FKT.
Okay.
So whatever that is, 85 miles. A lot of
back and forth,
like 22,000 feet of climbing.
By the way, did you run into Paul Turner? He goes by PT. up in Arkansas?
oh, yeah, I know.
PT?
I know PT.
He's an old Billy Simpson.
Yeah, oh, yeah, I know PT.
He
I had met
he
PT
runs
before.
sideways.
Yeah, I
and
love
stuff.
that guy.
Yeah, he's awesome.
He's awesome.
Guy. Yeah, great dude.
Well, I grew up in Missouri, so
Well,
I like to go down to Arkansas.
yeah, they're all you guys all mixed together.
Yeah, we're all inbred, I think, or something.
All right, so
and I'm
you
proud of it.
You do the
I'm
rim.
just
Oh,
kidding.
of course.
I'm kidding.
Until you're not. So rim to rim to rim to rim,
Yep.
and then so that's like springtime.
Yep.
Oh, you got some.
Oh, that's awesome.
There we go. Going to get warmer. So then you get to the summer.
Yeah, and I did that in April, and then in the beginning of June I did Scout Mountain 100. Barely got the course record by like 27 seconds.
Luke Nelson's
awesome race.
Beast of a race.
It is a beast of a course.
It's kind of it's the post-cursor of what used to be Pocatello 50.
Yep.
And that Jared used to do with Luke, and
it should be a Hard Rock qualifier.
And
Just saying out there to the board, it should be a Hard Rock qualifier.
right up there with Blood Rock, by the way, out in Alabama.
Yeah,
I think we've talked about that before.
I've run that twice.
Yep, indeed. So there's some hard races out, but Scout Mountain. I mean, did it snow? Did it rain? Did it hail?
It rained
do all that
and
stuff?
hailed. So it gives you a little Hard Rock vibe.
Yeah, exactly.
And there's some snow fields up on like Old Tom.
That's right. Yeah.
So it's like perfect for Hard Rock.
Yeah,
you know,
it
because
is.
it's got a little bit of Hard Rock in it. And it's got some Hard Rock-ish climbs,
I think it's a
too.
qualifier in the next few years.
I hope so.
Yeah.
He
and
deserves
Luke does
it.
an amazing job with it.
He is so dialed in that race.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very well organized.
So then you and I, we ran into each other at Western States. We, chatted and bonded about strength training and
All
getting
kinds of
old
stuff.
and all that kind of
Coaching
bullshit.
and everything.
Yeah. And so then
Hard Rock
got into, and how'd that go for you this year?
5th.
Yeah. Not bad.
Not bad, especially with the field.
Yeah, it was
deep field.
Was it? Did you have any like thunderstorms and any of that
Oh,
craziness?
of course.
Yeah.
Twice. I got maybe 3. Twice.
See, the
I got
longer
soaked
the
twice.
longer you go, the older you get, the more thunderstorms you get.
Yeah.
So then chilled out after Hard Rock.
Yeah, I chilled out after Hard Rock. I did run around Mount Rainier in a day, just solo.
Like the Wonderland Trail?
Yep.
Or,
yeah, as a trainer. I was trying to go for the unsupported FKT, but my legs were Hard Rock was still in my legs, and I was on pace for about halfway, and then one climb, all it took, and it was like, nope. And so you just go, I'm just gonna enjoy it.
Right. And then the big undertaking was Moab.
Yeah, Moab 240.
So how did that, like?
It went great. I mean, standard course record. I mean, I think Mike McKnight and another guy have run a little faster, but it was a alternate snow course year where
Right.
they go lower down. They don't go up in the LaSalle's, less climbing, more
Right.
road. Definitely faster because I paced Mike the last 70 miles because I coach him.
The previous year?
The previous year he ran it. He
so
ran.
you knew. You basically aped him.
I totally did. I helped him, and I helped him, and I ran the last.
So
by
did
the
he
way, a
pace
70-mile pace is a really long.
Oh, that's a big. Yeah.
I really was kind of a worthless pacer the last 20 miles.
Oh, I remember pacing at Hard Rock. I was like, I'm just toast. I've
Right.
been out here 28 hours.
Right.
So, but I mean, you I think most people watching right now know, you have very good and science-based approaches to your nutrition, which is a big part of why you've made it into your 50s still doing this. When you jump from something like a 100-miler, even if it's a Hard Rock 100-miler, to a 240-miler, you can only, I know Jeff really well, and the dude loves his banana chips, but you can only eat so many banana chips.
I ate a lot. Well, see, one of the things that's a problem with me, I have a soy allergy, so soybean oil, and it's in a lot of it's like cheap filler and a lot of stuff. So I have to be careful at aid stations.
Yeah, you can't just grab stuff off the
I can't even
tables.
grab broth.
Right.
So I pretty much stay away from aid station food except fruit, potatoes, and eggs if I ask them to cook it in butter. And Moab was awesome because the aid stations always had butter, and I said, can you put that in a skillet with butter because I can't have the oil, because they had Pam, and the spray Pam has soybean oil.
So aid station. So race directors out there, if you want Jeff to run your race, charge him double because you're gonna have to cook all the stuff in butter.
Just have some butter on hand, and I just need a little.
But I can understand
little sliver.
Candace thinking about that, and Jamil with all the Aravaipa races is, he thinks about that kind of big picture stuff. But even like going into you get to mile 160. And you're in uncharted territory.
Yeah, I'd never gone over 108.
Right, exactly. So how did that work? Was it just like?
It was. I felt pretty smooth through. I had a pretty rough patch from like 140 to 167 because that was the second day. It was longer than I'd ever been out, and I also was like. I stupidly cut out caffeine for like the last 6 hours because I was like...
See, even Jeff Browning can be stupid.
Yeah. So I wanted to sleep at like that evening. And so I was like, I'm just going to cut out caffeine for 6 hours.
So that you'd end up being able to sleep.
What I found was like you metabolize it fast enough when you're running that, for me at least...
You're going to sleep
Yeah,
anyway.
within 3 hours, I'm like... running down the gravel. It's a gravel road marathon.
Which is going to put you to sleep anyway.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Which we're going to get to in a minute.
Derek Lytle was pacing me, and I kept going, dude, I just need like a 3-minute nap. I don't want a 3 minute.
He wasn't letting you
He was
do
like,
it,
no, man, we just got to make it to the aid station. Because that's where I was supposed to sleep.
Right.
It would have ruined my sleep.
You had your planned sleep. Okay, so you get through Moab, an impressive win, course record. That's now, then you're thinking, okay, well, next on my calendar is...
Well, before Moab, I was on a weekend, and my wife and I like to partake in a little hard kombucha, and I had a couple hard kombuchas, and I just go, Jen, I signed up for Desert Solstice. And she's like, what? Yeah.
Yeah, and for the viewers, I was just talking to Jen by the fire, and she was like, why the hell did we do this?
Oh, man, I don't know. So, yeah, that was one of those things.
So that was like the fall, and it became a project.
Yeah, it became a project just to go try.
So let's talk a little bit about the training. Because, I mean, anybody who follows you on Strava or anything else, it's like, well, this is like not a Jeff Browning I know.
No, I had to do long runs on the track.
Right.
And I did long runs at Buffalo Park on the flat pathway,
Right.
When I couldn't get on the track. You can only get on the track on the weekends in Flagstaff.
Right, and you're running around Buffalo Park with all the Olympians and everything else.
Yeah, right. I'm doing 2-mile laps,
Right.
and that was interesting. But I did see, I think one of the things that's interesting from a coaching perspective, because I've always really trained vert because I do a ton of mountain races. That's
Right.
all I really do. And so you get so focused on vert. And one of the things I think that was really interesting about this training cycle, it was a short training cycle because I only had 9 weeks from Moab. So I had a week off, and then I had 2-week build back to doing a long run, and then a 2-week taper. So really only had 4 weeks of training. And one of the things I found was over Thanksgiving, I went with a buddy and we ran the Cowboy Loop at Grand Canyon. So basically up on top of the rim, down Bright Angel, and back up South Kaibab. It's like 21 milers, kind of a classic from Flagstaff. You can get up early, drive there, run it in a day, and come back and be back by late afternoon.
Right.
So and
get 5,000.
Yeah, 5,000 plus feet of climbing.
Descent.
In
climb,
one giant climb at the end.
Right.
And so I was really what was interesting, I had done no vert. And I was able to run like 70% of the climb up South Kaibab. And I was like, maybe I need to run a little more flat sometimes. Because we get so caught up in chasing cool trails, which is hard not to.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because I love to run trails, and that's why I moved to Flagstaff. And we have Sedona, and we have Grand Canyon, and we've got the San Francisco Peaks, and the Arizona Trail, and we're surrounded. So it's gorgeous for training, and it's hard not to just go run trails every single day. I can run trails from my front door.
Right. So here you are, and full disclosure, both Jeff and I are coaches, and we're intrigued by what the dynamics of what it means to train an athlete, whether they're an elite athlete or a middle of the pack athlete or the back of the pack athlete.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
we often, I know I do this, and I'm sure you do this too, like experiment with ourselves, because
Yeah, we're like guinea pigs.
we still haven't been in the sport. The sport hasn't been around long enough to really know, but then you decided, or to come to a track race. And
it's a different sport.
It is
in the ultra category. It is a different sport because it's just such a different muscle group of that repetitiveness. I just was a little like a fish out of water.
Yeah, and I remember the first time doing, and it wasn't a 400-meter track, but I remember 2020 doing coming out of COVID, doing one of Jason Green's like bike trail hundreds, Yeti 100.
Oh yeah.
And it was, I did the walk run thing, and it was great. I had a great time, but man, I was sore as hell afterwards. And it was a 100-miler. It wasn't a 24-hour like this. But you committed to this,
Yep.
and you came here, and
With the idea of doing the 24
right.
hour,
So let's let that sit for a second,
Yeah.
because this. I mean, there's still runners. I mean, some of the best 24. We're sitting here having this interview right now, and some of the best 24-hour runners in the country are out here doing this. And some of them are walking, some of them are running. We got Bob Hearn coming up right here doing one of his other walking breaks.
he's got the American record in both the 50 to 54 age group.
And he's about to get the 55 to 59 age group. There's Pam Smith with him, talking him through. So everyone gets that. But you came here out of your comfort zone.
Oh, yeah.
Let's just talk it through. I mean, I saw you a couple hours in, and you were
I was like,
this is all I get all day?
Yeah, I think I might have said, I think we've just been running in circles, but I'm not sure.
So,
it's like the Twilight Zone.
You are dialed in with things like nutrition and pacing and all of that stuff. I mean, we know you're a scientific guy. You went into this race doing that.
Yep.
How did let's talk about that first.
Nutrition was great. I didn't have any problems, no GI stress, no cramping, no, I stayed on my race nutrition fine. I had no
Your
problems.
total plan that you always use.
The biggest thing was my legs, the repetitiveness.
So when did that start to creep in?
I felt pretty good through like 6 hours, 5-6 hours, and then I didn't know whether it was like the repetitiveness or Moab 9 weeks ago or whatever it is. I definitely was feeling it. And that's when I started going. I think I looked at you a couple times, just going.
You totally did. It was like
I look at Nick Curry was standing on the track. I just go, dude.
Well, Nick told me he was down on the back, and you guys had a look.
I just said, dude, this is insane.
Like, what the hell am I doing here?
Why am I here? Oh.
But then, you just had to do what ultra runners do, and
I had to sit a couple times, get an Adaday gun, and just do my legs and just take the weight off my legs for a second, just sit there, and then take some walk breaks and walk a lap here and there, or half a lap, and I just about 100K in, I told my wife, I'm only running 100. There's no way I'm running 24 hours on this thing. There's no way I can't even wrap my head around it. I mean, after running Moab, I can't wrap my head around just staying on a track for 24 hours.
Which is fascinating, right?
I know, right?
I mean, you ran 240 miles out around,
and
the
my
Slick
legs
Rock.
hurt more now than they did at Moab after
3
3 days.
So I'm going to bring up another topic because it's something that you've inspired me on. I was a runner only. We've spent a fair bit of time going back and forth, and especially this past June in Western States, about the importance of strength training.
Yep.
And you've always been a strength,
always.
right? I mean, you used to be apparently like a bodybuilder.
Well,
dude.
I wanted to be.
Right.
I don't have the body type,
but
I wasn't willing to take steroids.
But
either.
you get after it in the gym.
I've been climbing since I've been lifting since since 8th grade.
Right. And when I talked to you about like all my hip issues and stuff, you were like, AJW, I'm so happy that you're doing that and that you found that. Is that something that like an experience like this would maybe make you change your ways, or would you just be
I think
like,
you just need to
I'm
run
never
more
gonna...
flat.
Yeah.
And it's so hard to, because you have to go run on a track. To get ready for the track, you have to run on a track.
Right.
And long runs on a track.
Right.
And
go around a track for a 50K.
Yeah, exactly.
Training run.
Yeah, and I'm after this, I'm not really willing to do that. I just would rather go run in the woods, and face mountain lions and bears and lions and tigers and bears. Oh my!
So are you glad you did it?
I am really glad I did, because I have a few athletes that like to do like the timed races, and it's really nice to understand and be here and see it and see the people that like really nail it, like Camille Herron, like see her in her element, like she's a beast.
Well, yeah, and Nick was here earlier. He didn't run this year, but Nick Curry.
I much respect, man, for like what he did.
Or Bob Hearn, we're seeing right here, right now.
Yeah,
and
he's taking a hike break right now.
Yeah.
He does his very strategic hike breaks.
Yeah, but
very planned.
But he's doing like 15-minute miles hike breaks. Like
he's walking fast.
The dude doesn't like go strolling to the coffee shop.
Well, I'm just really impressed by like a whole bunch of people, because this is its own scene, and there's a lot of people I don't even know. I knew some of the guys' names, and some of the folks' names, but I didn't understand. It was really cool to see some of these people that I never really knew who they were.
Yeah.
And see them in their element, like,
well, and
because that's what they concentrate on.
Here comes Pete Kostelnik coming by, like he's all of a sudden picking up his pace. But like we know he's run from Alaska to Florida, and
right.
The dude doesn't like he can run.
But I can see like you really see like these guys just metronomes. Yeah, it's pretty impressive. Because I'm on and off. I was just like, because I'm used to mountain stuff, so it's like the on and off of mountain running, right? And the variable leg speed and technical, and so you develop it entirely. I got 22 years. This is the end of my 22nd season, and 22 years of developing that musculature, and this musculature is like, my body was like, I don't have that adaptation.
I'm a rookie at that.
Big time rookie. Yeah.
So did you, like a few questions about the race, did you wear the same shoes the whole time?
I changed.
Did you start
once.
with the Taurins?
I started with the Rivera, Ultra Rivera, and then I switched to the Taurin. And I wish I would have brought their carbon shoe, like road shoe, whatever. I'm drawing a blank.
So
I've
like
been running for a
like
while.
the even more.
It's light, and it's got like a little bit like a rocker. So
yeah.
It helps you when you're tired
doing this stuff.
Yeah, because I was this repetitiveness. I can't stress enough the repetitiveness. It was just really challenging.
And so, did you have to change? I mean, shoes. Did you have to change your nutrition strategy at all?
Well, just different, because normally you're used to carrying stuff in a mountain race, right?
Because you are known for like being dialed in on your nutrition.
Yeah, and so I just came up with a system to. I mean, Nick Curry helped me. We emailed back and forth a few times. I just had questions.
Right.
And one of my athletes that I coach does a lot of like does time stuff. And so I picked his brain a little bit too. But I think I just had my normal bottles, like I normally would mix my electrolytes and calories in one bottle and water in the other bottle. And I would just come through, and I actually kind of learned on the way while I was here. and
then you're like tossing them, or
so I would just learn, you have this section where you can aid, and so I would just tell my crew, like my wife and kids, I was like, okay, I'm coming through, like I want a Roctane bottle in the next loop, and they'd hand me that, and I boom boom dump it on the infield, and they'd go pick it up, and then the next lap we already had it decided on, like I'm gonna follow that up with a water bottle. And then at the top of the hour and then at 30 minutes at the bottom of the hour, I always do a little bit of calories, just a little extra calories, like whether it's a gel or chews or plantain
Right,
chips.
but you're still working your fat adapted.
Yep, taking Vespa
plan
every 2
and
hours.
making sure that you keep it in your numbers.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And even in a flat thing like this, that works.
Yeah, and it worked great. I didn't have any cramping. I didn't have any nausea.
You just got freaking
just my
done
legs.
with like that.
Well, especially my
Well, I mean,
gastroc on my right leg.
I mean, it's funny to hear, like, you know, you're more whacked out from this. Not whacked out, but like...
My legs ached more than it did at Moab.
Right, which is...
That was crazy
and,
to me.
and
Because
this-
when I signed up, I was like, 24 hours. I just ran 57 hours.
Yeah, and
you know,
just
you have a little
watching
ego,
you
and you're like,
you could see, like, you get to the 14, 15-hour mark, and I'm looking... It's like, that's a little bit more labored Jeff Browning than I'm used to seeing. And, of course, it's like, also, like, looking at the same Jeff Browning, like, it's weird. Like, I'm never used to seeing you, like, just run the same way. all the
I had
time.
to start doing, like, on the curves, I would do really quick cadence and shorter steps. And on the straightaways, I'd
Just
lean
stride
forward
it
a little
out.
more and, like, kick my heels up a little just to have a different stride.
Yeah.
Because there's a ton of people here that have done it a lot, and they're just like metronomes.
They are.
But I mean, obviously, that's a practiced musculature.
Right, and it's
very well
and it's
developed.
why you get people that come back to Desert Solstice
Yeah,
every year and do what they're doing. So
I'd come back and hang out.
But this is a one and done.
Yeah,
I
drink
think we do
coffee,
each other-
support people,
yeah.
socialize.
Maybe if you have,
It's only 2 hours from
if you have an
Flagstaff.
athlete that's in the race,
Yeah.
you come down and hang out with
Yeah,
them. But
absolutely.
you're probably not gonna,
No.
sign up and bring the whole team down here
No,
and do it.
no.
So,
but I appreciate them.
It's 2023.
This-
I mean,
yeah.
we've got the. You're what, 1 or 2 on the Hard Rock
Number
wait list,
2
so you're
on-
in on that.
So I should get in.
Is
to
that?
Hard Rock.
Are you going to focus on that? You think? Or
Yeah, I'll
you-
do Hard Rock. I was toying around with Cocodona 250 because
Right.
it's hometown race.
It is,
But
and
I'm still not
Aravaipa.
sure yet. I need to. I'm gonna
And
think.
having done a 240,
Yeah, so I'm been in that ballpark.
yeah.
So and it finishes in Flagstaff. So
What did that feel like, by the way, to go to do that?
the only thing I'm nervous about, I had a little metatarsalgia or whatever, and my second met
In
hit on
your-
my
in
right
your
foot,
foot,
just
yeah.
tender and like sore at the end, the last like 50K, and I'm a little nervous about that for Cocodona if I did it. That's the only thing that's kept me from like not going like.
Is it like
I'm in?
Is it like acute or is it something?
Oh, yeah,
It's
yeah.
like vroom.
Yeah, it was like 9 out of 10. I mean, near tears.
Really?
Yeah, oh yeah. It hurt.
And
I
you
was like,
just had
did
to,
everything I could.
You had to like play it out.
Yeah, there's a video coming out from Ultraspire.
Can't wait to see it.
You'll see.
So
Going
were
down
you-
Porcupine
were you
Rim.
crying?
No.
Almost crying?
But you'll see on Porcupine Rim, like, you can see me with a tender foot on the right side. You can tell I'm favoring it a little bit. It hurt.
And did it end up jacking you up a little bit?
No, I ended up actually taping it with like 7 miles to go, but I was in this moment of like, oh my god, it's gonna take me so long to go 7 miles because I was
It's gonna
walking
take me
a
so
lot.
long to tape this.
Yeah, and so I sat down under a shade of a juniper and like just took some Leuco tape and put a piece of tape. I put a blister pad over it and just to add some padding.
Oh, I see.
And
what
then
you're
put a
doing.
piece
And
of
then
Leuco tape
and then
over
you
it.
Put it like
over
in
the ball of
between
my foot. No,
and
just over the ball of my foot, and it changed the pressure on it enough.
So it pushed it like to the.
It made it like a 6 out of 10, and when it's a 9 out of 10 and it
Yeah,
comes a 6
yeah.
out of 10, you're like, oh,
I'm like a new man.
yeah, I could run. I just needed to finich. I had 7 miles
Well,
to go.
dude, that would be fun. Cocodona. I mean, I think the thing that Jamil and the guys
They
here
do a
at
great
Aravaipa have done with Cocodona is it's the best we can do with like a UTMB type thing where you go into a town and
yeah.
you come
They
out of
did
it
a really
like
cool-
Prescott and
I love it.
Jerome and
And it's fun.
and
The last 2 years,
climbs
I've had athletes in it. I've
and
helped
it's not going
crew
to
and
mess with
pace.
you because it's hot, but then it's not too hot.
No.
and it's,
Yeah. Maybe
So
the
that-
first day. It can be really hot the first
Well,
day.
yeah, and you got to go. I mean, you got to
And it's
go
May,
whatever,
so you're
18
not-
miles without aid, but
Yeah.
you just put a bunch of
Yeah, you
like
have to
like for
you have to
those of
carry a
us.
big pack.
Remember back in the day when we didn't have to carry packs?
Yeah, we just carried handhelds everywhere.
Or we shoved as much as we could in the
In our
pockets.
pockets.
So, man, Jeff, this has been great, and I do think whatever you do at Cocodona or not Cocodona, get back to Hard Rock.
Oh yeah.
Do your thing there.
Yeah, I like Hard Rock.
Yeah,
I
it's
love
not
that
it's not a bad race.
No, it's not. I love that race.
And if you ever come back here, we'll hang out and drink beer. And,
Yeah, exactly. I'm not gonna be running.
yeah, and you're just up the road 2 hours, so.
Oh, yeah. Thanks.
All right, man.
Cheers.
Jeff Browning, everybody.
Giddy up.
Giddy up, indeed. Chris, come on in. I'll go on this side for a quick getaway. Yeah. Thanks, man. And my brother by another mother, Chris Warden, is back. That was a great interview with Jeff. Man.
You guys were just riffing, and it was a lot of fun to. I didn't hear everything, but what I did hear was just two guys having a blast.
Well,
talking
Jeff
about
and I,
something they love.
Jeff and I have a lot of history, as you might expect, and I mean, I think it's clear that he had a good day out here. He had a rough day. He experienced I mean, the fact that his 100-mile PR is not here. I mean, says a lot about how hard this is.
Yeah,
you know, and that's fine. I mean, no judging, no anything, but
there just wasn't enough elevation gain for him.
Yeah,
I mean, let's be completely honest.
I mean, I think the track maybe tilts. I don't know. Towards the Salt River, 6 inches?
Well, over the course of 400 laps,
Yeah.
that does add up to some degree. So,
but it was great. It was great to have Jeff here. It's great to, have an old trail brother. I mean, we came into the sport same time in the late '90s, and we're more or less the same age, and have been through a lot of the growth of the sport and the development of the sport and what it means to be a trail runner and an ultra runner. And, the fact that he came out here and put it out on the track, I have a ton of respect for that.
yeah, it's definitely him stepping outside of his norm and the expectations in terms of what other people see him as. People see him as, a mountain goat for a reason. It's because he has staked his claim to being one of the best in the entire sport at doing it, as far as Americans go. And this is anything but that. So,
Well, and doing it for a long time, too. So
decades of history.
And I really hope. I mean, I hope that kind of story might inspire other people to, whether it's come here or come to across the years or just embrace the sport for all that it is.
We've all had that discussion, or at least that thought process, where we look at somebody who is so amazing at some of those difficult high elevation trail races, and thought, wouldn't it be cool to see blank run a flat fast track?
Right.
This was actually a litmus test for that, and Jeff had a very solid day. But when people talk about, even not even like talking about mountain races, but just trail runners in general that stick to the trail, that don't venture out beyond that, say somebody like a Dakota Jones or a Jim Walmsley, to see what would they do on a track like this. It would be interesting to find out.
Right.
Now, we kind of got a taste of it with the Carbon X event that they had a couple years ago.
Yeah, for sure.
With Jim, but but this is definitely a different animal. And to see Jeff come here and and hold his own and perform admirably in an entirely unprecedented setting for him was pretty neat.
Well, and while it's not directly related to this race and this conversation, I think we're going to see it this summer with Arlen Glick. I mean, Arlen, who's come down here to the Southwest a couple times at Javelina and at Jackpot, is now going to run Hard Rock.
Yeah.
And in fact, as I wrote this past Friday at I Run Far, is going for the Western States Hard Rock Double. And we've seen his success at Western States. He ran Run Rabbit Run to get a qualifier for Hard Rock. So we'll see like the opposite, a flatlander, a sub 13 hour 100 miler, see what he can do at Hard Rock. So, I mean, and I think we've just seen what, a Hard Rock, a past Hard Rock champion, a long time runner in the sport can run 15-ish hours here. And, it's easier on paper than it is in real life. I only, just speaking personally for a second, I only ran sub 15 hours for a 100 miler once, and it was at Rocky Raccoon, and it was 14:57, and it took all of my effort. I mean, there's very little elevation change at Rocky Raccoon, but it took all of my focus and that was, I went in there, that was my goal to run. I just wanted to have, it was in my 30s, I wanted to run sub 15 hours for 100. It felt like it was dry, it was fast, the aid stations were really close, but it's a monumental effort to do something like that. And so I mean, give Jeff a lot of credit. I love the fact that he came on and gave us so much of his time, and he's one of the great ambassadors of the sport, especially for us older folks who want to stick around for a while.
Talking about people who've done the doubler, he's another one who did the double that one summer.
He has the record for the double.
I mean, had the win at Hard Rock and finishing, I believe, 4th at Western States that same year.
Yep.
What an amazing accomplishment that was. And, if anybody would at least make it intriguing enough to potentially approach that, and based on pure talent alone, Arlen is one of those people.
I think Arlen is. And one of the things I told him in my little exchange with him was that I think he needs to get to know the course.
Yeah.
He knows the Western States course,
but
he needs to get to know like the beast he's signed up for.
For sure.
Because Arlen's a wonderful guy.
Yes.
But there's a little bit about him that's like a little deer in the headlights. I think he would even admit that. He's 29 years old. But if anybody could do it, he could. But Browning laid it down. I mean, he did like a 15 and change at Western States and 25 and change at Hard Rock. So, I mean, if you want to get after that double, you're gonna have. I mean, when I did it, it was 16 plus and 28 plus. The only claim to fame I have for my year at Hard Rock was that I passed Jared Campbell with 8 miles to go, and then he proceeded to have 3 Barkley finishes after that. So he was obviously pacing himself.
Looking at our results
let's
as of right
see
now,
how we're doing.
We've had a little bit more carnage. A couple of runners have called it a day. Beyond, I don't know if you caught that Pete Kostelnik had called it a day after hitting the 100-mile mark.
He did call it a day.
Yeah, and Peter
And
Strickland
and at what
as well.
time did
I believe
Pete-
that Pete? It was just over
16,
about
17,
16:20 maybe was I think his.
Okay, so they all did. So Browning
Or
at
16:15.
Browning at 15:33, Pete at 16:17, and Peter Strickland at 16:26.
I'll get official numbers for the 100 split from Julie when we've got a little time. But Allison Allen is now the 5th woman to hit the 100-mile mark, and with actually the 6th woman. So all of the active women have hit the 100-mile mark at this point. So
And Jean is in the lead.
No, actually, Marissa
Marissa's
Lysak
in the lead. Yeah,
got a sizable lead.
Yeah.
Marissa's up about 9 miles and gaining on Stella Springer.
and she's just moving.
Oh yeah, and she will move until she's not moving. Like that's kind of like how
Right.
how Marissa races. I didn't realize, and we were kind of looking back through that if Marissa holds up, she'll have won this race, the 24-hour, for the 4th straight year.
Is that right?
Yes, 4 times. Basically, the last time somebody else won Desert Solstice on the women's side in the 24-hour was Camille.
Camille's
on the record. Yeah. So Marissa won in 2019, 2020, and in 2021. She's basically stamped her,
authority
her name
on this race,
on this course,
and she's not looking
she's
at all
looking very
labored. And I mean, when you look at the folks left on the track,
RP McMurphy saying Glick is always overlooked. I'm gonna agree to disagree on that one. I think we all hold Arlen in very high regard. He was one of the odds-on favorites at Western States this year, and at Javelina as well. And he's an amazing athlete. Hope he wins Western States and Hard Rock. It's possible that he wins one. Winning both is a very tall order. I mean, Killian and anybody else has anybody else won the double on that?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think
I mean,
so.
RP, I can understand your contention that Arlen is always overlooked, but he's now been in the game 2 years.
At a high level.
I think, at least for those of us down here in the Southwest, we know what he's capable of. His 3rd place in Western States this past year proved that he can race on a variety of surfaces, and then what he did with 2nd place at Run Rabbit. So I don't think he's overlooked. I mean, he was in the top 5 of the Ultra Runner of the Year rankings last year. He'll probably be in the top 5 this year. I know that many people in the Midwest and the East feel as though they're forgotten. I think Arlen is probably, perhaps the rising star in American ultra running right now, with the possible exception of Adam Peterman. And, I think the time right now, the world is his oyster. He's going to be able to run Western States and Hard Rock and probably UTMB if the cards fall in his direction. He's 29 years old. So let's give it a chance. But I certainly don't think any of us down here have ignored him. And I think he's a good guy. He cares about the sport. He respects the honor of it, the tradition. He's been very respectful of like the Western States traditions, and he knew he had to pay his dues, right? He won 4 flat hundreds, before he came out to Javelina, which is a relatively flat 100, and he knew he was eventually going to have to prove his chops, with the big boys, and he did.
And I think and I think that maybe that could have been said that he was being overlooked maybe 15 months ago.
Right.
But after Javelina, and I don't think that it's me being biased to say that Arlen's big, wide coming out party was Javelina. Because, yeah, he had won events back east like Mohican and some of those smaller, flatter, faster Western States qualifiers. He won 4 of them in a year. That's nothing to be overlooked. Nobody with common sense thought that he wasn't going to be able to contend at a high level, but the question was whether or not he was going to come in right away and make his mark, and he did.
Right, and
that woke everybody up.
And I don't think it's a bias, Chris. I mean, yes, you're a Javelina lover.
Yes,
we know that. but Javelina has proven to be, now for 2 years running, the 2nd most competitive 100-mile race in North America. Mm-hmm. Bar none. It's more competitive than Hard Rock. I mean, and that's largely because of the way Hard Rock has their entry procedures and so forth. But so if you can come these days, we're talking like 2001, 2002, 2021, 2022. You can come to Javelina and prove your chops. You're an elite ultra runner.
Yeah.
And I mean, I had this conversation with Jamil a couple of weeks ago, which was like, why hasn't I Run Far ever come to cover our races? And it's like, well, you've never been as competitive as you are like right now.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of happened all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Like this year's Javelina. I mean, if you look at the golden ticket people from this year's Javelina, let's put a check. Those of you watching right now, put a check mark by those two people, and let's see how they do in Western States. They're going to perform.
Yeah.
I can promise you that.
Well,
and that may not have been the case 5 years ago. So, I mean, let's let the sport evolve the way it is. Let's not rush to judgment about this race or this UTMB series thing or this. Let's let it play out. But if you're going to take someone like Arlen Glick as an example, he's a perfect example of someone who can go from being a flat and fast 100-miler, who gets 100 miles. So, first of all, if you want to understand 100-milers, you got to dial in nutrition, you got to dial in pacing, you got to dial in problem solving. He figured that out. Then he came out to competitive races.
Yes.
And then he came to Western States and got third. And by the way, the guys in first and second place are like the year was Peterman and what's his name from Utah?
Hayden Hawks.
Hayden Hawks, right?
Yes.
Who had been ninth before and had a bad day. He beat a lot of people.
Yeah.
Arlen Glick beat a lot of people. So let's let it play out. Will he win both this coming year? No.
I think
no.
that's fair.
Could he potentially win Western States? Yes. Could he get top 5 at Hard Rock? Yes. But winning Hard Rock is a big ask for a guy from Ohio.
Yeah, it's a different animal too.
Yeah.
It's entirely a different animal. If you've not been up to the San Juans, I've never run Hard Rock, but I've been up there and witnessed the race multiple times. It is a magical atmosphere. It truly is one of the most emotional, intoxicating races that you can attend. I've been to Javelina multiple times, and I've been to Hard Rock multiple times. As much as I love Javelina, the feeling that I get when I'm up in those San Juans and witnessing that race, I have no desire to run it. I don't have the capability, nor do I ever foresee that happening. But man, I will attend that race as long as my body enables me to get to Silverton.
Yeah.
So
I
I
can understand that. And I've run it twice, and I'm not going to run it again either. But I got to run it in each direction. And, the one thing, again, not to belabor the Arlen point too much, but he respects the distance. He knows he's got the distance dialed in.
Yeah.
He calls himself a 100-mile guy, but he also knows that 100 miles is different, in the San Juans as it is in the Sierras, as it is in Ohio, as it is around this track right here. I mean, just the interview we did with Jeff just a little while ago. I mean, the 100 miles he did around this track crushed him.
Yeah.
As much as, his time was 15 minutes faster than his Western States time. I can tell you, Western States is a lot more vertical difference than this track. So I respect the comment. I thank you for that. We're not ignoring Arlen. I think there are other, we've got a fair number of East Coast racers that came out here for this race. I don't know how many are back in, but for those of you bitter East Coast racers out there, there's a lot of races that you guys can do, and you can, make it work. Olivier's from Virginia, so.
I'm kind of curious. I haven't seen Bob. Bob Hearn has been stuck on.
Is he taking a break?
Well, I find this to be a very curious point to be taking a break.
He doesn't usually take breaks.
Yeah, he doesn't take a break, and he doesn't take a break right before he hits the 100-mile mark. That's why I'm a little bit concerned, because I haven't seen him cross my vision recently. I know that Pam Smith was crewing him, and we'll see if we can get eyes on Bob Hearn, but it's very unusual for him to depart from the course for very long at all.
stop at all.
Well, and to be stopping just short of 100 miles. That's what really kind of caused me to notice, because the last time he 16:29, he's on a 14-minute lap. Which is,
so he may be.
And he's but again, I'm concerned because he stopped while his number was 99.9. So why he would suddenly, because he was going for an age group record, I don't know where he was at in relation to that. I think he was falling just short of it, but at 16:29, and he'd be going for 55 to 59.
What is the
men's
record?
Track. Let's take a look here. Men's ultra track, 55 to 59 would have been 15:28:21. Yeah, so he wouldn't have come near that today.
Okay.
But
it is weird that he's. Is he just sitting by the fire having a quesadilla?
I don't know if my update is just not hitting, but it could be my computer, but I just have not seen him.
I mean, we're down to probably a dozen runners on the track. I suspect this is kind of usual for you guys here at Desert Solstice.
Gets a little bit lonely in the middle of the night.
They get past the 100-miler,
and some people just elect to say that their
day is
content
done
with where they're at, which is fine. I get it, but at the same time, it's also fun to have several runners still hanging out on the course. Okay, so yeah, my information on Bob has frozen. I'm not saying that.
Bob.
Jeff. I'm aware of him going for the 200K record in the 24-hour. I'm just saying that I'm not showing anything updating on my end in terms of his current status. So that's what I'm concerned about. And he did step behind his tent a little bit ago. I wasn't quite sure what was going on, but he had stepped away.
Well, let's
briefly.
hope he was just taking a dump and it's all going to be good.
It could be.
It could just be, a little nature break and everything's going to be fine.
Sometimes things just have a way of working themselves out.
Exactly.
It wouldn't be a Desert Solstice without Jake Jackson here.
No,
I mean, he's here pretty much every year, so it's good to see him.
And he's just putting in his laps and enjoying being out here.
And he knows what he's doing. A couple years ago, he had a year that went kind of sideways on him, and I was talking to his wife Missy, who's been crewing him, for his races out here, and she said that the year that he had things go sideways and had to pull out early, and for Jake, pulling out early is 130 or so miles.
Right.
Said that it was because he didn't put on layers. So I actually kind of smile when I see Jake throwing on a coat, because he usually has to be instructed.
Like forced to put on a puffy coat.
Exactly. So to see him out here, and still moving in a full-blown coat is pretty good. Bob Hearn is... No, that's not... I'm going to have to see if we can get eyes on him.
No, that's Jeff hobbling out. And that's definitely... Jeff has more of a hobble than he has had after Hard Rock and Western States, in my experience.
Is that him in the gray over there?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Who is that in front of him? Is that Pete?
Yeah.
Kostelnik?
Yep.
Like leaving as well?
Yeah. Party's over, dude. It's just us. So, hey, in the chat, anybody awake? We probably have a dozen or so runners on the track. Love to hear what you're thinking about if you're still watching. I mean, these runners right here getting after it.
Yeah, it does quiet down here as we cross the midnight mark, and as the last of the active runners hit the 100-mile number. Everybody is within 7 miles. Everybody that's still active is within 7 miles, and of the people that have hit 100 miles, we've had a total of 15 runners hit 100 miles, and of those 15, 5 have called it a day immediately after hitting 100 miles.
Yeah.
So we do have 4 women still active on the course. We've got Marissa Lysak, who's out to a big lead at this point. 10 miles up on the field. Stella Springer is second. So Marissa's number.
How far behind is Stella?
About 10 miles.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
that's a big ask.
Yeah. And knowing Marissa and knowing how strong she is in this format, it would take her
something to happen to her.
Exactly. It would not be a situation where I think anybody would be able to catch her. Stella,
The thing I would say is that Stella just looks super strong.
well, our top 3 women look very steady right now.
Yeah.
Of course, Stella, Mandy Holmes, who placed top 3 here last year, and Marissa all look fantastic.
Yeah.
Our other active woman right now is Allison Allen, and Allison is still moving. Allison is only a mile or 2 behind Mandy and Stella, but Allison has looked far less comfortable.
Yeah.
But that's been...
She's kind of looked that way
all
since
day.
10 in the morning.
Yeah. So it makes you wonder in some cases, with some of these runners, if you're not familiar with them, which I have no familiarity with Allison whatsoever. I'm not. All I know is that she's from Barbados. So that's
and
about
she's
all I got.
she's worn a lot of clothes, like she's even worn
Changed
tights,
out.
I think,
Yeah.
all day. Yeah.
I don't have much on her beyond that. I guess we can look at some of her.
I mean, there's
prior
Marissa just like
performances.
literally metronomic coming across the timing route again.
Okay. All right. We'll take a quick peek here. Looks like Allison only has a couple of results under her belt. We've got a 24-hour in 2019 that was 112 miles in 24 hours, as well as another 24-hour event a couple years prior that was a little bit more modest. But she's out here moving and moving well. So it wouldn't be surprising to me to see any of the women hit a 135, 140 number here. So. We've got a note that we're going to take a break here and
swap out the live
stream, and we will join you back again here shortly. For Andy Jones-Wilkins, I am Chris Warden, and this is Steep Life Media covering Desert Solstice in Phoenix, Arizona, sponsored by Hoka.
So who's that gal with witching hour at this point? It's a great evening out here at Central High School. You could still make it out here if you're in range of my voice, if you want to come and see a good race. But if not, you can sit at home and watch on your television, tablet, phone, or anything else. Would love to hear for those of you who are tuning in. If you would like to have any questions about the race, we have about a dozen runners left on the track, and we are assuming they are in it for the duration. We'll get the leaderboard up here on the screen in a second, but we have a range of runners here. Of course, we all know this is